Okay, everybody, let's do some Godot today. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Lise. I love learning how to develop games, however ADHD that may be. It's good to see you all. I love hearing about your journeys in game dev as well. I just recently started learning Godot. I also just booted up Godot. It's so fast. I'll get over how fast it is eventually. But dang, is it fast. I started working on this game about the horrors of making friends. Horror feels like a strong word. I don't know how horror it's gonna be, but I do know that we're gonna work on a first-person character today. I don't know how hard that's gonna be. I've been looking at some tutorials, so I think it's gonna be pretty doable. I'm pretty excited. I started this journey out 2 weeks ago after the Unity debacle. Not necessarily because of that. It just kind of lined up, and we started working on this Hello World program just as a quick way to learn, and someone was like, hey, what if you made like a dating simulator? I was like, that's cool. What if it's a friendship simulator? And so yes, that's kind of where the foundation of it began, and I had to rebuild it last week, and this week we're going to continue on that rebuild and try to take it a little further. So I have compiled a bunch of tutorials. I actually don't think I put this in the description of the video. I would like to put this in the description, so that way you can follow along with these tutorials. I don't know if we'll need them all, probably not. Like maybe I'll need one of them, right? Maybe one good one. The other thing I want to do today is also set up GitHub desktop. I don't want to do that first, even though I probably should, because that means we'll be able to revert to old versions if we make a mistake. Oh no, look, the link is right there in the description. I'm all like, well, I guess I don't have it in there. I do! So yes, in the description right there, you can find a link to the tutorials I'm gonna be looking at today. And then as you see, we also have a GitHub. So let's get into it. Let's not waste any more time. I see we got DNF Dead in the house. Thank you for the like and the well wishes. Always appreciate that. Good afternoon to you as well. Stormrun, hello, welcome. Stormrun says, basic math hurts me. Sometimes it causes me a little damage. You know, sometimes I download these like games, these like math games that are just like assault you with like multiplication and subtraction and addition and division, you know, the easy stuff. But like, you know, with like more and more digits, I don't know, I feel like that's like helped my basic math skills. Okay, so you're talking about 36 by 36 by 24. That's rough. That's actually quite rough. So Stormrun is working in Unreal Engine on a Pokemon Coliseum remake, and in Pokemon, as you know, there's many boxes, and so dang, yeah. I wonder. I mean, I'm sure you've done some research, right? Like maybe on how other people solve that problem. So here's the game so far. It's not much. But it's something. These are representing the characters right now. They will be people. I would love to model them maybe in Blender or something and import them in. But for now, they're just cylinders. It's placeholder art. And when you click on them, we get a unique name. So here I just randomly chose Lilith as a name. If I click away, now it's closed. We can click back. There's Lilith. In the center, we click on this person. They have a unique name. It's Jerome. We click on the far right here. It's Bigo. You guys don't know Bigo? So yeah. And then the idea is that we can use this same like dialogue box for all of the characters, and then we just use an exported variable to change the name of the character. And what we're going to do for the dialogue itself, I mean, we could do something similar, the exported variable, but I feel like I should use like some kind of array of a such. I don't know. I doubt we'll get into that today, because really I want to make sure we get a good first person character going, because the idea I want it to be that we can walk around in this room and not just have like all the characters on screen, just click on them. You have to go find them and then click on them. There's also these options. So this is just kind of my idea for the game, is that you have these different like energies you can bring to the conversations. You can either give like this even response, this eager response, or kind of a distant response. And then those break down further. Speaking of simple math with many options, I do feel like maybe this will run into a similar problem where for each, there's 3 different response types, and then 3 responses per per response type. So you can do a positive, a neutral, or a negative response. And I don't know how that's all going to look like, what those are going to be like. It's going to be a lot of writing, I know that much, but that's okay. I'm excited to figure it out. So each box will be its own widget. Actually, no, that's what we've avoided. Oh, you're saying yours. Oh, yikes! There's got to be some way around that. Stormrun, you don't deserve that. I feel like there's a point where you have to see if there's some easier way. You don't deserve that. You've been talking about this for like a week. I mean, maybe the answer's right around the corner, but I hope you find it. I really do. That's rough. I think you're gonna finish box 1, then use the exact same code that's already there and make a new variable asking which box is active. That way it can switch from the same slots but different IDs. I guess that's one workaround. It's a lot of work though. It's a lot of work. Voltage Dev, welcome. Good to see you. You're also learning Godot, and you're quite liking it. Me too. I don't think it will replace Unity for you, but it's nice to have another tool. Yeah, totally. They're different. They're just different. They really are. Why, in particular, do you think maybe it won't? You don't have to explain if you don't want to, but I'd be curious. I mean, look, for me, I was just learning Unity. I had just started using Unity, and I was like, whenever I load into Godot and my text and my script is like scrolled over, I'm just like, who wrote this horrible oh, okay, I just need to scroll over. So I was just kind of starting to learn Unity, but I guess I find like Godot maybe has less bells and whistles packed in, perhaps, but I really like the way, and you know what else? Unity also has the ability to export to consoles in a way that Godot doesn't really, so that I do love about Unity over Godot. But yeah, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. I pretty much just started my Godot journey. I'm glad you're liking it. I'm loving it. So far, it's becoming my favorite engine, for sure. It's by far the biggest blueprint you ever made. So is Unity text or node-based? Unity has, so Godot has this node-based thing where you put these things on the left here, and you like nest them. You do this like parent-child thing, and they have different properties, and you can refer to them in code with signals, and that's kind of like their like node system, and you can convert these into scenes that can be instanced and cool stuff like that, attach scripts to them. That's their node system. In Unity, they sort of have that with like objects and components you can add to stuff. So they have a sort of version of that, but it's not as well integrated into the whole like ethos of the system as Godot is. And then Unity also does have some visual scripting as well. So you can use which is a different kind of node-based concept. It's just like visual script. So there is visual scripting in Unity as well, but in Godot there isn't. So that's important to think about if you like visual scripting. All right, so yeah, so this is gonna be interesting because I'm gonna need to figure out how to add a first-person character on top of what we've already got, right? So we've already got, you know, this script attached to friend, right? And it's basically, so each character is just a friend. The game is about making friends. So this is a friend, this is a friend, this is a friend. And we've instanced the friend node, right? And so we have like multiple variants here. Let me zoom. Let me just zoom that in just a little bit. There we go. So we've got multiple instances of friend, right? And they all have a script attached to it. And really it's just one script, right? It's the one script that is just being instanced multiple times. You can see when I hover over it, you can't see because it's cut off. So never mind. No, I'm just gonna expand it out so it's a little bit more visible here. Okay, so you can see friend.gd, so that's kind of the script, right? So we hover over this, they all have the same script attached to them, right? and they're all the same scene instance. So that's this right here. Now, if I'm gonna make it so we, the player, I guess we don't have to add on to this because it's not the friend that's the first person. It's us. So I guess this won't be a problem. I don't know why I thought it would. We're fine. This is actually going to be no problem at all. But voltage, okay. See, now that's kind of what I was almost afraid of, but I don't think we're going to run into that today. I'm not a huge fan of how Godot only allows one script on each node, as I'm very used to Unity having multiple scripts on one game object. Right, yeah, you can do that with the component system. I didn't know you couldn't do that in Godot. Why do I have a feeling? I mean, I'm just curious. Godot, does anybody know if you can have multiple scripts on a node? It's possible. It's certainly possible. No, you can't. Wow. But you can extend a script from another one. Oh, maybe that's something. That is, yeah. I guess the workflow ends up being different for sure. Okay, so we need to actually create a player character, because right now all that there really is a camera. There's the main scene, and there's a camera in there, and then the camera has like the world environment and the light, but there's not actually like a player character, right? So I guess we're in the clear. So let's get this started. I think I'm interested in GWiz's. So GWiz is a Godot YouTube creator and streamer, and their name actually stands for Godot Wizard, a Godot Wiz. So obviously we have to go to the Wizard of Godot. Duh. No, it seems like nice, short, and sweet, and it gets the job done. So this is the one I'm going to follow. It's kind of semi-recent, 2 months ago. So I feel like this will be a good one to start with. And yeah, let's see if we can get this, how quickly we can get this implemented.
I was showing you how to make a first-person controller.
Again, this is GWiz. Make sure you go give GWiz a subscribe, and definitely won't regret it.
Godot 4. To get started, hello everyone. In this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to make a first-person controller in Godot 4. To get started, let's create a new character body.
It is a
3D.
cute name.
Let's name that player. Let's create a
I'm not sure a storm run. Probably. Maybe.
mesh instance. This will
We'll
be
cross that bridge
a
when we get there.
capsule.
Wow, he's getting into it. Dear, oh my gosh. Okay, jeez. All right, wow, all right. I just like, dang, he's like, let's go. No intro, no nothing. I love it.
Great.
Let's
Hello,
do this.
everyone. In this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to make a first-person controller in Godot 4. To get started, let's create a new character body. 3D.
All right, new
Let's name
character
that
body. All right, here we go. Main scene. Add character body. Oh, I like that. So this is going to be nice because it's probably going to already have. So there's a character body 2D, character body 3D. We're in 3D, so that makes sense. So it's already going to have a bunch of features that we probably need. Look at that. It's got a little character next to it. I like that. I like that a lot. Less than 5 seconds and let's get started. I like this guy. I know, right? Guys, please go give GWiz or Gwiz if you want to pronounce it that way, but I'm pretty sure it's GWiz. Please go give him a subscribe, and don't forget to subscribe to Hyper Game Dev as well, so you can learn about great folks like GWiz, and you can share your journey in game development with me, and I can share mine with you, and we can grow together and be perfectly imperfect. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. I'm trying to point down there, but I did a thumbs down. Pointing. I'm pointing. Hit that subscribe button. Thank you if you can. I appreciate it. It actually should be like right there in the corner. Thank you if you're able to do that if you haven't already. And welcome to the channel, by the way. Say hi. So, yes, continue.
player.
He's great.
Let's create a new.
Name it player. Sure, I'll name it player. Absolutely. Player. I kind of want to be subversive and call it you. No. We should call it player.
Mesh instance.
A mesh instance 3D. Look at that. I mean, normally I gotta speed up everything, you know, and just like, you know, listen in the background. But he's like step 1, step 2, step 3. So let's do it. Mesh instance 3D. There we go. That's actually, is that what our friend is? Yeah, so our friend Cylinders has a mesh instance 3D as well. Capsule. So he's going over into the inspector and he's setting that here somewhere. Mesh. Okay, so here we can choose the mesh. We're going to do new capsule. Got it.
Let's shake up our player a little bit. add in a...
Drag up our player. Is our player in there already? Where's it at? Show me the player. Hey, player, what's up? I'm gonna move the player over here. I like how because of the way the colors, the like lighting is set up, just everyone is purple. That's kind of funny. I guess we kind of want it to be similar to the camera, but we might have to remove the camera.
Collision shape.
Collision shape, yes. So this is, we also have this in the friend, and this is just a way, so this is like a separate generation for the collision besides the mesh itself. So we're gonna add that in, and collision shape 3D. I haven't done first person. You don't need a character body, do you? Wait, I thought you, have you used Godot yet? I thought you were mostly using Unreal, Stormrun. Character body, I mean, I'm just following the tutorial. I'm just following the tutorial.
This will also be a capsule.
Collision shape capsule. So he's just adding a collision shape in here. Now this is at a different place, and we're gonna make that a capsule. I'm a little concerned about that. I mean, I'm gonna do this a little different. I'm gonna delete this. Just because now that I have a little experience, I'm gonna do it my own way. I'm gonna click on mesh here, and I'm gonna say create simplified convex collision sibling. And so what that should do, that should just create the collision for us. So now we have the collision, and it's based on the capsule that's already there. I haven't, but even in UE, if you look down in first person, does it show your body? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Stormrun, you're way ahead of me. I gotta get this put together first. I feel like we're gonna find out, though. These are good questions. I feel like we're gonna find out.
And finally, a camera. Let's put the camera right around there.
Okay, so we want to put the camera in there. All right. So I guess we'll get rid of our existing camera. I mean, as far as the direction light 3D and the world environment, I guess I can just like maybe move these into the main scene or something and just have them there. And then maybe I could take the camera and put it in the player. Am I going to regret that? Maybe. Maybe. You know what? I hope so. All right, looks pretty centered-ish. So it might depend on where we put the camera as well. He put the camera in the level instead of on the player. No, he put it on the player. He put it on the player. Mine was already on the level. So his is on the player over here on the left. And that's where I'm putting it too. Mine was already in the level. So I'm, and I had direction light 3D and world environment as children of the camera. So I removed those from the camera, and now I'm putting the camera on the player. Yeah. All right.
Camera. Let's put the camera right around there. Let's go create a new script.
Create a new script on the player. Let's go. Attach script. Player sounds good.
So now we already have a good chunk of our code already written.
Oh,
so we can.
That's pretty cool. So even though I just attached the script, maybe it was it already there? I don't know. But it seems to have found a bunch of logic. It just look, it found logic. Nice. Not complaining. Not complaining. It's got speed, jump velocity, gravity settings. If not on, so like jump stuff maybe, or like falling stuff. Velocity Y minus equals gravity. I don't really know what that operator means. I'm sure it means something. I can look. We can maybe see. Is the documentation gonna help me? No, not really. So let me. I mean, it probably will. But Godot. Let's see here. Equal minus. Like, can I just like search that by itself? Meaning, yeah. Tell me what it means. Oh, okay. Well. I meant to zoom, but I disappeared instead. That's how shocking that was, is that it made me disappear. Can someone please explain? Those operators are generally universal. So something plus equals 1 is shorthand for something equals something plus 1. Something equals something minus. So this is velocity y equals gravity times is equivalent to what? Wait, that didn't make as much sense as I thought it would. Something equals something plus 1. So okay. So it's saying that velocity y equals gravity times delta minus gravity times delta? No, velocity y equals velocity y minus gravity times delta. I think that's what that means. Gotcha. All right. So subtracting the velocity from gravity times delta. Gravity times delta. That kind of makes sense. Handle jump. Welcome back, Short Circuits. How you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. It's them! Look, it's them! If input action just pressed and is on floor, jump. So it's already got jump added in, which is nice. Get the input direction and handle the movement / deceleration. I'm going to zoom it out just a little bit so you can get it fitting in there. Get the input direction. As good practice, you should replace... I like the comments. It's helpful. You should replace UI actions with custom gameplay actions. Okay. Then, okay. Input direction, handle movement, deceleration. Okay. Variable input direction, UI left, UI right, transform basis, else velocity, move towards. So this is just like the movement stuff. It's just the movement stuff. All right. Cool. Heard. Understood.
Around and jump.
Let's try it. Oh. We don't have a floor. So guys, we don't have a floor. So we're going to have to put one of those in there. Okay. Can I make the like direction light a child of world environment? I don't know. It just feels a little messy. So I'm going to add a new node. Is there like a ground or like a floor? No, we just have to put a mesh, I guess. Peacefully. Goodbye. What was this again? I'm sorry, I already forgot what this is. I guess we just want a mesh instance 3D. But what is the static body? So I think we want a static body 3D. Static body 3D, right? And then we'll call this ground. I guess. And we'll want to add collision to it. I guess I want to choose a shape up here. Wait, is static body what I want? Is that how we did it over here? Oh, this is different. So wait, how do we choose the shape of these again? Let me go back to the friend. So the friend is just a node. I see. Then we put the mesh instance inside of this. Gotcha. I'm still getting used to that. So we want to do mesh instance 3D. It's only 3 of us here. Yeah, you know, there were some people here earlier, but I showed up late. And they understandably left. That's how it goes. So I feel like some more people will file in once they're like, oh, she's actually here. My ADD was ADDing for sure. But yeah, it's just us. We hanging, we chilling. This stream is a little earlier than usual, so they may be working. There's that too. It's an earlier one, but also I started late. It's a little bit of both. But as of right now, the Godot streams are currently the most watched ones on this channel by a long shot. So honestly, and most of those views come after I go live. So hello people after we're live, welcome. Make sure you're subscribed if you're not already. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You can press right there. Beep, beep, beep. I was a little late because I had to do homework. Good for you. Get that homework done. Okay. Mesh instance 3D, we want to put in here as a child, and then here we can choose the shape. I'm thinking we want a plane mesh. That's the one. Nice. And then I'm going to put it into place. We're going to want to make it bigger. I think, now if I remember correctly, I should modify the transform here, right? Let's see. Subdivide width, subdivide depth, center offset, orientation, size, XY. So let's do it like that. Nice. Nice. I mean, I want it to be pretty big. It's supposed to be like a room is the idea, is that you're in a room. I don't know what kind of room it is. I haven't thought about that yet. Like, are you at a party? I guess it should be a party, like, or some kind of event wherever you go to make friends and it's awkward and uncomfortable. That's where it should be. I'm just gonna say 60 by 60 for now. We might want to make it bigger at some point. Wireframes mess with you. I like having a solid floor so I know the feet don't go through. Right. That makes sense. It makes sense that you would want that. Let's add, and so what we're going to do is I'm going to click on this. I'm going to go to mesh, which, let me get that out of the way. I'm going to click on mesh, and then we'll go to create simplified convex sibling, and now it will give us a floor. So if my floor is positioned right, we should land on top of it and be not falling. Hell yeah. Oh, let's go. So I'm pressing the arrow keys right now. It's 3D. It's 3D. How you gonna tell me Godot isn't good with 3D? Look at that. Look how beautiful and crisp this looks. This is gorgeous. It's gorgeous. We can't move the camera though, so I think GWiz is gonna teach us how to do that. I know, that was quick. Some of my Pokemon's feet go in the ground. Oh, but I have sand where they stand, so it's okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, maybe when we get the camera, we can look down, or we get the looking set up. We can see if we're clipping or not. Finally, they don't just live in a world of balloons. Yeah, you know, it just didn't seem like it fit. Didn't seem like a world of balloons was appropriate. Now, obviously, the colors are ridiculous. They're absolutely ridiculous, and I kind of hate it, and I need to deal with that immediately, actually. So the reason why the colors are so bad is because of, I want to say, the world environment properties. Or maybe it's the directional light. Oh, it's a little bit of both. A little bit of both there. So let me get rid of the directional light. And let's modify the world environment to not be so harsh, so unpleasant to look at. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure how to set this up here. Because before I set it up, we could just, you know what we could do? We could just add a new one. I mean, I'm not really sure how to modify it. That light did a lot. It was doing a lot. No, and in a good way too, right? I mean, I don't think that's a good color for a ground, but it's still cool how much it did, I think. I don't really know, because I'm gonna remove this stuff. Turned into some ketchup. It's ketchup world. How to make friends in a ketchup bottle. We're gonna delete the world environment and the directional light. I'm horrified to tell you that it seems to have not listened, and it just went back. How does that work? Wait, but I thought I got rid of it. What if I delete the directional light? Oh, so the directional light wasn't... I'm confused. I'm a little confused. So are you telling me these are the default colors? There's no way that's true. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is the default. And so up here, this is where I had added it before, was up here. And so up here, we can activate and turn on the sunlight and the environment. And then from there as well, we can add a node. So we can add this into the scene, right? But we don't have to actually add these as nodes. Gotcha. So this is where I can edit it. And I probably could add it to the scene and continue editing it here. Oh, no, you can't. So now I can't edit it here. So I don't really understand why I would want to. I like this engine too, Stormrun. I like it a lot. So I don't really understand why I would want to have it as a node. Maybe if I wanted to do some special stuff with it. But for now, since I don't, I think I would rather just keep them up here and just modify it. Okay, cool. So we definitely don't want this bright purple situation. So I wish there was a way to make them default, but maybe there is. I didn't realize what I was getting myself into when I first did this. So let's bring this all down just a little bit so it's not going to hurt everybody's eyes when we look at it, because we don't deserve that. It's a little gentler. That's a bit gentler, but now there's no sun. So let's modify this maybe. I don't really want it to be purple. Copy your color numbers if you need them later. That's true. Yeah, I don't really care. I'm just trying to guessing. Try gray. You could try gray. It's a little boring. It's a little boring. I kind of want it to be darker, you know? I kind of want it to be darker. Let's see. I just don't want it to be super bright. I thought you were changing the character colors. No, I'm changing the entire environment. The entire environment is what I'm trying to change. I guess if we could just make it like a normal color, right? I mean, it's supposed to be indoors, so I guess it'd be like fluorescent lighting. But you can see it has such a profound effect on everything. So I think you're right, Short Circuits. We should go with maybe a more gray. But it's also supposed to be a scary game about making friends. So I feel like something darker actually makes more sense. Like a party, you know? A whole world made of milk. So let's go a little dark. Gray or brownish, yeah. And then with the sunlight, we could maybe brighten that up a bit. But again, I want it to be like we're in a room. Oh, so the blue is kind of nice. I guess there can be something scary about blue. Why does it have to be red? The brown gives it a shadow look. It sure does. I can kind of get down with this. I mean, I still would love to, you know, what? Wait. Oh, so I guess we do have to add it to the scene. I see. So once I add these to the scene, now when I hit play, now they appear. Okay, so this is for setting it up here. And then once I add it to the scene, now it's actually present in the game. Before, it wasn't actually present in the game. So that makes some sense. Okay, understood. And now we have this blue sun. A blue sun. Gosh, that's horrifying. It is pretty cool. It's very scary. It is very scary, which it is supposed to be a scary game. So I say we roll with it for now. 30 minutes till sleep. Yeah, it's late where you are. It's late where you are. Had some fog in front of it. Ooh. Yeah, you know, and again, I do want it to be like in a room. So, but for now, I don't want to worry about it too much. I guess I want to worry about it a little bit, obviously. So we might have to look into this at some other point, like how to change like the color of these things and whatnot. That'll be interesting. The sun is like a small germ. It is. It's COVID. It's sky COVID. Oh, you don't know about sky COVID? Yeah, we can totally do that. That's true. That's true. Actually, when you say it that way, right, we can add light sources in the corner of the room. So it's kind of like, it's like a disco ball. It's a disco ball. We're at the discotheque. Can't you tell? Actually, I kind of like it. Let's keep moving. I kind of like it. I think it's kind of nice. And then we can move around. So it's just a little gentler on our eyes now. I don't know. That bright purple wasn't doing it for me. Sweet. All right, let's keep going. I'm going to save our progress.
But we can't look around. So that's obviously a thing that we need to fix.
Yeah.
Before we add that, though, let's go fix up our input map a little bit. Let's go add in a left, right, up, down. This is because with the default, it only works with arrow keys. Now back over to our script.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Okay, sure, let's do that. The game is gonna be a horror game about making friends. Yeah. So I want it to be scary, right? Because making friends can be scary. That's the idea of the game. And so you're going to approach different people in a room. I have a lofty idea about how that'll work. There'll be like a phone app that you download, and it'll be like instructing you to make friends with people, and it's going to be listening into your conversations. And then based on how those conversations go, it'll tell you what kind of friend you are and whether you did a good job or not at making friends. So that's kind of the idea. You may need to make the walls allow light to pass through. Yeah, right. Yeah, I have a feeling we'll probably create light sources, is probably what we'll end up doing. Yeah, not cast shadow. The player has anxiety and can't talk to them correctly. Yeah, that's kind of that's interesting. That's interesting. That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. I like that. I like that idea because I mean, and what I kind of want though, short circuits. Even though I really like that idea, the original idea is that I actually want the player to present themselves. I don't think I've mentioned this, but I want the player to be presenting themselves. So if the player has anxiety, I want the game to elicit that anxiety and to actually have the player represent, or they can role play. But the idea is that you would represent yourself through the responses, and then you could find out that you have anxiety based on the way you responded. Or you could role play as someone who doesn't have anxiety, but then that would be kind of like a learning exercise where maybe you get to like, overcome your anxiety by being someone you wouldn't normally be. So, but but I like your idea a lot, short circuits. That's actually a really, really cool idea too. This whole game is a mental health test. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. That is my idea. It is. Yeah. Yep. Yep. All right. So we're going to create some inputs. We're going to go to project settings. I think. Yep. Project settings, input map. And we're going to add a new action. Now was he just doing a separate action for each direction? Yes, he is. So we're going to do left, right, forward, backward. Hey, Frank Frauds is in this house. I can prove it because there's your message. Welcome, Frank. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Yay, likes. Thank you for the thumbs up. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's a puppy. It's a puppy. And the reason why Frank does that is because if you're familiar with Twitch, then there is this emoji extension. What's it called? Like Frank something, some Frank TV. I don't know. And its main logo or its main emoji is a dog with some cute ears and a cute face. And since Frank's name is Frank and that thing's name is Frank, Franker Z. That's it. Franker Z. Yes. And so, I think that's why Frank uses the puppy dog. All right, right, left, forward, backward. And then what we would do in each of these is we would add a different direction. So we could have the keyboard left, right. So I'm just going to do left, okay. And then for right, whoops, okay. I just tapped this little thing. I tried to undo it. It was like, no. Okay. And then we're going to say this is right. Come here to forward. That's going to be up. Come here to backward. That's going to be back. I love it. We can just type in the input. Ugh. I wish Unity, all those other engines had that, where you could just type in the input. And then we'll say, I don't think they do. At least I don't remember them. Oh, wrong place. We want to say on left, A also is left. On right, D is also right. Add another one, forward for W and S. There we have a few more inputs. So I don't think he actually did
this
much.
Is because with the default, it only works with arrow keys. Now back
he
to the
did.
script.
He just skipped it. Wow, he skipped that. He was like, you don't need to see all that. You get the idea. I love that. All right, inputs added. And then I guess we would want to come to the script, right, and update that. The world is so nice, and the concept is just... Dude, that emoticon... Is that an emoji-con? I don't even know anymore. Back in my day, we would call, like text symbols arranged to make faces and stuff emoticons. So I guess this would be an emoji-con? An emoji-con? I love that one, though. Let's come to the player character script. Oh, it mixes. Oh, that's a nice one. Oh, I like the mixing, because then it actually puts the mouth like in the right place. But I kind of like that the mouth is in the wrong place on this one. It's like more unsettling. But yeah, this is nice. An emoticon, an emojicon. So here, and this is kind of where they already said that you should change it. So let's change it. Let's change it. So we're going to get rid of the UI, and then it will match our new inputs. And then we can test it. I'm just going to get rid of the note since we already did that. And then let's test it and make sure it works. So I actually have inputs for that. Yep, kind of. Oh, because I named them forward and backward. So those don't work. So I have to say not up or down, but forward. I don't remember if I put an S at the end, forwards or not. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Okay, no S. Nice. Here we go. Boop, 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 boop. And now I can use the arrow keys as well. Sweet. Thanks, Gwiz. All right, carry on then.
The UI.
We already did that.
And now we will have movement with W, A, S, and D. Down below here, let's create a function called input event. This will be a input event. Now we will check if event is
so, and I want you to know I'm alt-tabbing
event,
aggressively right now.
mouse motion.
That's I'm switching between these.
And we will set a look
Your performance task in robotics,
event,
like a class, like in school, is to make a robot. Wow. Checks out. Checks out. I would hope so. That wouldn't be really delivering on the promise if it wasn't, would it? Okay. So we want to say input event, underscore input event. This is different. I haven't used this before. Let me just see what he types, and I'm going to type it.
Relative times 0.01.
I wonder why. So why is it? I wonder why it's. Yeah, and look, I'm new to text code. Like just in general, I'm totally new to text code. So there's a lot of things that I'm still kind of curious about, and I wonder why he chooses to use it this way instead of doing it like here with the jump or the direction. Here we have input. Get vector. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I don't know. It's interesting to me. I don't really have a question here.
Declare those variables. So,
just as a text code noob, I'm just like, wow, there's a lot of different ways to talk about input. Your robotics class is hard, and it's scrap metal. That sounds awesome. Scrap materials? That sounds so cool. That's a great learning experience. I had a Lego Mindstorms, which was kind of when I was younger, which is kind of like a robotics class, except it was Legos, which was objectively better because it's not like you're saying scrap materials. But at the same time, it's more practical the way you're doing it. I can code, but like not that much. All I can do is add some timer. That's awesome. Short circuits. I feel like you're a very young person. That is extremely cool. That is extremely cool. Own it. You can code. All right, so I'm going to just put this right in there. Function underscore input event. I'm going to rapidly alt tab here. Input event. Yeah, I thought you were. That's quite all right. If event is input event mouse motion. I think what keeps me the most, this is pretty cool. Why I have to like go back and forth so much is because like the syntax, right? Like I could remember the words, but like how am I supposed to type the words, you know? With a colon, lowercase, an underscore, a space, or a not. Look direction equals event.relative. And I also like thinking about and talking out and figuring out exactly what everything I'm doing is. You know, I don't like just following a tutorial without understanding what it's doing. Function input, event input event. All right. Let's see if I can. If I hold control and click, Godot will give me some documentation info, which can be nice. So this event is called when there is an input event, okay? The input event propagates up through the node tree until a node consumes it. Okay. It is only called if input processing is enabled, which is done automatically if this method is overridden, and can be toggled with set process input. It is only called if input processing is enabled. Okay, which is done automatically if this method is overridden. Okay, to consume the input event and stop it propagating further to other nodes, viewports that input as can be handled for gameplay input, blah, 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 are usually better as they allow the GUI to intercept the events first. Okay, unhandled input. This method is only called if the node is present in the scene tree. So I have a feeling we're gonna make that or something. We'll see. We'll see. Good evening, DNF Dead. Welcome. Thank you for the wish of a great stream. I hope you have a great evening. Thank you so much. Good to see you, DNF. Short Circuit says, so basically you make friends, but it doesn't work out? No, it can. Or you try to make friends thinking you're never making any and getting a panic attack, then making friends? No, you can genuinely make friends or not. So, like, you can't really win or lose the game. It's just, like, you kind of decide for yourself. I guess you lose. Yeah, you really can't win or lose it. You only lose it if you quit the game. Because you could, like, meet one person and then be like, I'm done, right? And then the app will just be like, you didn't make many friends, but that's the way you are. You're a loner, right? Or something like that. And yeah, so it can work out or it cannot work out. It just kind of depends on how you play the game. If programmers are cross, do they get a node? That's silly. That's silly. Yes, they do. Absolutely. They weaponize their annoyance. Nope, I lost it. By the way, this input function can be used for that game where you talk to different friends to avoid the many booleans. Well, this is what we're doing. I mean, that's what I'm making this for. Welcome, Psycho Ocelot. Yeah, I'm here to keep working on that game. To avoid the many booleans. Which booleans? I'm sure what you're saying is correct. I'm sure what you're saying is correct. Right, so I think what Psycho Ocelot might be referring to. So over here, we have this friend hover false, dialogue hover true, dialogue close hover false. These are the defaults for these variables. So here's all of those booleans. And then we sort of were setting all that up so that when you, oh, we're not done with this code yet. So let me just comment it out for now. Whoa. I'm going to attempt to comment it out. There we go. All right, and then let's run the game. So if we click on these, right, this is true or false determining if I'm hovering over it, there's a true or false being set. If I click it, there's a true or false being set. If I click out of here, there's a true or false being set. Or if I'm hovering over this or not, there's a true or false being set. I feel like I added one extra true or false being set that isn't true. But yeah, that's what all that's about. And you're saying that we could avoid that somehow? That's very interesting. Likewise, I'm sure, absolutely. 580 subs. Yeah, we're getting up there. Thank you, everybody, for the subs. I appreciate it. Yes, we're up there. And we're actually only a few, like not even, I think we're less than 200 watch hours away right now from getting the first tier of monetization on YouTube, which is really, really exciting. Because that means we're going to get custom emotes for the channel. We're going to get that you guys can use if you're members, which we also get memberships. So you can get badges next to your name and other fun stuff too. So yeah, so we're almost there. So YouTube has these like benchmarks for getting some extra, especially for live streams, some benefits. We've already crushed the 500 subscribers, which is awesome. Keep it going because there's another tier after that. And then we're almost at 3,000 public watch hours. It goes up every live stream, it goes up a whole bunch. So like we're going to be there in maybe a month, maybe less than a month. And then I deserve more subs. Thank you. Well, we have another benchmark. This is when we can monetize videos and actually start bringing in some ad money. That's when we hit 1,000 and other things. It's not just that. There's other benefits that YouTube gives you, secret benefits. Once we hit 1,000, so that's the next achievement to get. So yeah, we still got further to go. Short Circuits says, yeah, a little bit of money for the channel. A little bit of money, which means I can make the channel better, which is always good, right? Try adding a cheat code or something, like when you go up or down, left or right, it just takes you into a room. That sounds hilarious. We'll see about that. Let's circle back. Let's circle back to that idea. Boolean, small cubes for soup. Oh yeah, those ones. Yeah, the Boolean cubes. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yep, that's what we're talking about. Okay, so let's re-comment this back in. I like the packets better, and I try to get them without sodium added. Not that I think sodium is a big deal. I just like to add sodium myself. Okay, so wait, why are you giving me an error? Did we do it right? I think it's just an error because we need to finish it. But I do like adding some powdered chicken if I can swing it. Identifier look direction not declared in the current scope. Yeah, so I think we just have to finish the tutorial. So let's get back into it. Teach me.
And we need to declare those variables.
Oh yeah,
so
he's got it too.
Our variable look direction.
Chicken. Variable look direction. Vector 2.
We need to reference our camera to be able to actually rotate it. So camera.
On ready. This is some new. I'm learning some new stuff here. I like it. Okay, so let's do variable look direction vector 2. Extreme alt tabbing is coming. I might install this overlay that will output all of my keyboard inputs. I honestly might do that. That might kind of help. So, because I know sometimes people are like, "What are you doing with the alt tab?" You know what I'm doing. All right, so we're gonna say var look direction vector 2. Let's add that in. Var look direction look dir. Oops. See, that's Windows key tab or command tab. That's what that is. It's a little different. It's a little different. Look direction, but it's not that different. Vector 2 at on ready var camera
to our camera 3D,
and then we're gonna reference the camera. So wait, I do have some questions. So I know that we used the @export before, and the @export let us have like a parameter. So that's over here on the friend script. We use @export variable here. So that way we could have a parameter, as they would call it in Unreal Engine, for each friend instance that we create. So if I come back out here and we look at each friend, we have this friend name variable up in the top right there. I know it's super tiny. Let's see, do I have a zoom for it? Kind of, almost. I almost do. There we go. So then we get this friend name Big O. Right? If we come to the other friend instance, it's got a different name. And that's because of that @export variable that we add into the friend script right here. That's what makes that possible. And so, I mean, I'm just curious because I'm trying to learn and I love this engine. What is the relationship between @onReady and @export? If I go to the top of this, @GDscript, built-in GDscript constants, functions, and annotations. Okay. Heard. @export is the first one. Mark the following property as exported, editable in the inspector doc, and save to disk. So that's that one. And then if we go look for the onReady, mark the following property as assigned when the node is ready. Okay, I don't know what that means. Values for these properties are not assigned immediately when the node is initialized. Oh, okay. That's interesting. And instead are computed and stored right before node ready. On ready. I may have understood that. There's a chance I may have. Back at it again with pneumonultramicroscopics illivolcanoniosis. Add a random banana. Add a random banana as a funny Easter egg. Okay, short circuits. You're random. It's fun though. Okay. If honestly, short circuits, I would if I was at that point in development. I would. But we got a long way to go before we can do stuff like that. All right, so come back in like 4 months, and then we'll see if we can get the banana in there. Okay. So we want to do the on ready. So that's going to be down here in our player script. On ready var camera. Good night, short circuits. Good night. I'll see you later for the banana integration, all right? Make sure you come back later so we can get that in. Get some sleep. Good luck with your robots. Thanks for stopping in. Okay. On ready var camera equals, so then we're going to reference the camera itself. So we'll do the $ camera 3D. So we just kind of auto completed that one.
Will be 50.
Sense?
Right.
Oh, sensitivity. So a lot of little abbreviations. We got the direction, 50. The sensitivity.
Right. Down here.
Okay, wait, hold on, buddy. Hold on, Gwiz. Give me a second.
Will be 50.
Okay. Var camera sense equals 50. Got it. Yeah, I know you do. I know you do, short circuits. Please get some sleep. All right, I beg you. What was it again? I already forgot it. So this is a separate variable for the camera sensitivity is what this is. So I don't think this is, I think this is just, we're just naming the variable this. This is what he's having us name the variable. So we could name it something else if we wanted to, right? I could say sensitivity. I could say direction, right? If I wanted to go against the tutorial. I mean, you know, I like, personally, I prefer things shorter. But I don't know, for the sake of learning, I kind of want to just like spell it out, you know? Maybe I'll regret that. That's what school is. Frank, that's what school looks like. I'm pretty sure. All right, moving on.
All right, down here. Create a function called rotate camera. Let's pass in our delta.
So that,
as a float.
Before, we were just setting up variables that we're defining ourselves. This is going to be a function that is built into Godot already.
We'll create
for rotating a camera.
Mod?
Wait, not really. Wait, I'm wrong.
That will be...
I made that up. We're defining this too. See, I don't know. I'm still learning. No, that's not true. So this is actually... When we do function, we're naming that ourselves. We actually are naming that ourselves. Forgive me. And then we're defining delta float, this other thing. I don't even know. Sensitivity modifier. I wonder if that, I actually don't know. I don't know. You know how we'll find out though? So if I start typing this, we can hold control and click. And then we're going to be able to actually see if this brings up any documentation stuff. Function rotate camera. What I'm curious about, because I think I was definitely wrong. Again, text code noob. All right. Sense mod is kind of the one I'm curious
Defaulted
about.
At 1.0.
Float equals 1.0. So now what I can do is I can hold control and I can click on this. Oh no, wait. Oh, those aren't clickable. So that makes me think these aren't built in, that we're defining these and we're going to have to reference these somewhere. Sense mod. What even is that? I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Create a variable input, which is going to get our input dot get vector.
Okay.
Look left, and we will.
He just sped himself up. He speeds himself up. I appreciate it. So look, it's so funny because he doesn't like explain that he's doing it. He just does it. I find that endearing. Look left, look down, look up. It's actually a good editing technique. It's a little confusing, but most people are going to figure it out, you know, and it gets the information across, and it keeps the video shorter. Finally done with schoolwork. It's 12 a.m. I know, your brother was just here. Your brother just went to bed. Welcome, Dreamy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. I hope the homework wasn't too bad. Look direction.
Add the input. Now,
look direction is equal to the input. The look direction is equal to the look direction plus the input, I think is what that means. So I'm going to say look. So we want to actually refer to our version of it, which I typed out the full word direction, just to help me learn a little more easily, even though it's kind of obvious what it means. I'm a contrarian, all right?
When we're rotating our character or our camera, we want to think about how are we rotating in real life. When you're looking up and down, you're moving just your head, but when you're moving left and right, you might be moving your entire body. So for our y-axis, we'll be rotating the entire body with rotation dot y minus gets our look direction dot x times camera sense times delta. Now if we're looking up and down.
Okay. I believe you. I can't say I entirely understand. So we want to do rotation y is equal to rotation y subtracted by look direction on the x-axis times the camera sensitivity times delta, which is just the frame by frame output. I guess that makes sense. Rotation, the camera rotation on the y-axis is equal to look direction on the x-axis. It's inversely related to the look direction on the x-axis. No, I don't really understand it. I'm not going to pretend to understand it. I don't love this. I almost wish I had a tutorial that was explaining this more. I'll see what he said, but it just doesn't.
Right, you might be moving your entire body. We want our look direction and plus.
I do feel like I'm just typing it in at this point.
Now, when we're rotating our character or our camera, we want to think about how are we rotating in real life. When you're looking up and down.
How are we rotating in real life when we're rotating our camera? Okay. When you're looking up and down,
you're moving just your head, but when you're moving left and right, you might be moving your entire body.
Maybe.
So for our y-axis, we'll be rotating
like
the entire body with rotation.
Like I wouldn't be doing that.
Minus gets our look direction dot x times camera sense times delta. Now if we're looking up.
This is where I miss visual scripting, because I feel like visual scripting, it just, these kind of concepts like make a lot more sense to me. But all right, whatever you say. If you say this makes sense, I take your word for it. Maybe it'll sink in at some point.
And down, we only want to move the camera. So camera dot rotation dot x. We want to clamp that so we can't look all the way around. So clamp.
Nice.
Camera dot rotation.
That makes sense to me.
X minus our look direction dot y
minus look direction
sense.
I think that's what confuses me.
Our sense mod times delta. We're to clamp that to negative 1.5 and 1.5. Please remember that these are in radians. So these are both about 90 degrees. Now, if we set our
All right.
look direction
I'll do it. I'll do it.
to vector 2 dot 0, and we go ahead and put our rotate camera, copy that, paste that, pass in our delta.
Okay,
Now-
so here he's making his function be referred to elsewhere. You can't sleep because your sister is here now. High school is hard, but guess what? You got all the lessons copied and downloaded, poggers. Nice. Good job. You're getting ahead of it. Just got to pack stuff and we're done. Good for you. Good for you.
Pass in our delta. Now, if we press
That's it.
And
all right.
times.
I
Now,
wish I could say I knew why I'm doing this. Rotation Y. So looking on the Y, you know what we could do? We could type it out and then we could start messing with it, and maybe that will help it make sense what it's doing, because that's just important to me, is to understand, so I learn. So let's just let it finish.
Camera. So, camera dot rotation,
and then we'll mess
X.
with it.
We want to clamp that so we can't look all the way around. So clamp camera dot rotation dot X minus our look direction dot Y times our camera sense.
He's got some
times
keyboard
sense
sounds.
mod times delta.
It's kind of nice.
Or to clamp that to negative 1.5 and 1.5. Because remember that these are in radians, so these are both about 90 degrees. Now, if we set our look direction to vector 2 dot 0, and we go ahead and put our rotate camera
Times camera sensitivity times sense mod. I guess he's defining the sense mod here, because I just don't see it anywhere else. I mean, I'm gonna type it out as sensitivity. If it's not something, if it's something that we can define ourselves, then I'm gonna spell it out, even if it's gonna be longer. Oh look, yeah. So in the function, when we defined it in the function, it actually is now auto-completing it. I didn't know that. I didn't know you could define things like that you could refer to later in a function. It's very interesting. You know, it's cool to learn these tools that are available, or these structures that are available. You know, and I hope that the more that I learn, the easier it'll be for me to, you know, conceive of the code on my own and come up with my own stuff. Who is she? Who? What are you talking about? Welcome, lead name. Who is who? Who is who? Delta minus 1.5. Is that there's, oh, no, we gotta see what the rest of that line is. Okay, so 1.5, 1.5. All right, then. And that's the end of that line.
Now, if we set our look direction to vector 2 dot 0, and we go ahead and put our rotate camera, copy that, paste that, pass in our delta. Now, if we press play.
Why is 0 all caps? Because it's a constant? Oh, that's why. I see. Okay. Rotate camera. We want to reference that over here, so that way it knows to run it. Okay. Wait, what's the problem? Too few arguments for rotate camera call. Expected at least 1, but receive 0. Did I spell it wrong? Because it's right here. It's right there. I don't understand. I don't understand. Did he get this error?
Pass in our delta.
Oh, we weren't done yet. We had to type in delta. Gotcha. Right. I see. Because where's that move and slide? It's only in one place. Okay. Anyway, we need to type in delta because that's what this is as well. Right here. It's interesting to me that you would say rotate camera delta, right? And then you reference that here, but then what about the sensitivity mod part? Why isn't that included in here? I just don't know. I just don't know. I have so many questions. Whoa! What the flip? Okay, I gotta be honest. This is ridiculous. What? Okay, so couple things. Couple things. I'm not pressing a modifier key or anything. I mean, I guess that makes sense that we can just look around. All right, I guess that's fine. Why am I like why am I spinning? Like, do you see how I'm like moving? When I look up, see, okay. So this is where he was talking about, moving. When you look left and right, you're often moving. Hopefully he's going to be like, okay, wait, let's change it. This is very interesting. But if you couldn't tell, my entire character or camera or something seems to be rotating around the objects. Whereas if I look up and down, I'm staying in the same place. But if I go left and right, we're actually circling everything, which is super weird. So I have a feeling he's going to have us correct that.
Press play. You'll see that we can look around. However, our mouse can go outside. To fix that, let's create a reference to a...
Our mouse can go outside? What does that mean? What does that mean? I have no idea. We got a couple problems here. We're going to have to... That's okay. That's all right. Because fixing the problems is going to be instructive.
I'll set it to escape. Or our mouse can go outside. To fix that, let's create a reference to a pause action. I'll set it to escape. Now, let's create a new... I'll set it to reference.
A pause
to
action? Okay. All right. I'll do it. If you say so, I'll do it. So we're going to add a new action. We're going to call it pause. We're going to make it escape because that's what I'm being told to do. So that's what I'm doing. All right.
Pause action. I'll set it to escape. Now, let's create a new boolean called cap mouse. We'll set that to false. Now down here, let's set if input. Down here, cap mouse. We'll set that to
cap mouse. Okay, like cap like no cap or cap like capture. I don't know anymore. Variable cap mouse equals false. Okay. He's putting it down here. Variable cap mouse equals false.
False. Now down here, let's set if input dot is action just pressed. Pause. We will set cap mouse to opposite of cap mouse. Now here, we will just check if cap mouse. Then we will input dot set mouse mode to input dot mode captured. And if else, we will set it to visible. Now, if we press play.
All right, hold on, buddy. Okay, if we press escape, it's going to toggle cat mouse on or off. If cat mouse input mouse mode captured, input set mouse mode. Don't really know what that means. We maybe slightly looked at this last week, just a tiny bit, when we were trying to figure out how to reset the mouse hover. Set mouse mode input Oh, it auto complete. It knew. It knew. It was like you're trying to do this, right? Yeah, sure, totally. Now he put captured with a D, so I guess we're gonna do that. It's kind of weird. Else. So if else input set mouse mode. No, you can
Visible.
you can be large. Visible. All right. Okay, I'll do it. You're telling me to do it. I'll do it. Indeed, I have no idea why I'm doing it, but I'm
We press
doing
play,
it.
and we press escape. We'll be able to look around freely in the game, and our mouse is locked in, and we press escape again. We'll be able to exit. Anyways, guys.
Locked in. I see. Okay. I think I understand. Do I understand? I don't, guys. Did we set it up wrong? So I think what he was saying would happen is he was trying to fix the problem where if I move the mouse around, right, and we go outside of the window, now it actually goes outside. And I think what he was trying to set up was so that way, if we go outside, it stays in and you can circle all the way around, right? Or whatever. Maybe not. Because of the clamp that we put in here. But it won't, like, take you outside of the window. I think it's what he was saying. And then escape should... So it should, in theory, by default, not go outside. And then if you press escape, in theory, it'll let you go outside. I'm going to take away the D from captured. Oh, never mind. It's not a thing. Captured is the thing. I wasn't sure because it auto-completed it. So why is ours different? If input is action, just pressed pause. Cap mouse, cap mouse. If cap mouse, input set mouse mode, mouse mode captured. Input dot mouse mode captured. Else input, so these are the toggles, I guess. The true false toggles, I think. Set mouse mode, input mouse mode visible. Input mouse mode visible. I mean, I feel like I did exactly what he said. So I can't say I'm entirely sure why it's not working. He's got an extra space here. I can't imagine that makes much of a difference. I can, but I'm not going to. Variable cat mouse false. Yeah, I don't understand why that's not working since we followed it the way he described it. But okay. Okay. Let's see if anyone else. They're getting an error. That's a different error. Rotate camera delta. Okay. Yeah, I don't see anybody having like that particular issue, so I'm not really sure. Maybe I'll just double check to make sure I didn't miss like an extra instruction there.
X radius hour. Now, let's create a reference round. However, our mouse can go outside. To fix that, let's create a reference to a pause action. I'll set it to escape. Now, let's create a new boolean called cap mouse. We'll set that to false. Now down here, let's set if input dot is action just pressed pause. We will set cap mouse to opposite of cap mouse. Now here, we will just check if cap mouse. Then we will input.
So if cat mouse is true.
Dot set mouse mode to input. Dot mode captured. And if else, we will set it to.
So if it's
visible.
false.
Now, If we press play,
Mouse mode visible.
press escape, we'll be able to look around freely in the game, and our mouse is locked in. And if we press escape again, we'll be able to exit. Anyways.
All right, can't say I understand what that was supposed to be about. Maybe my escape key isn't working correctly. We could try mapping it to a different key. We could say, I don't know, just one. The one key. Nope. All right, well, we didn't get that part in there. I'm a little disappointed because that would be nice. That was kind of a weird thing that I was noticing, that didn't work. But we have other problems.
Guys, hope you found this tutorial helpful. If you have any questions or comments.
It is helpful. It is helpful. So let's see if we can... I'm definitely going to check out one of the other tutorials here because I'm definitely not happy with the left and right stuff. Super helpful tutorial. Very interesting. Nice, quick, and dirty. I like that. But rotating around the objects, that is not going to work for me. So let's see if we can fix that. So he had said that he was I don't know how he was doing that though. Camera rotation X, sensitivity mod delta. Have you seen the video of XML in Godot? I have not. I have not. No, but you know, was it you who mentioned it before as a way to like capture dialogue or to edit and input dialogue? That sounds like a good thing. It sounds like a very good thing for us potentially. So we can just type it all out and then have it in an external file. Is that kind of why you're bringing it up? I haven't. I don't even know what you mean. What video? I don't know what you mean. Look direction plus, so let me see where in the tutorial he said that. I feel like I'm just going to look at another tutorial, but it's probably going to do it totally differently. So it's going to be weird.
Body with rotation. We want to direction delta. Now, if we our mouse can direction sense time dot rotation down our character or our left, and we will take our look direction.
Easy to write. Okay.
And plus,
I don't know anything about XML.
Input.
Nothing.
Now, when we're rotating our character or our camera, we want to think about how are we rotating in real life. When you're looking up and down,
I don't want to think about that.
You're moving just your head, but when you're moving left and right, you might be moving your entire body. So for our y-axis, we'll be rotating the entire body with rotation dot y. Minus our look.
So it's that rotation dot y
times camera sense times delta. Now, if we're looking up and down, we only want to move the camera. So camera.
Wait, I thought he just said that.
Dot x. You might be moving your entire body. So for our y-axis, we'll be rotating the entire body with rotation dot y. Minus our look direction.
Isn't the y-axis
x times camera.
Okay,
sense
so that's where he's doing. I see.
Delta. Now, if we're looking up and down, we only want to move the camera. So camera dot rotation.
Okay, so we would want to say, I see. So if we want, I see. So rotation is affecting the like the static body entirely, the character entirely. But if we say camera dot rotation, now it's going to affect just the camera, and then we stay in place, which I'm sorry is what every game ever does and makes so much more sense. Okay, so now when we look around, we actually stay within here. And we do still have that problem where when we go outside, so I'm not sure why that didn't work. I'm not sure why that didn't work. Hey, what's up, Albeska? Welcome. Good to see you. I'm doing pretty well. It's going pretty well. Hope everyone is doing well, is what they want to say. Good afternoon to everybody, not just me. It's not just me that has good afternoon. You have a good afternoon, too. Yeah, it's going well. I am trying to figure out some first-person character stuff. Welcome, Hollow Tempest. Good to see you all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And so I just followed the tutorial. This tutorial by GWiz. You can find a link in the description to all the tutorials that I might be looking at today. This is the one by GWiz about how to set up a first-person camera. It had a suggestion to... there's some problems. Dude, there's some problems with this. I gotta say, this tutorial is not great. I'm gonna keep it real. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can tell. I mean, no shade to GWiz. Subscribe to GWiz, you guys. But the GWiz tutorial is very much telling you like this isolated way to set up a first-person character. So it's not actually taking into account within itself the implications. So, for example, if I move left and right, okay, and then if I look. Now when I move left and right, it's not relative to the direction that I'm facing. So it's not a relative movement, which is a bit of an issue. It's a huge issue. So as long as I keep facing forward, the movement that he had us set up works wonderfully. No problem at all. Actually, he didn't have us set this up. This was the default that was already in the character script. But what he did do was tell us how to move the camera around. His initial advice was to have it move around left and right, like the actual character would move and not the camera. Yeah, I did. So let me, yes, thank you, Albeska, because he did it. That was my addition. So yeah, you know what? Let's get in here. So if I rotate the body, right, on the y-axis. Okay, so if I rotate the body on the y-axis, it actually remains. Okay, so I gotta take some of my criticism back there. GWiz, forgive me. I'm sorry I didn't understand. I'm a noob. I don't know what's going on. So but here's my problem with that. And maybe that's just because of my camera placement. Maybe I just need, now that you say that, Albeska, now I'm thinking maybe I just need to move my camera. So here, if I start moving left and right, you can see I'm completely circling around the objects in the scene. Now, maybe that's just because my camera is in a bad place. So, here's my camera right here, right? So maybe I just push it back so it's more inside. And then if I rotate the body, I mean, we're still going all the way around things. So things in front of, like, why? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, why, when you look left and right, would you spin around the things in front of you? Like, I'm looking at my computer screen, and I'm looking left and right, and I'm not circling around it. You know, even if I were standing up and, like, moving my entire body, I'm not circling around the object in front of me. So there's something going on here that is a little strange. And I'm not sure what that is. So that's why I changed it to be from the camera position, not the body. But it would be nice. I guess it makes sense to keep it on the body so then the camera also moves. That makes sense to me, that we'd want the camera to spin. But what doesn't make sense to me is why we're circling around the objects in front of me if I do it this way. So he's having us do rotation Y, subtract it from the look direction X. So if we're looking, I barely understand what I've typed here. I just did what he told me. Oh, what's up, Thunderclap LP? Good to see you. Welcome on in. It's because you offset your player mesh and camera from your character body 3D. Ooh, thank you. Gee whiz. Gee whiz. I just didn't follow your instructions correctly. It's on me. It's on me. You a real one, gee whiz. So it's rotating around your character body 3D. Lucky us that you came through here. You and Albeska both, honestly. All right, so here's my, oh, look, I see it. There's the character over here. Wow. Okay, so let's fix that. I'm gonna get rid of the collision shape 3D, so we'll just regenerate it. Honestly, we can keep the camera. I'll move the mesh. I wish I could just, like, more easily. I kind of just want to get rid of it. I mean, I'm just going to delete the mesh, right? Like, that's not a mistake. I'm just going to delete the camera. I mean, we can move the camera. The camera, I don't feel as bad about. doing. And then let's just re-add that stuff. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we need to move the character, the player, back. Very dark. Yes, it is very dark. It is supposed to be a scary game. And look, it's just the beginning. It's placeholder stuff. Lead name, it's just placeholder, all right? It's okay. You're right, it is very dark. Yeah, we got it. Welcome, Potato. Good to see you. How y'all doing? Let's scoot the player back a little further and get the camera so it's nested in there. It's kind of weird. I wish it were easier to see where the player is at all times. Are you making a first-person controller? Yeah, absolutely. The title of the vid, the thumbnail of the vid, that's what we're here for. Absolutely. Potato, you got it. You right on. You right on. That is what we're doing. And now I'm following a tutorial. There's a link in the description to all the tutorials that I'm looking at. And the first one I chose was this one by GWiz. And it's a great tutorial. It's a great tutorial. I was like, it's the bargain you make when you click on the video is that it's first person. But hey, you know what? I understand. I'm here to explain it. That's all right. And so I followed this tutorial. I made a few mistakes in the tutorial. So no shade to GWiz at all there. And so I'm fixing one of those mistakes now. Let me add a mesh instance 3D. Absolutely. And we're going to make it a capsule. And then I'm going to click on mesh, and we're going to do a simplified convex collision. And now it should function a little better. Nice. Nice, no problems. So now we can move left and right relative to the direction the camera's facing. It looks like we don't see ourselves. We do see our own shadow. But yeah, nice, much better. Much better. We still have the issue with the mouse capture not working correctly. But other than that, this is so much better. Dear God. Love it. Looks great. I think it looks great, right? Shouldn't the shadow move if we're moving our entire body when we rotate? I guess not. I guess not. Looks good. No, it looks good. No, I guess the shadow shouldn't move. Cool. Sweet. First person character, done. But so then the thing that the tutorial was trying to teach us as well was how to capture the mouse within the screen. So if I keep looking this way, right, eventually my camera goes on, or my mouse goes off the screen. And what he was trying to set up was a way to keep the mouse captive in the screen. So that way we don't go outside. Unless you press the escape key, then it like pauses the game and you can now take the mouse outside. But I'm not finding it working, and I don't really know why. I don't really know why, because we followed what he did exactly, and at least in the video,
clamp that so we can't look all the way around. So clamp.
You know, unless he edited it, but I don't know why he would.
Mode. Yeah, really in the now down here.
You just have to set the mode to mouse mode captured. Right. So let me show you what the tutorial had us do.
0.5.
So you can tell me what's wrong about it.
Delta. Now, if we press play, you'll see that we can look around. However, our mouse can go outside. To fix that, let's create a reference to a pause action.
Okay, so I did that. And actually, what did I just do? I lost my audio. How did I lose my audio? Oh, I muted my computer. That'll do it. All right, I was like, I can't hear the tutorial.
Pause action.
So let me show you what. Let me just do it from scratch. So he's having us create a pause button here. So let's just redo that.
I'll set it to escape.
Set it to escape. So we're going to create a pause button right here. Pause. Add. Escape. Done.
Let's create a new boolean called
cap
mouse. we'll set that to false. Now down here.
All right, so the variable cat mouse. So this is what he's setting to determine whether or not the pause is currently set. So variable cat mouse false. We've got that in our script as well. He's calling it cat mouse to keep it captured. Yeah. But let me show you because I did it and it's not working. So I don't know. I don't know. So we got that.
Let's set if input dot is action just pressed pause.
Okay, if input dot is action just pressed pause. Okay, so I'm gonna come down here. If input is action just pressed pause, and it's indented once. Ours is indented once. If input is action just press pause, coming from the physics process function, which is also where he put his in that same place. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, because this is the default script, it was already there. So I think we're good here.
Set cat mouse to opposite of cap mouse.
Cat mouse equals opposite of cat mouse. So if that boolean is true, cat mouse equals opposite of cat mouse, so it'll toggle it every time we press it. Okay, I think we got that.
Now here, we'll just check if cat mouse. Then we will input.
So if cat mouse is true.
Dot set mouse mode to input dot mode captured.
Input set mouse mode, input mouse mode captured. Okay, so if cat mouse is true, input set mouse mode, input mouse mode captured. So that's the same, right? We got one more indentation from here. So the mouse start free, and when you press escape, it changes mouse captured. Yeah, to me, it should be the other way around, right? Like, to me, it should be the other way around. But it doesn't actually work, even if I press it. So let me get up my input so you can see. So if I press... Oh, wait, it just worked. What? What? Guys, it wasn't working. Listen to me. I swear to you, it wasn't working. What? No, it wasn't working. Okay, I'm glad it's working, guys. I'm delighted that it's working, okay? I swear to you. Well, now I look like I was lying, but I wasn't. I have no idea why it's working now. I swear I was spamming escape like nobody's business, and it wasn't working. So you're just gonna have to believe me, all right? I don't know, maybe recreating the input action made the difference, because that was pretty much the only thing that changed. That has to be it. I guess I could try to prove that out if I hit undo enough. I don't even know if I can undo that. Let me see. Oh, you guys. Look, I capitalized the P. That was the problem. It was my fault. Gee-whiz, thank you for your help. Gee-whiz, you made a very great tutorial. Look, I did a capital P. But we didn't make it a capital P in the code. That was the problem. That's why it didn't work. Well, you know, at least it gave us a chance to look over it all extra closely. So up here you can see that it's a lowercase p. So that's why recreating it fixed it. Yay, it works! Hooray! Okay, good. Good news. I try my best. Text code, man. Gotta get it just right. Gotta get it just right. All right, cool. Good. So yeah, to me it should be set by default. Right? Like, doesn't that just make more sense? So let's do that. So to me, I would just say this should be true, right? We just set that as true. Then when we start the game, nope. That is not how that worked. Nope, that is not how that worked. Incorrect. Okay, cool. And you press escape again, mouse mode change again. Yeah. You can set it to capture in the ready function. Oh, so that way it does it right at the start. I see. So I would come to the, so we would leave everything as it is. Wouldn't it make more sense to do some other way? Use a Boolean and make change when press escape. The Boolean is the mouse mode. Right. Well, that's the way it already is. It is that way. You're getting lots of things in the debugger tab. What is that? Oh, was that my Control Z stuff? It's probably the control. Oh my God. No, look. There's 2100. I have no idea. Maybe those are old errors. Oh, here we go. Whoa. Oh, it's the movement stuff. So so I updated the movement stuff because by default it's set to UI left, UI right, UI up, and UI down. Look left. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. So this was set up this was from the tutorial. He didn't explain anywhere to define these inputs. He just has this, when you move the mouse. So if we rotate the camera, he's got this variable input get vector, look left, look right. So I don't know, maybe this is something he was setting up to be used like later or something. Look left, look right, look down, look up. I don't remember him giving any reason for doing it other than just do it. So let's see where that came into play. And so that's creating an error because I guess these are not defined to be anything yet.
Get vector.
Oh yeah, I'm still on. I've only been here I haven't even been here for 2 hours yet. Absolutely. Heck yeah. You better believe it. That sucks that the rain messed up your internet. That sucks.
Look.
So yeah, he's not really explaining it.
We'll set that to a float. That will be defaulted at 1.0. Create a variable input, which is going to get our input dot get vector look left.
Well, and he actually,
and we will.
Oh, he just sped through it.
Take our look.
He just sped through it.
Look.
Well, he doesn't have us define this anywhere, but for him, it's actually popping up as references. Whereas for us, you know, if I try to type these in, it doesn't pop up as a reference. So I don't really know where he's got that set up, to be honest. I have no idea. But I don't think I missed anything for joystick support. Oh, interesting. He did have us go into the input manager and add
down. This is because with the
left,
default,
right,
it
up,
only
and
works
down.
with arrow keys. Now back over to our script. Let's delete.
Yeah, that is nice that it's covered. He didn't explain anything about it, but yeah, that's nice. So he actually he kind of cut that out in the video.
And a left, right, up, down. This is because with the default, it only works with arrow keys. Now back over to our script. Let's delete.
He skips it.
Because with the default, it only works with arrow keys.
So he adds A, and then he skips it. Now later, when he goes to add the escape key in there, I don't think they're present, but maybe they are.
Reference?
Yeah, so here he just has the left, right, up, and down. So I don't think he even had that in there yet. So those errors, I mean, they probably don't matter, right? Like, it's okay for those errors to be there. But I guess if we wanted to fix it, we could just add look left, look right, look up, and look down. And then we could define these, you know, joypad buttons. I guess I don't really understand what the point is. What is my food? I am eating multicolored quinoa. Multicolored quinoa with cheese. It's cheesy quinoa is my food. Yeah. It's my breakfast. So I don't really understand why I would do this. But now it probably shouldn't be doing the errors, right? So we can look around and we're not getting any new errors. So there you go. I guess we can make them matter at some point. You know, I guess I could do... It is cool that he did that. I wish he would have explained it. But the tutorial is great. I made a few mistakes along the way, setting it up. So maybe in, joypad axes right here. We could say left stick, so that would be right stick probably. Right stick up, joystick 1 up. Maybe that's what we want. Oh, that's left. So we'd want that for up, not left. So we could do joy. Oh, that's not what we want to do here. Joy left. Okay, that search did not help me there. That search did not help me there at all. Joypad axes. Left, right stick, left. Joystick 1 left. There we go. Look right. That's kind of cool. Would have been nice if that was in the tutorial. Just, I mean, just, you know, I appreciate that. It's helpful to have that in there. Right. Thank you. I'm so glad you identified that. We want to say right stick to the right. This is kind of tricky. Oh, we're not in axes. I see. Joypad axes. Right stick right. Joystick 1 right. Look up. Joypad axes. Right stick up. Joystick 1 up. And look down. Joypad axes. I wish I gotta get a. Actually, I might have one, but I should start testing it with a controller. That'd be awesome. Be a good idea. Right stick down, joystick 1 down. Okay, there we go. All right. Well, now that's set up, evidently, possibly. Cool, and no errors. Now we're not starting out with it captured, so we still want to get that in there so the mouse doesn't move around, right? It can storm bad and not much happens, but when it barely rains, we lose power often and internet follows. I bet your ISP could explain to you why that happens. That sounds like something where they'd be like, oh yeah, that's because of this and this. So what was the example? Someone said something about putting it in on ready. You can set it to captured in the ready function of the main scene. All right, let's do it. Of the main scene. Of the main scene. So not this. It's like up here in this node. Just add like a fresh script. Why do it there instead of the player? I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. And then I gotta learn how to do this. So we come to the player. Input set mouse mode captured. So I'm gonna copy that. Come back to the main script. Paste it in. Nice. Hell yeah, that worked. Let's go. Okay, but oh no, it works. No, it works. Cool. Right, but then since it starts out as false, so then I do want it to start out as true. So we want to say cat mouse is true at the beginning. So then when we come hit play and we press escape once, now it's free. Nice. I mean, I kind of almost, if it's pausing the game, you know, I'd want it to do more than that. You know, like stop the looking happening entirely, but nice. Great. We got it. That's it. Now, a part of me is still trying to kind of understand it. Sherman says, in my browser tab, on one tab, there's a little sound button. If I'm quiet, the button goes away. But when I speak, it comes back on. What? That's kind of cool. I know that that happens. So like here.
Pause action.
Right? There's the little browser
Also
tab.
to escape. Now, let's create a new.
But it's not happening here.
Cat
when he's
mouse.
quiet.
Also,
it's kind of crazy. So here's what I want to do. I mean, we did it. We got it. We did it. We did the title of the video. We did it. It's done. First person character, or at least the title of it now. After we're done, the title might change, but probably not. Oh, we have a few debugger errors. Error calling from signal input event. Static body 3D. Friend script on input event method not found. What you talk about? What you talk about? Emits signal peak. Error calling from signal input event to callable. Static body 3D friend.gd on input event. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Something with the static body script on input event. I have no idea what that means. Just keeping it real. But, okay, noted. Noted. The parameter delta is never used in the function process. This is inherited. Yeah, okay, I don't think that is important. So anyway, so I typed up what the tutorial told me to do. But do I really understand it? Absolutely not. So we have look direction. I think the capsule is ghosting the main character. The capsule is ghosting the main character? Oh, I will say, I mean, we are invisible, for whatever that's worth. What does ghosting mean in this context? I did have to, oh, it's a joke. Okay. Whoop! I did have to replace it. So I did get rid of the initial mesh and collision and replaced it. Like maybe that has something to do with it. But, okay, so we have look direction plus equals input. Like, I don't even understand what this means. So the look direction equals added input. So it adds, so the input is being added to the look direction. And the look direction is a variable, a vector2 variable. Okay. So that's saying there's two vectors. There's x and there's y, right? You're the Joker? Okay. I think everybody can be a Joker. It's quite all right. The society. So that's XY. So it's adding the input, the variable input, right? So this joypad stuff, which isn't currently there. And that's the only place that exists. So we're creating this variable down here for the joypad. And it's adding the joypad input to the look direction, which is a vector we're defining up here. Okay. There's also this, if event is input event mouse motion. So if it sees a mouse, then the look direction is equal to event.relative times 0.01. Like, why have I typed this? Why did I type this? Event.relative. I'm gonna look at the documentation, I guess. Relative vector 2, the mouse position relative to the previous position at the last frame. Okay. Okay, cool. Since input event mouse motion is only emitted when the mouse moves, the last event won't have a relative position of vector 2 when the user stops moving the mouse. Okay. The mouse position relative to the previous position. Okay. So what is this event dot? I don't really understand what that is. I mean, we have, oh, that's this. So function input. So instead of delta, so why is this, so what, you can just define something in here and then refer to it later, I guess, is what's happening? Because then that also happens down here in the function rotate camera that he had us set up. Delta float, sensitivity mod. So here he created this sensitivity mod, or he had us create this. And this changes the sensitivity a bit. And then we reference it later down here, where we're multiplying the look direction on the x-axis by it and the delta time. So this is saying the look direction is equal to the input event dot relative. I don't really, I guess the relative is inheriting the event information, and then it's, which is from the mouse. So the input, the mouse motion, it's inheriting the relative position of that motion, and it's multiplying it by 0.01. And then that's what the look direction variable is being set to, and that's a vector 2. Because the mouse is X or Y, and the look direction is a vector 2 variable. So if the event, so if the mouse motion is happening, then set the look direction to the relative position of the mouse times 0.01. For some reason, times 0.01. I mean, what if I say, what if, just to like understand what this is doing, what if I say times 10? 0.01. That's gotta be weird, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's super weird. Okay, cool. So it looks like this is a speed thing. So let's just make it 1. Kind of. I don't know if it is just speed. It looks like it's jumping. So it's like it's taking the direction that we're moving it, and it's making it like the gaps between each step of movement is now bigger by that amount. Relative is a property of the event type. Input event mouse motion. Oh no. Oh no, that isn't true? Or oh no, that's gonna make a weird thing happen. Good, because that's my plan. Because, you know, this is text code is something I don't know very well. And I really want to know it well, and GDscript especially. And, you know, following tutorials where they just tell me, type this, type that. Like, that's great, and I'm glad we have it. But, you know, I'm not on a, you know, a timeline here where I have to finish this game and I have to keep moving. I'm here to learn. And so I'm gonna experiment. I'm gonna put in stuff. I'm gonna push the boundaries of what it's supposed to do so I can try to understand it. What if I say, I mean, this is ridiculous, but what if I say negative? You knew it was gonna happen. I see. When I did 10, I got you. I mean, wow. So you knew. That's cool. I want to know. I want to be that. That's cool. All right. Nice. So it's quite knowable. It's in pixel. Oh, that's pixels. I see. So moving for about 6 pixels means a full rotation. So it was good. Oh, wow. Okay. Your oh no makes a lot more sense now. So it was not only making the movements be a certain gap, but it was exceeding the gap to the point where it was like, I don't know, like doubling around and stuff. What's up, Cookin'? Is this for your player movement and rotation? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's exactly what it is. I got it all from a tutorial, and I am now trying to I am now trying to just understand what it all does. So that way I walk away learning some things. Whoa! Look at all that. Dang. What? That doesn't even seem relevant. Oh, it's hover. I see, because I hovered this. I thought that was coming from here. I was like, wow. But this, no, it's this. Okay. So like negative. What if I make it negative? What chaos is going to occur? Something. What if I make it negative, but I don't, but we do 0. So it's negative 0.01. Will just be opposite. It is! Cool. So now when I'm moving my mouse, it's going the opposite of where I'm moving it, up and down and left and right. So it's inverting the axes basically, which is interesting because if I wanted to add an inverted axis, right? I mean, now we have left and right tied to up and down. So if I wanted to say invert Y, I would have to code this a little differently. So that way it only inverts the Y and not both. Very interesting. You know, or there's just some other way entirely to do it. Cool. So then if I were to make this like 0.05, it'll just like jump ahead a little faster. And so it's like jumpier. What if I say 0.001? Will it move just like more very, very slowly? Ooh, I kind of like that. I don't like it that slow, but that's kind of nice. So we could say like 0.005 or something. Maybe a little more than that. It's kind of nice. Just feels a little less jumpy and twitchy. I'm going to say 7.5. It's a little, that's, I almost kind of like a little less twitchy. I'm going to do 6. This is kind of interesting. Yeah, I like it. I don't know, it just feels more natural somehow. Cool. Godot is currently my main engine, Psycho says. It used to be Unity around 2 years ago. Why'd you switch? That's cool. If you hover over it, you can see what it does with the references. If I hover over... You mean if I... I don't know what you mean. Do you mean the stuff on the side, or do you mean... Or do you mean the code? To drive aircrafts? Oh, the Y, invert the Y. Well, mostly just because, you know, it's a feature that some people like. Like for some people, it's an accessibility feature where, you know, because maybe they are just used to that aircraft style, right? People just prefer to do the inverted Y. Even though, yeah, like logically, for me, if I'm not driving an aircraft, I don't really care about inverting the Y-axis. But I have met some very vociferous individuals, some people who vociferously support adding the invert Y, whether or not it's an airplane. So it's just something I think about. Stormrun says, I gotta go pick up a fridge for a rent house we manage. Wow, okay, interesting. I'm gonna leave you on for my cats and should be back shortly. Good luck, looking good. Thanks, Stormrun. Yeah, all right. Hi, cats. Hello, cats. Isn't there a camera sensitivity variable to manage the movement speed? Yes, there is. So yeah, so then Albeska, I would wonder then, what's the advantage of doing it here versus there? It's me. Hi, I'm the invert Y guy. Okay. No, and I understand. Like honestly, it doesn't bother me that there are the invert Y guys out there. I totally get it. Do 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 do. All right, what's up, y'all? We back. Yes, a little stream bump. My ISP assures me they are just updating their network services, so sometimes the stream cuts out, but we're still here. That's the do 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 is the network reconnecting sound. Welcome back. You were wondering the same thing about the sensitivity mod? Yeah, right? Like, what's going on with that? I mean, and not to discredit the tutorial at all, but the tutorial didn't really explain that that's what this was. I guess it is kind of easy to figure out, but I missed it. So we have event relative times 0.01. We leave that alone. Let's leave that the way he told us to put it. And then if we change the sensitivity mod, so let's make this 0.5 instead of 1, right? Okay, that doesn't feel much slower. Let me bring that down to 0.1. See if that feels slower. Yeah, a little bit. It's kind of subtle. Let's do 0.01. I don't know. I don't think that's doing much. 0.0001, super slow. I gotta be honest, it doesn't feel slow. Oh, wait, that's the up and down. Ooh, so the left, that doesn't do the left and right. That just does the up and down. So my up and down is way too sensitive, or too unsensitive now. It's very unsensitive. Okay, now we can move up and down. So that only changes the sensitivity on the looking up and down, but not the left and right. Which is kind of interesting. So I mean, then I wonder, like, is this only affecting left and right? I don't think so. It's kind of weird. Now, well, I guess if we look over here, we have rotation Y. Yeah, I was just about that. That was my next thought too. So here's where it's declared, is right down here. Rotation Y is equal to look direction X times camera sensitivity times delta. So it's subtracting that from the rotation Y. So that's only on the Y that the camera sensitivity is important. On the camera rotation X, which is when we're looking left and right, it's clamping the camera rotation on X, which makes sense, I guess, so you can't look around too far. And it's subtracting that from the look direction Y times camera sensitivity. No, it's there too. Times sensitivity mod times delta, and then this vector, which, to be honest, so this is getting further into stuff I don't know what it is, and I'm going to poke around until I understand it. So it is interesting because the camera sensitivity mod is being declared or referenced here, but it doesn't seem to be doing much. Because I mean, I can nerf this down to basically 0. I mean, let's just make it 0. And so now I can't move up and down at all, but I can look left and right with absolutely no problem whatsoever. So I would say that sensitivity mod is doing basically nothing over here in this formula. The rotation in the x-axis is up and down. The rotation on the y is left and right. Well, thank you. I don't know if you heard me. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on. Wait. Okay, so can we just I'm just like trying to understand here. Y is up in Godot. X is left and right. But what you're saying is that the way it's set up right now is that it's the opposite, right? Some other software uses Z up, right? Like Unreal has Z be up and down. So you're not saying that it's supposed to be the other way around. You're saying that it is incorrectly the other way around. The X is not the direction of the movement, left and right, but the direction of the pivot axis. Oh. Right, so if you're pivoting, if you're on the y-axis, and you're rotating around the y-axis, that's what you're saying. So that's left and right, because we're going around the y-axis. And then it's up or down, because we're going around the x-axis. I see. Gotcha. I like, that makes sense, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so then here it is working correctly. So the look direction X. So this is the rotation around the y-axis. And it's for the look direction X. So that's what this is. So this is the one. I kind of want to comment it. I'm not going to lie. Like, I kind of want to just comment it. Just to, like, have it be more learnable for myself. So I'm going to say this is left, right looking. And this is up, down looking. And so with that in mind, if the up and down is the only thing that's actually being affected here we have look direction on the y-axis. That's the only thing that's actually being affected. So when we change the sensitivity mod, then this is the more effective implementation of it. Oh, because this doesn't have the mod. Oh, I see now. Right, and it's not the more effective. It's the only one that has it. It's not actually here on IC. It's not even on this one at all. So it would probably make more sense to say that this is, if we say instead of sensitivity mod, we say like sensitivity, I mean, I guess I could say Y. I mean, I don't really know how to say it. Like, I want to say Y. I want to say that that's the Y axis since we're moving up and down. I guess I could say UD, sensitivity UD mod. And then we could do that here as well. And then we could make a modifier for the other one. Nope. Okay. Up, down, mod. Hey, what's up, Butter Shorts? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. And then we could create like another one, right? Do like a comma, sensitivity, left, right mod. Float equals 1.0. And then I guess we just toss it in here. Just toss it in. Times camera. I feel like that seems like a bad idea somehow. Sensitive, because I don't really understand what I'm doing, but I'll do it. So then that should be fine. And then if we play this, it should be the same because it's just 1. So it's not like the number is going to change. But then if we come to the float or the float sensitivity up down and we make this -1, will that change the direction for up and down? It does. Nice. Oh, that inverts the axis. So then somewhere we could set up settings at some future time if we wanted that could only target the up and down versus the left and right. Nice. Thank you guys. Nice. I love it. I love it. Cool. So then if I wanted to adjust the sensitivity overall, I could just say this is 0.5. This is 0.5. And now it'll be a little softer in every direction. Up and down is definitely the least useful in this game, but not necessarily. That feels nice. All right, sweet. Let's go. All right, cool. Thank you. I'm going to bump it up just a little bit. Just so it's not like tedious to look around. No, it's too jumpy. That's too jumpy. Don't want it so jumpy. Okay. Nice. Cool. Dope. Let's save it. Let's hit that save. And then some other things to figure out. So now that all makes a lot more sense. And then I'm even going to comment this as well. And I'm going to say this is joypad input here. Look direction plus equals input. So that should be fine. Cool. And then up here, this is just, so this is for mouse input, right? I guess I'll say looking, just to like clarify that that's what this is. All right. I don't really know what this is doing. Like, I guess this is its own thing. Look direction equals vector, and then just a constant 0. I don't really have any idea what this is doing here. 0 a vector with all components set to 0. So we're zeroing the vector for some reason. Just 0 the look direction. Okay. Why? Like, what happens if I take it out? Let's just take it out and see what happens. Oh! So now I'm not touching it, and we're just floating all over the place. So that, but we can still look around and still use it, but now it doesn't have a default place. It's actually continuing whichever direction I was in before, and it just like keeps going. So the zeroing is keeping it aligned. That's very interesting. So like if I don't put in any input and I just keep my hands off, nothing happens, right? But if I just move, let's say up, I'm just gonna move my mouse up a little bit. Now we're just like infinitely looking up. If I move to the left, now we're just infinitely moving to the left. So by zeroing it as a constant, that means it's going to default to 0. So I'm going to say this is default look position. I'm just trying to learn. Just trying to learn. Cool. And so, for example, we could get rid of this whole joypad section. Just get rid of it, and nothing would change. Absolutely nothing would change. Everything would be the same, because that's just for joypad. Like, I could try to plug in a joystick if I have one around. I don't have a good one here. But do I actually have a way to plug it in? Maybe. It would be kind of nice to test it. It would be kind of nice. I just gotta find a micro USB cable. I don't have a lot of those. Oh yeah, actually I do. Okay, here we go. But I might have to like set it up and stuff. You know, I don't know if I need like an external program to make that setup, you know, like, is it just gonna work? Is it just gonna work? Probably not. Probably not. Oh shoot, it does! Oh shoot. Wait, but it doesn't work well. Wow, it does work, actually. I'm using this controller I just picked up off the ground. That's pretty sweet. It doesn't work well though. Everything's inverted for one. It works terribly. I'm not, so the y-axis is inverted. If I move ever so gingerly, just like a little tap, then it moves around. Wow, that's pretty cool. That just works though. So yeah, this is the mouse now. Neat. And then if I were to get rid of all that, of course, then it wouldn't work at all. Nice. Interesting. I wonder why it behaves so different. Look direction equals input added. What if I just say it just is that? Then it's nothing. I mean, I'm just thinking about why is it so overly sensitive, you know? That's a little better, actually. It's not great, but at least it's not jumping around the same. The inverse is still not good. So I would say this needs work to be joypad correct, but it's not bad. It's not bad. And if I do the plus, it's actually not that much different, if I'm being honest. All right, so I'm gonna say this is joypad input looking is overly sensitive. I'm gonna say seems overly sensitive because maybe it's just the joypad that I'm using. Seems overly sensitive and Y is inverted by default. Maybe I might have set it up wrong too. Look up. No, I said right stick up, so that should be fine. You can multiply the input for 0.1 or something, like you do for the mouse motion. Oh, interesting. Right, and then if we make it like this, is there like a name for these? So like here, this sensitivity up-down mod, right? Like, what is this? Like, I wouldn't call this a variable, right? This is like, or is it a variable? It's like a function thing. I don't know. Declaration. I don't really understand what it is. But in theory, right, we could have like an options menu where someone could adjust the sensitivity if they wanted. And because we have these here, we can reference those in our option menu later. Should be a function parameter. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, cool. Function parameter. Gotcha. I'd almost think a variable would be easier to reference in like an options menu or something, because then it's like, where would the options menu go? Would that be its own script on a different node? Probably. Okay, so let's do that. Let's make it multiplied. So I could just do it right in here, right? So equals input times 0.01, if that's allowed. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's so much better. Yes. Sweet. Okay, starting to learn. Thank you so much for your help. Starting to learn a little bit about how to solve problems with text code. I love that. Now the y-axis is still inverted. So I guess I would want to say here we just have input, right? So we could I'm just guessing here. I'm just guessing around here. So if I said x input or input x, and then we say input x here, and then if I copy this line of code, right, get a different one, we take out the look down and up away from this one, take the left and right out of this one, and then rename this to y. Oh, didn't like that. Too few arguments for get vector call. Oh. Oh. So I'd have to find a different way to set it up and reference it if I wanted this to work. Hey, what's up, Thoughty? Welcome. By the way, I want to say, I saw that you left comments on one of the other videos. I'm sorry that they didn't come through. I didn't actually see the comments, but I do know that they were getting removed for some reason. But welcome. Good to see you. Sorry about that with the comments. I don't know what that's about. Welcome. So weird. Okay, so I guess what we would want to do is something entirely different. I'm not going to worry about this because, you know, it's not... I mean, I do want the game to be able to be played with a joypad, but this is clearly a problem that I need to solve completely differently. I mean, why couldn't I just... I guess what I keep thinking is, like, why couldn't I just do the same thing that we're doing for the mouse, right? So take, like, this mouse input here, if event is input mouse motion, look direction event relative, I guess I'm a little confused. This is left right looking. I guess I'm a little confused. Why? A couple things. Number one, why is it inverting the axis, right? You can do something like input y equals negative input y to invert it. Right. But it was giving me this error. So if I set all this up kind of the way that I want to, oh, I can't now because I deleted it. It was saying that the input get vector needed to have more things in it. So I would need to change this, I guess, to vector2. Is that right? Like if I just say vector2. So this has too many, right? No, that has to be numbers. You read it like you do now and then modify in the next line. What? Because the way that he had us set this up, it's using this. Let me look at this get vector. Get vector gets an input vector by specifying 4 actions for the positive and negative x and y axes. This method is useful when getting vector input, such as from a joystick, D-pad, arrows, or WASD. The vector has its length limited to 1 and has a circular dead zone. Oh, interesting. Which is useful for vector input as movement. By default, the dead zone is automatically calculated. Okay, so this needs 4 actions for the positive and negative x and y values. So what if I wanted it to just be x or y, right? Negative x string name, positive x string name, negative y string name, positive y string name, dead zone float. So I guess you wouldn't really separate it. There has to be some way to separate it out. I find that a little confusing, but what is the project about? So the project is about making friends and how that can be scary. So simply put, you will be in a room and you will be tasked with making friends. These will be the friends. They will not look like cylinders, but for now they are placeholder. And I want it to be maybe like a party. That's why it's kind of dark in here. I do want to change everything to look different at some point. And so then the idea is that you can talk to people. So if you go up to them, you can talk to people, and then you can have different dialogue options about what you want to say. I do want to say there are some problems. Now I'm seeing some problems with this first-person character with the game we had, as we had it set up. Do you guys see the problems? So here, so now that we're using the mouse, right, for movement, I can't actually click on anything unless I do our escape mouse captured thing. Right, now I can click on it. But it's also still moving us around. So I guess I'd want to say that the mouse input needs to go away once you have a dialog box open, is kind of what we want. And then I am going to need the mouse to be available to click on stuff. We could just say when you're in proximity, right? You press a button. That's probably what we should do, is have it so when you're in proximity, you press a button and then the conversation starts. That makes more sense, for sure. It means a lot of the stuff we set up with the hovering isn't going to be necessary, but it was a good learning experience, so that's fine. So that's probably something we should set up actually today, is getting it so you can actually talk to people. I'm not sure I totally understand how to do the joystick thing yet, but we can fix that another day. So I'm going to say, yeah, I'm just going to leave this comment here, and then we can always change this someday to be something else. So we fixed the overly sensitive, but y is inverted by default. Fix So someday we can update that and make that work differently. All right, cool. So let's do that next step. Let's get proximity dialogue. So that way we don't need the mouse. And then, in terms of we could maybe say the mouse appears. We turn off looking, the mouse appears, or it's not captured anymore. And then you can choose these options here. So wow, we got our tasks. Wow. All right. So I'm going to actually fill out my task list because this is kind of extra stuff. I do have a task list. I don't know if I actually have used it for these Godot streams yet, but I do technically have it. So the main task that we want to get set up is first person character. And now we have sort of a new aspect of that, which is proximity talking action, proximity talking action, and then finally I also want to say that mouse, I don't know why that isn't appearing, but it isn't. That's strange. I think I remember this happening before. Where my last, it looks like it's, actually I don't really understand. Where is it? Oh, it's up here. There it is. What are you doing up there? Get down here. Get on down here. All right, there we go. Mouse appears in dialogue. Let's say mouse in dialogue looking turned off. It's too long. Mouse in dialogue, no more looking. We'll just say that. All right, so we're working on a first-person character. We've got a little bit set up now. We want to get proximity talking action, so we can press the E key when we get close. And then when the dialogue pops up, we want there to be a mouse that you can use, and we don't want the looking control to be available. So that's kind of was stuff we want to work on. I thought I'd check in a bit. Thank you for doing that. If you have an input vector, vector2, you can break it in the code with your input vector name X or Y, and you can multiply it with negative. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Why couldn't the documentation tell me that? Maybe it did, but like I missed it. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Okay, let's do it then. Let's do that then. I would love to have my joypad the way I want it. But I will tell you the solution if you want to figure it out yourself. I do want to figure it out. Thank you, Thoughty. No, you have guided me well. Good afternoon, Ash Kettle. Welcome. Yes, so yeah, I'm setting up first-person character stuff. We have it, but it's brought up some things that I want to add. Also, this tutorial that I follow by GWiz, great tutorial, excellent tutorial, really gets to the point and tells you how to do it. Whoa. Dude, look, my cursor is still locked in. Whoa. It's still captured in the box. That's wild. Even though I like alt-tabbed away. That's crazy. Okay, anyway, let's press escape. Now you can move it. Awesome tutorial by GWiz. You can find a link to all the tutorials that I might use in this video in the description box, although I'm probably just going to use this one. It was really helpful. There's some things I don't quite understand about it, and so I've been like poking around to try to just understand what it is I've coded. But yeah, so this is, it works well. I'm moving around. we can look around. Thanks to some people in chat, I solved some issues that came up as well that I introduced myself. um, and it also works with a joypad, amazingly. So that was one cool thing about the tutorial, is now we can look around using a joystick. But it doesn't quite work the way I want it to. So the y-axis moves inverted. The x-axis is fine. And there is no way to set sensitivity for the joystick, which I think I'd like to do. So I'm going to explore that and play around with that. And then beyond that, I'm still kind of curious a little bit about the code. So for example, here, for the up-down looking, which I've commented this in here just to help me learn it a little better. For the up-down looking, I kind of understand what these things are saying, mostly. And then there's, at the end, this vector. I don't really know why that's there. Negative 1.5, 1.5. So a couple different ways I could learn what that does. I think the documentation is a good start. So camera rotation X. Is this a clamp thing? Oh, that's the clamp. Oh, I think I get it. Min max. I see. I think that's what that is. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Clamps the value returning a variant no less than minimum and no more than max. That must be what that is. Any values that can be compared with the less than and greater than operators will work. Okay, I see. So it's... I guess I'm a little surprised. So clamp the value. So this is the values. The most of that script in here. Camera rotation X minus look direction Y times camera sensitivity times sensitivity up down mod times delta. All of that is the value of the clamp, or the value that the clamp is going to be clamping. And then at the end is the minimum to clamp it and the maximum. So if I were to make this something, let's say negative 0.1 and 0.1, we should have a very small range of movement on the up-down axis, right? Yeah. So now I can only, yes, look up and down a little bit. Gotcha. Okay, understood. Understood. I gotta say, I don't feel good about the UD. I'm gonna say sensitivity Y. I can't with the UD. I mean, I feel like we can call it Y, right? Like we can call it Y. Because we're looking on the y-axis, even if we're rotating around the x-axis. So I'm just going to do that just because it's just kind of bothering me. So I'm going to say this is sensitivity x mod, and then we'll update that here as well. All right, I guess I understand all of this now. I think I actually understand most of this. I think I wouldn't realize to put a lot of these together yet, but I get what the individual components mean. Thank you, everybody, for helping me do that. I completely fell down the rabbit hole with Rust and Bevy doing that silly test. I truly am an idiot. What test? Oh, wait, I forgot. What is Bevy? I barely understand what Rust is. I know it's a language. Well, I hope you had fun. I hope it was worth it, despite the rabbit holery of it all. Okay, so let's do the joypad thing, because that is kind of fun and interesting. So I'm going to say we do get vector dot x. I love it. And then we can get rid of these. Okay, will that work, though? Can I find property x on base callable? Wait, is that correct? Did that right? Your internet's back? Okay, that's good. Let me make sure I did that correctly. Have I made games? Have I made games? Yes, I've made games. I have... It depends on your definition of games. But yes, I would say I've made games to generally answer that question. Yeah. I can be more specific. In terms of like games that you can download or play in a browser, less so. I've made games on platforms that lock you into that platform, so that feels a little bit less like games. And then I've made some game jam games that I have published on itch.io, but they're terrible. They're just terrible, terrible games. I don't recommend them at all, but I have made those. So in that sense, yes, but I wouldn't say I've made a game that, like, you know, I would promote and say, hey, I'm Lee's, this is my game, you know? I'm learning at this point for the most part. So hopefully that answers that question, kind of like Roblox, but worse. And by worse, I mean I didn't get any money. Well, that's not true. So there's HypeHype, right? HypeHype is an app for your phone that lets you make games, and I actually did get paid to make the games on HypeHype, but that was because I won game jams that those games were for. And they're actually pretty good games, but you do have to play them on that app. And so it's just kind of iffy whether it like counts as a real game. Hype blocks, yeah. And then there's Dreams, which is another locked-in platform on the PlayStation, and I've made some games on there. But that's even worse than HypeHype because they didn't pay me anything, and you know, it's a very hard to access platform because you have to have a PlayStation and you have to get this game. So, you know, for the most part, again, on my itch page, like, technically, yeah, there's games there. There's games there, but they're terrible. This is my best one. I made it last week. I'm going to make another one this weekend. So you can, tomorrow, I'm going to make another game. Got to do a 1-hour game jam every weekend. And, this is the game I came up with. Oh God, your poor ears! Your poor ears. Forgive me for hurting your ears. I experimented with some of the sounds that were possible to add in the game, and let's just say, they're very loud, and I regret it. There's even a warning. Okay. But I made this in 1 hour last week. Oh God, can I even do it? I realized it's actually kind of difficult unless you do it just right. You remember this game? Yeah. So sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I need to upload the soundless version. So I don't totally recommend you go play this for several reasons. There we go. Done! You win! Psytrance. That's the best possible interpretation of those sounds. Do you plan on making a game and releasing it on a platform like Steam? Yes, 100%. I do not plan to be working on said game anytime soon. Although, this game that I'm currently working on is I do really, really like the idea, and I think there is a good chance that I try to make it into a game someday that I could release. I don't think I would do it on Steam, though. I would do it on... Oh, we gotta do one more redo. There we go. I would release it on a platform like Itch. I don't think I would put this on Steam. Maybe. Who knows? Depending on how well it turns out. I might put it on Steam, but probably not. So this game idea is supposed to be about talking to people and making friends. And I think it's actually going to be a pretty good game. So, like, we'll see. But in terms of, like, planning to release a game on Steam, I do have a couple game ideas that I want to do that with. But first, I want to try all kinds of different engines. On Monday, I do a different engine. On Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, I do different game engines every day. And I'm trying to kind of find where I want to make such a game, and once it's probably going to be Godot. When I kind of figure that out and get that settled in, then we'll look into releasing such a game. Thanks for asking. Sorry for the long-winded answer. Your music be like... All right, let's keep going. So in terms of setting up this joypad thing, I am hitting a bit of an issue, and so maybe I'll just keep moving and not worry about it right now. If you have an input vector, vector2, you can break it in the code with your input vector name, X or Y. And so I feel like I just have to like this is like a whole other thing. I don't even know how to correctly word this, you know? So we're just gonna not do this right now. We'll do this another time. I'm curious to do it, but I'm seeing get vector is good. Okay, well then look at the error. right? So when I do that, it says cannot find property X on base callable. So like that's why I'm feeling like this is a problem. Vector 2 has X and Y parameter. Okay. What you got is input. Right. But we do want to actually check the input. Right? I want to check the input of look left, for look right. I guess I could set it up. I guess I could say, but this also has the dead zone. So I don't know. I feel like this is more complicated for us to work on because this input get vector will add in a dead zone, which is good for like, joysticks and stuff. So I'm kind of thinking maybe I just worry about this another time. Because really what I want to do is I want to separate. Maybe what you're saying, Fati, is that I leave this alone. And I say, maybe that's what you're saying. And I do like, I don't even know. I wouldn't even know how to reference it. Like, get vector X or something. I just don't even know. I just wouldn't even know. Get vector needs 4 parameters. That is good. Right. It's a little over my head, but I feel like we could do it someday. I don't know if today's that day. We got to do this. Let me do this. I'm going to do this today. We're going to put that in the things to do later. So let me actually open up my notes for the game. This is a different game. This is our Godot. You are a friend. Dialogue visible equals no friend clicking. Right. That shouldn't be a problem, really, if we're going to do proximity stuff. Use menu items input in the code. Let's also say joypad X versus Y for sensitivity / invert options. So we can at least have that as something to do later. After you need multiply the input, you need to multiply the input parameter. So input Y, right. Oh, you mean here? You mean right here? Just like that? Is that it? Is that all I have to do? And then what, could I just do like a comma here? Input X. Probably not. In a new line. Interesting. So I do the same thing before look direction. Before look direction. Oh, shoot. Like, I'm interested. I guess I do want you to give me the answer. Or I'll just do it later. But if you give me the answer now, I'll do it now. In another line, input Y multiply equals -1. And you're saying then it's just going to be inverted? Let's try it. Dude, what if that just works? It does! What? How are you so smart? What? Dude, that totally works. Up is up, down is down. What the what? Oh, shoot. Bro, that was so easy. I would not. Wow, I would not have known to even figure that out. Check vector 2 in documentation. That has 2 float parameters. X, Y. Check vector 2. Float X, float Y. Property descriptions. I see it, but like, it's like just because I see it in the documentation, it's like, it doesn't like register with me how I can use it. Like, I'm still learning how I could even use it, you know? Like now that you say that, okay, cool. But how do I know, other than just hearing you say it or practice, how do I know that I can just input this underneath here? but above this. Like, I just wouldn't have, like, I have to put that above that. So if I put it underneath, it won't work. Like, again, remember, I am the noobliest of noobs when it comes to text code. So, like, wow, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Up is down, down is up. Wow. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'm still learning these things, you know, like why? Because then I see this information and it's like, okay, well, okay, so why not indent it, right? Why does it have to be on the same line? Why is indenting it cause chaos? And like, why wouldn't I put that on here somewhere? I don't know. Like, why not? I just don't know. But oh, that's okay. Yeah, oh my God. When I'm saying why, I'm not literally asking you to answer it either, if you don't want to. It's more just like, these are the things that confuse me. Nice. Oh yeah, it is nice. It's super nice. Yeah, I don't expect you to answer it. Thank you though for being willing to, but no, it's okay. Wow. Well, that's fixed. Okay. So then I guess I'll just say, if we want to do sensitivity stuff, right, we would want to add in, I guess we'd want to say input y equals -1, but we also want to say times, use chat papu? What is that? Is that like a translator thing? Chat GPT? Okay. That's true. Yeah, I probably should use ChatGPT more. That's something I should do more. You know what? That's a good point. I really should use that more, especially when I have such questions. So, can I say like times sensitivity y mod? Nope. Not declared in the current scope. Oh, because that is... Oh, for translating, I see. Because that is... I mean, it looks like it's right in here. It looks like it's in the scope to me. If it's right here, right? Function, and this is indented into that function. So, like, why wouldn't that be in there? I mistyped it? Oh, I did! Thank you, Lord Overflow. I'm like, see, it doesn't work. Of course it doesn't work. I typed it wrong. Thanks, Lord Overflow. Welcome. Good to see you. Okay, cool. Okay, let's try it. Let's see if it moves more slowly on the y-axis. I think it does. I actually can't really tell. Let me just make it something really obvious. I'm going to do 0.1, so it's really slow. Wow! It works! Oh, shoot. You guys are geniuses. Corrected my spelling mistakes and stuff. And then we could do input x times equals sensitivity x mod. And then we could do stuff. This is cool. I'm really glad that you guys helped me figure this out, because I'm starting to learn more the tools that I can use if I need to solve a problem. So I'd almost want to say, we could do an invert parameter, right? I would want this, honestly, I'd want this to be like a variable or something. But we could also say y direction, right? Y direction. And I guess I could do like int equals 1 or -1. I mean, I guess it would be different depending on stuff. I guess it'd be different. We'd need a separate one for joypad and a separate... I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm not going to worry about that, and I don't feel like it. But in theory, we could do that. Is sensitivity applying delta already, or do you need to apply it? Oh, to be tied to frame rate, to not be tied to frame rate. That's a good question. So I guess we do need to say as well delta. I don't really know, if I'm being honest with you. So I think what you're saying is I should add delta onto here, so that way it's tied to frame rate. Oh, geez. What the flip? Let me take that off and see if that was... It's already applying. Oh, okay. Okay. I believe you. I mean, we did say so down here. We're saying we're multiplying it by delta down here in the clamp for the mouse or the... Oh, you're right. That's where it's applying it. I see. This isn't just for the mouse. This is for both the joypad and the mouse. Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, and then the sensitivity mod should already be applying as well in that case. Gotcha. So I don't need to actually do that at all because that's already going to be there. Gotcha. It's just a little confusing to me because I'm used to visual scripting where I can see it all at once better. But here, you know, it's like cut off and I'm just whatever. Sometimes it's cut off in visual scripting. So if I make the sensitivity Y mod 0.1, it's still going to apply. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Thank you guys. Thank you for bearing with me. And this is it. This is what it's like to learn when you don't know. I do like you using type hints there. I am? Yeah, totally. That's me using type hints. That's where you applied it. I see you have type sensitivity in 3 ways on those variable names. Type sensitivity in 3 ways on those variable names. What you mean? This was my in-office day, so being home and in a bit of pain, you're hella on edibles. Okay, enjoy, you deserve it. You may make 0 cents. That's all right. Well, we do have this working. I guess before I get into our next phase, let's get movement working. Because I want to do the whole joypad. I want to play on a joypad. Why not? Sensitivity. I do? I have 3 sensitivities? Where? I mean, there's the sensitivity Y mod. So the sensitivity only applying on the Y-axis. And there's the sensitivity only applying on the X-axis. All are typed a different way. Oh, I mean, I've definitely made spelling mistakes. Did I make another spelling mistake? I did! Oh, thank you! Oh, I see what you're saying. Oops. I guess I should have just made SENS, huh? You know why? It's because it auto-completed it for me, so I didn't need to worry about the misspelling. Gotcha. Camera sensitivity. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys are the best. All right, I did spell them wrong. You have an extension in NVIM and verse code to check spelling. Well, clearly I need that. Camera sensitivity. Thank you. Wow, the autocomplete doing me dirty here. Sensitivity. Camera dude, that's a hard word to spell. Not because it's like hard to spell, sensitivity, but because it's confusing to spell. Wait, how is this different? Camera. These are the same, right? Oh, there's another place. I see. Gotcha. I thought that's what that was, but I'm wrong. Oh, it's up here. Thank you. Sensitivity. Now, in the tutorial, to be clear, the tutorial told us to just make it sense. And that's what the tutorial said. And I was like, I want to be more clear. I'm putting activity. And you see what that has done for me. Thank you, guys. You guys are the best. All right, let's add in some movement in there. I'm going to go to the project settings, input map. Now, we don't have like dead zone stuff set up for this movement. Actually, we might. Actually, I think we do. Actually, we do. Look, input, get vector, left, right, forward, backward. Actually, we totally do. Nice. So I'm going to set this up so I can totally use the joypad because it's awesome. So I'm going to say, never use shortcut variables. Code should be written human readable. I agree. Well, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. But like, you know, I could also understand like making it shorter if it's easier. You write code once, you read it an infinite number of times. Ooh, wisdom. Okay. All right, Ash Keno. Heard. Joypad axis. So we want to say left stick left, joystick 0 left. That's moving left. Right, joypad axes. Left stick right, joystick 0 right. Moving forward, we want left stick up, joystick 0 up. And then backward, we want joystick left stick down, joystick 0 down. Okay, so now we should be able to move around and look around using the joypad. Yes, let's go! Sweet, dude. This is awesome. Cool. All right. Let's get the other stuff. Let's get all of this stuff. First person character. We obviously are kind of in the middle of doing that. Proximity talking action. That I think is our next task. So let's get that in there. Yay! Things working, coming together. I love it. I love it. At work, I use variables like int blah blah blah, cha blah blah blah, log blah blah, where everything before tells what kind of variable it is. So integer, I don't know what cha is. I don't know what that is. I just don't know. Character? Log blah blah, where everything before tells what variable is. Well, see, I kind of wanted to, like, I wasn't sure if I was allowed to use dashes. That's a nice, wow, that's interesting. So that way, you know, that's a good idea. Right, so this here is a float, right? So what you're saying, character string log. Oh, I see. Okay, so then, you know, if this were a float, I could say FLO or something, speed, flow speed. That's a good idea. It's a really good idea. Sometimes when I use an emoticon, YouTube cuts the text in front of it. I do not know why. Oh, that's irritating. I love when I'm trying to understand a shader code and they like to use only one letter as a variable name. That's not fair. Pseudo-Hungarian notation. Ooh, if you need to know the type like that though, you have way too much code in one place. It's an anti-pattern. Whoa. That's an interesting discussion. All right, let's get proximity talking action set up. Exists as a visual script. There exists a visual script like add-on. I wouldn't be surprised. I knew somebody was working on it for Godot. I wasn't sure what the progress is. I will say I kind of want to learn text code, but that doesn't mean I'm not curious about the visual code. But I want to give text code a really hard try. All right, let's get the proximity talking action going. See what we can do. Yeah, they did. They dropped it because they said people weren't using it enough, probably because it wasn't good. But or they just weren't into visual scripting. But I do know there are some community projects trying to bring it back. Works 3.5, yeah. Okay, so for the proximity talking. So right now on each friend, there is this script. And this script allows for us to click on the characters to talk to them. Right now, we don't even have a mouse unless we press escape. And even then, we look around, right? We still have the looking, which is kind of annoying. And then you can click, and there's that, right? And this is kind of annoying, so we don't like this. So what I want to do is get proximity stuff. I don't have any idea how to do that. But I think first I want to look at, which kind of means everything we did in, what was it, the last episode, kind of not going to be used, which is a lot of stuff. You know what I think we should do before we do this, guys? I think I know what we should do before we do this. I think we should set up GitHub. Because if I'm going to make all these changes, this means I'm going to have to basically excise everything that we did last week. Like, so much of it. And then if I do that, like, if I want to go back, if I'm like, never mind, redo, it's going to be a pain. So this is another task I wanted to do today, and I think this is a good time to do it. So let's set up GitHub desktop, so that way we can easily revert. Each project is already set up with Git by default. How is that possible? How is that possible? It's already set up? What do you mean? So I'm gonna open up GitHub Desktop. Now I don't really know what I'm doing, but I do have, by our friend GWiz, another tutorial, which is in the playlist that is in the description. I do have a tutorial on how to set this up, and yes, I will be following it. So let's get into it. GitHub Desktop setup. Let's do this. Let's try to do this.
GitHub Desktop for whichever operating system you own.
Always use source control. Let's start now. Better late than never. Muhammad has a question. All right. Welcome, Muhammad. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I'll do my best. Probably the chat will answer things better depending on what kind of question it is.
Down below. Head over to your project in Godot. Right click on the res. Press O.
All right. This should be pretty simple. Visual scripting Godot was really bad. That's why it was taken out. Yeah, it's like slow. It produced slow code. Yeah.
Open a file,
Makes sense. Okay. So we're going to open up Godot. Click on our res folder. Probably going to open it in our file manager. Yeah.
Enter. Now click here. Copy.
I'm going to copy the path of where it exists. Ashkedo went crazy last night, created a sprite for a character using that AI plugin. I've been thinking about the AI plugin. It sounds interesting. Then converted it to a 3D model using AI and let the AI animate it. At this point, I think I've become redundant. That sounds very interesting. I'm extremely intrigued by that. Like, genuinely would consider trying it. Okay, so we're copying this.
Head over to your GitHub Desktop, assuming you have installed it. Go to Current Repository. Add, create new repository.
Okay, dark mode. I need this right now. Please, God. All right, there we go. Whew. Okay, we're going to create a new current repository. Add, create a new one.
Name it. I'll just do video.
So this, right now the game is called You Are a Friend. Might change. It's the working title.
Tutorial. You can add a description. I will just put this is a tutorial on GitHub. And the local path will be that path you have just copied. So I will paste that in there.
Paste it.
You can create a README file. In the git ignore, you can select Godot. And you can select a license
Git
if you
ignore
know which one you would
Godot.
like to use, and press create repository.
Okay, ignore Godot. Git ignore Godot. Okay, if you say so. We don't need to worry about a license. And then initialize this with a README. I don't care about that. Create it. Let's go.
Now you can press publish repository. Publish.
Oh, I gotta sign up. I gotta sign in. Do I even have a sign in? Oh God, I need a bite of food for that. Okay. I'm actually not sure if I've... Jesus, I guess I need to make a new one. Oh God. I should have planned ahead for that one. I should have planned ahead for that one. I guess what I'll do, I'll leave the video playing. And then I'll just open up a new tab, and we'll do that somewhere else. All right.
In Explorer, and you go back one, you will see that we have the folder in here.
But shouldn't I already be logged in over here? I guess I'm not.
Besides that folder.
Wow.
Drag it in there. And now you head back to your GitHub. Let's just type in something to the summary. You can type in a description as well. Press commit, and press push. Now go ahead and copy that path. Go to import. Paste that in, import and edit. And for now on, this is where you need to edit your project. Because whatever changes you make here, let's say I move this wall, and you head back over to your GitHub, you will see that this transform has been made. Now, you can say moved wall, or if you've done more, you could say that. Commit, and push. Let's say that you've made a change that you would like to revert. Maybe it causes an error with the rest of the code, or you just simply don't like it. Head over to history, and on your last commit, you can right click, press revert changes in that commit, and then push. Now it will be this commit. And heading back to your project, press reload, and it will be related to that last commit. If you go ahead and head over to that repository online, you can head to settings. If you want to add someone as a collaborator, you can go to collaborators, add that person. You can use their GitHub email and it will send them a request. They will have to accept it and then they can pull from your repository. As you can see currently, my repository is privated. However, if you head over to general, you can scroll down.
I can still use it locally.
Change visibility.
Nice.
And you can change to public.
That's
Please keep in mind
good.
that this only allows people to view and access your files. However, they cannot
Might
edit
as well
them.
finish
In
setting
order
it
for
up.
them to edit them, they will have to create what is called a pull request, which is where they edit your code and they request via GitHub to merge that code with your project. And it is completely up to you if you let them merge or not. Anyways, guys, hope you found this tutorial helpful.
That
If you
was
have any questions
helpful.
or comments, please leave them down below. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Gee whiz, saving our days. Saving our days. But we're still technically back at this step.
Commit. Put it in there. And then it just...
Almost
go ahead.
there. Just gotta verify my account. And then we should be good. Then we should be good. Almost got it, y'all. Initializing your dashboard. Let's go. Done. All right. So then I got to log in over here on this. Let me just drag that out of here. Yeah, might as well set it up. Continue in browser. Yeah, continue in browser. Okay, typing in my username and stuff that goes with it. Ugh, I was afraid of that. They didn't have one of those nice passwords that let you look at your password or do it twice. You know what bothers me? Is when signups don't have you enter your password in twice. That makes me so angry. I hate that so much, dude. Oh my god. Oh geez, I think I typed in my password wrong. You gotta have, dude, you gotta have. Oh my god. I gotta change the password. I gotta change the password! Oh, that's so frustrating. Why am I not using LastPass? Because I don't know. I used to use LastPass. I did used to use LastPass. It felt insecure, which I know sounds crazy. Like, shouldn't it be more secure? But I found it to be less secure. I could be wrong. Convince me. I don't know. I do use LastPass. I do. I just don't use it for everything. What felt in, let me tell you why. Because I don't want to have LastPass on my streaming machine. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm not making any sense. I guess I got frustrating. I don't have a good answer to that. Everything I say is just going to be a bad answer. Should I be using it? I guess I should. It's just a lot of extra steps, you know? Oh, now it's going to ask me to confirm it for this one. Okay. This time we got it. I swear to you, I don't have a good reason. I just stopped. I used it for a while, but I just got tired of using it. But I guess I should use it again, huh? Maybe I will. Okay, now we're signed in. Let's make sure that's true on the app as well. And I think we'll be back at it. Thanks for your patience. I would have done this ahead of time if I had thought about it, but I didn't. After COVID, your memory hasn't been anywhere near as good, so it saves you so many hassles. Use LastPass kinda, but I forget the LastPass password. Oh no! Yeah, it seems weird to like lock all my passwords behind one password. All right, we got it. We got it. At long last, GitHub desktop is set up. Okay. Okay, and then we'll say keep this code private. No. Oh, let's look at the tutorial. I feel like he talks about that in the tutorial.
And copy that path. Go to import. Get there, and now you have a description as back to the thing. Which one you would like to use, and press create repository. Now you can press publish repository. Publish. And now if you press show in Explorer.
Okay, let's do that. Publish. And I think it'd be nice if we make it public, because then like you guys can actually see the code and stuff. Show in Explorer.
And you go back one. You will see that we have the folder in here. If you select everything besides that folder, drag it in there. And now you head back to your GitHub. Let's just type in something to the summary. You could type in a description as well. Press commit and press push.
I feel like I've made a mistake.
Now go ahead.
I just want to say that. I feel like I made a mistake. All right, replace them. Because I realized I didn't back up. Okay, it's fine.
Go ahead and copy that path. Go to import, paste that in, import and edit.
Like, should I have backed up my project before I do this?
You had.
I think I should have.
One. You will see that we have the folder in here. If you select everything besides that folder, drag it in there. And now you head back to your GitHub.
He skips!
Let's just type in something.
He skips right there. The following are newer on the disk. What action should be taken? Reload? Reload it? Is my game broken? Does it still work? The selected scene does not exist. Oh, shit. What have I done? Oh, God. What have I done? No. Just... Okay, but it's all in here, so it should be fine. Just click on this. So all the scripts aren't there anymore. So nothing is working anymore. So I have to, like, I guess Oh, for flip's sake. I may have made a mistake by not backing it up first. So do I just need to, like... Oh, God. How do I repoint to these scripts? It's weird because they're still loading. They're still opening. But the game is no longer playing. What has happened? What has happened? And then it recreated these in here. So like it's still using that. All right, I feel like I've made a grave mistake. I'm gonna put all these back in here. Reload it all. Hit play. Select, I'm just gonna I'm gonna do a redo here. Does my game work? Oh, it does. Okay. Wonderful. So the game works again. Now what you move the folder. Well, the tutorial said to take everything that's in the folder as it is and then move it into the new one that we associated with GitHub. Right? But then Godot is like, where's your project? So I need to like repoint the project folder, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna paste it so we have a backup in case anything goes wrong. So I'm just going to paste a new copy of it. So there's a copy. And then now I don't feel as bad about making these changes. I'm going to actually close Godot, right? So I'm going to save what we have. I'm going to close it. And then I'm going to move everything. Except for the Git folder. Into the Git folder. Okay. And now I'm going to open up Godot. And then I'll actually, I guess I could, well, yeah, I'll do it that way. I'll open up Godot and then I'll import the project like it's a new project. So go to Godot, or it's in a different folder than this, actually. Users, documents. That was a little scary for a second there. I was a little scared. Okay, this is the project right here. Import and edit. So we just have like a new project, but it should be the same. All right. Okay, let's hit play. Game works. Let's go. All right, sweet. So that's good. And then the tutorial.
Drag it in there.
Skipped
and now
all
you
those
head
steps.
Back to your GitHub. Let's just type in something to the summary. You could type in a description as well.
Okay, so we open up Git. Auto detect text files. What are you talking about? What is all this? I don't know what all this is. What am I looking at? I don't know what all this is. But we can do a summary.
Press commit and press push.
I'm just
now
going to
go
call
ahead
it test.
and copy that path. Go to import, paste that in, import and edit. And for now on, this is where you need to edit your project.
Where's my toolbar?
Let's say I move this wall, and you head back over to your GitHub.
Those are changes. Red is removed, green is new.
Has been made. Now,
what did I remove? Shows what you changed in the file. Okay, cool. I guess that's fine. I just did that. Normalize E. Okay, so these are things I did. These are things I did. I did these things. I know it because it must be true. The program doesn't fit on my screen, which is fun. I can't shrink it down at all. This is as small as it gets. So I'm gonna have to move it like over here. Okay. Commit. All right then. Something about that. So any changes, the line will show up. Good. All right, and then I think we hit push over here.
This is where you need port. Type in a description as well. Press commit and press push.
At the top. Done. Done.
Now go ahead and copy that path.
Copy that path.
And press.
Okay. All right. We're almost real developers now. Copy the path.
Push. Now go ahead and copy that path. Go to import. Paste that.
Oh, so this is where he's having us do that step. He was having us do it after. Well, we already did that. So
import and edit. And for now on, this is where you need to edit your project. Because whatever changes you make here, let's say I move this wall, and you head back over to your Git.
Yeah, let's check it. Let's move something. Let's do it. So I'm going to come to the 3D scene. Let's move our character. Not that. The player. Back a bit. No changes. Do I have to save it first? Nice. Oh, cool. Now it works. So now we've got transform 3D. Character body 3D. Nice. Old position, new position. Gotcha. Sweet.
GitHub, you will see that this transform has been made. Now you can say moved wall, or if you've done more, you could say that. Commit and push. Let's say that you've made a change that you would like to revert. maybe it causes an error with the rest of the code, or you
So
just
I
simply
have
don't
to
like it.
push it
Head over
every
to history,
time?
and on your last commit, you can right click, press revert changes in that commit, and then push. Now it will be this commit. And heading back to your project, press reload, and it will be related to that last commit. If you go ahead and head over to that repository,
Let's try that.
that commit, and then push with the rest of the code, or you click this commit. If you go ahead and head over to that, maybe it causes an error with the rest of the code, or you just simply don't like it. Head over to history, and
Go to history right here. Oh, nice. So here's the test, initial, moved player.
on your last commit, you can right click, press revert changes in that commit, and then push. Now it will be this commit. And heading back to your project, press reload, and it will be related to that last commit. If you go ahead and head over to that repository online,
Hey,
you can
it
head
moved.
to settings. If you want to add, heading back to your project, press reload, and it will be related to that last commit. If you go ahead and head over to that repository online, you can head to settings. If you want to add someone as a collaborator, you can go to collaborators, add that person.
Okay.
You can use their GitHub email and it will send them a request. They will have to accept it and then they can pull from your repository. As you can see currently, my repository is privated. However, if you head over to general,
All right, cool.
you can scroll
Well,
down.
yeah, let's make it public, right? So I guess there's going to be a URL here somewhere that I can pull up. View on GitHub. There we go. And then you guys could literally find it if I make it public. So we go to settings. That's pretty cool. No Bing. That's my default browser. I don't usually use it on stream. What am I looking at? Collaborators? Hey, what's up, Kai? Welcome. Good to see you. Danger zone? Change visibility. Change to private. Okay, so it's already public. Okay, so we already have it public. Cool. So you guys can already find this, technically. Sweet. Duck yeah. All right, there it is. I think that should work. I think that should work. Sweet. You gather up a bunch of committed related changes, says M. Carpenter. Welcome, M. Carpenter. And push as a bucket of changes. The push is like a checkpoint you can revert back to. Push will move it off your drive and onto GitHub. Usually people will do several commits locally and push 1 to 2 a day unless changes are discrete. I mean, like, let's say, like right now, the reason why I kind of want to do this. So let's say I want to just like cut out this huge amount of logic, right? Just like completely destroy it. Cut it, pass, that's it, right? And let's say I just keep working. I come over here, I start modifying something else, right? Like if I don't push that, then I guess it doesn't matter because I don't have to push it that often, right? Because it'll have all the changes. Even if I come in here and like change one thing, like I just changed this comment. I just made like a very subtle change to this comment. You can't see it because the chat was in the way, but it did have like a little dash on the end. I just got rid of it. And so if I now think to push it, so I say, what do I say? I guess I come down here. It's so inconvenient that this button isn't visible. I hate that. So we could say summary, removed hover logic. Why can't I click on it? What have I done wrong? Who am I? The commit will be misattributed. The email doesn't match your GitHub account. So what? What? Wait, what? What was that? What are you talking about? Okay, well, we still don't have the option to do anything. I guess because it doesn't know there's changes? Oh, because I gotta save it. Sorry, guys. I see. We gotta hit save. Sorry. Control save. Now. Oh, cool. So then it all pops up. Now we see everything that I removed. Cool. And then on the other one, when I made that little change, that's right here. Here's all this. And then I can commit it to main. And so I can, so I mean, I don't have to push it. Nothing is staged. You didn't save it. Yeah, thank you, Thought T. Red code, best code. Code you removed has no bugs. Okay. All right. And now M. Carpenter is saying, gather up a bunch of committed related changes and push as a bucket of changes. The push is like a checkpoint you can revert back to. And so then within, so this is kind of like saving. It's like extra saving. I save and then I save deeper. It's an even deeper save. So now not only do I have to remember to save things, I have to also remember to commit things. It would be kind of nice if saving just made a commit automatically and was like, hey, do you want to describe this commit? Yes, I would like to. Think of it like a task. You commit your changes as you make them while working towards your goal. When you achieve that goal, push all the commits together. And so if I do that push and I want to revert, so let's just push this just for the sake of, trying things out. So we made that push. When you commit or push, it's important to give it a description. Oops. Okay, all right, fair. The change is stored in a local Git folder. If you push it, you just upload it. So I didn't need to push it. So let's just do it just for the sake of testing stuff. If I say joypad input, I don't know, just looking for something to randomly change, I'm just gonna put an exclamation point here. Okay, so I put an exclamation point there, hit save, come over to GitHub, and I'm gonna say test update, test description, or we can be more specific, added an exclamation point to joypad input comment. All right, we'll be specific. Now, if I just commit that, but I don't push it, I can still come over here, right, to history. Does it? Oh, there it is. Add an exclamation point. Yeah, okay. So then we can still revert changes in commit. And then if I do that, cool. Gotcha. Okay, I think I understand. I think I understand now. So pushing it doesn't have any bearing on whether or not I can revert. The pushing is just to store it in the cloud. Okay. Gotcha. Save manager, yeah, maybe something like that. Sweet. And then here I can reload it, and then the exclamation point goes away. Gotcha. We gonna make Lisa developer. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. When you push it, generally means you are finished with that particular task. If you make a mess, you can revert to the last pushed checkpoint. Right. Right, but like, okay. So when I go to history to revert, the commits are what are showing up here, not the pushes. So if I make 8 commits and I push all of them, It's not like I can, unless I can. Uh, it doesn't seem like I can necessarily tell what was a push and what was a commit, right? Hey, what's up, Daryl? Yeah, we getting into GitHub. We doing it. Because I see that I've made all these commits, but none of them are like in this push bucket, as you say. But that'd be interesting, you know, to say, okay, so here's like a push bucket. It pushes current at all times, so no need. Okay. All right. So the commits are really what we refer or we revert back to. The pushes are just like how often it updates on the website itself. On GitHub, all this history shows not a single push, but each commit you did locally. Oh, there is no, the push bucket is like more of a theoretical thing than like an actual thing that shows up. Okay, I think I understand. I think I understand. Cool. What does that come up in? Actions or something? Where does it see? Where do you see all of my commits? I don't know. I'm just curious. Like, is it like embarrassing? They're like, oh my gosh, look how many times she's committed. Look at all of those pushes. I can't believe she pushed that many times. Like, is that like visible? I don't know. Doesn't look like it. All right. Thank you guys. It looks like we got it set up and we're good to go. So, now I did remove all that logic. You commit like 80 times a day. I push twice-ish. Okay, cool. Good. Okay, heard. That's kind of what I was thinking, was handling it that way. All right. So, I did just like indiscriminately remove the clicking logic, which shouldn't really affect anything other than now we can't click on these characters to bring up the dialog boxes, which honestly we don't really need it anymore. This is awesome, dude. This is so cool because now I feel like I can remove this stuff. Now, I guess one thing I think about is like, what if, let's suppose I add like a whole new mechanic, right? Like not just the proximity thing, but let's say I add in, what if I build a room and I build, you know, the character models and I put all that in and I realize that like a week ago, there's a commit that I want to reintegrate back into it. Like, obviously, that's not something GitHub is going to be able to just be like, oh, yeah, sure, I can, or can it? I can just update that one script. I guess that is what it does, isn't it? Are you getting, like, in-game conversation through raycasting? Maybe. That's what I'm about to figure out. That's what I'm about to figure out. I just wonder, you know, about... You can do it, but it's kind of merge hell, if not rolling back. Okay. All right. Interesting. So is that like a option, like merging? Heard. Okay. Cherry pick 3 commits. Squashed 3 commits. All right, so this is something I'll look into this off stream or something. I won't worry about it. I was just kind of curious. All right, cool. So I did just remove a bunch of logic here. And yes, something like that, Psycho. I'm not really sure what. Let me make sure I get the rest of the movement or the logic removed. All these variables, they're gone. I don't need them. They made sense before, but now I don't really know that I need them. All these, maybe convo state. We could keep convo state. But friend hover, dialogue close hover. I guess we do want the dialogue hover stuff now that I think about it. So actually, let's revert. Removed hover logic. Revert changes. Reload it. Hey, it's back. Nice. When you push, it's going to a lead dev who will integrate it into the master repo. Then your changes will get distributed to everyone else. Right. So like in a team situation or a corporate, more professional environment, making a push has a lot more ramifications than just putting it in the cloud. It's something that sends a message to the rest of the team that this is something that should be implemented into the overall thing, or something like that, is what you're saying. It's exactly what we're doing right now. This on TV and code reviews on my monitor. My title is fancy for lead code monkey. Principal architect. Ooh. So you're taking in, or you're implementing pushes, integrating pushes on a day-to-day basis. It's pretty cool. Because obviously if there's a pull request, right, you can not necessarily choose to integrate it. All right, so for some of this stuff, I do want to keep the idea that the convo state changes. And then what I do want is the mouse to appear when we're in dialogue. So we actually do want to keep some of this logic. What I don't need is the friend hover. Everything else actually we will kind of want. What we want to change is what makes this appear. So before we said the dialog box would appear if the mouse is not only hovering over a friend, but we click on the friend. But now I want it to be when we're nearby the friend and we press, we'll say the E key, then the message comes up. Here we have on mouse entered. Oh, so this is what defines friend hover as true or false. So we don't need that. And then for this line, I mean, we don't want any of this at all. This is just if the mouse is clicked and friend hover is true. So we want to change this entirely. So I guess we'd want to say friend nearby equals true, right? And then input is action just released. I mean, it could be just pressed. With the release, the just released thing was more for the mouse in particular. So we can say this is, activate or whatever. So if I come into the project settings and the input map, we add activate, which is kind of confusing. I have some of these capitalized and some of them not. So I'm just gonna keep them not. Activate, and we can say the keyboard, that'll be the E key. And then for the joypad, that could be, I mean, it's going to be different depending on joypads, whatever this button is. We might be able to press the input, actually. Nice. Joypad button 1. That's the one. All right, cool. Sweet. Let's go. Oh, cool. Wow, and look, Godot even lists what the input is. That's awesome. So it says on the Sony controller, it's a circle. On Xbox, it's B. On Nintendo, it's A. Well, that would be weird for it to be circle on Sony, but it would be correct for it to be A on Nintendo. That's just like an American Japanese thing. I mean, I would kind of rather, if I'm being honest, I'd rather it be this. Sony Cross, Xbox A, Nintendo B. Cool. So is action pressed, activate, and then friend nearby true. So we want to create a new variable, friend nearby, and it starts out as false, right? Since your character can move and rotate now, ArrayCast will trigger the colliders if it's a friend conversation process. Nice. Ash Kettle says, I'm waiting for Elise to realize how easy it is to import a Mixamo animated model in Godot. Nice. I've done that in Unreal, and It's not too bad, but it is kind of bad. Like it seems like there are steps to follow to make it not go too frustrating, but it can be frustrating. Our debugger is popping off. Let's see. Oh God, what are all the issues? Oh, we also don't have jump. Not that I really care about jump. This game does not need jump, but technically there is a jump added in. Oh my God. Oh, the debugger is on the mouse. Every time I move the mouse. Wait, no, it's just, oh my God. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Debugger? What? What? The input map action activate doesn't exist. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so we need to make it lowercase a. That's all. Okay, so now it should work. Okay, great. No more issues. All right, sweet. Make animation in Godot is easy too. Yeah, I can't wait to get into that. I can't wait to get into that. We do have to wait though. All right, so we want a raycast is what Psycho is saying, and I think that makes sense. So on the player is probably where I want that raycast, what? Right? But then if I'm going to, you can import directly from Blender too. Nice. But then if I want to have that variable, so if the raycast is on the player, I have to find a way to get that information delivered to the friend. So the friend can say, oh, I'm supposed to put up my dialog box. And I don't know that I've actually... I guess we could maybe use like the scene tree, right? So if I put a variable on the player, maybe I can refer to that variable on the friend script. So I wouldn't necessarily want to create that here. I don't know. This is some new stuff for me. I created a resource in Godot of like 8 animations from Mixamo and can apply them to any T-pose model that is the right skeleton. Nice. I'm looking forward to figuring that out. Modeling is not easy in Godot. All right, so I'm going to say Godot variable between scripts. Trying to share variables between scripts. 2019. Not found. What's with Ask Godot Engine? This website has been down today. Is that just the whole Godot Engine website? No, Godot Engine website is okay. Ask.Godot Engine is down today. All right. Okay. Good luck. Good luck, guys. We're losing a lot of resources here. Is that true for everybody else too? How to use a variable from one script to another? Reddit. There we go. There we go. You can access any variable, any script, as long as you have a reference. Beautiful. Easy. In every program, it's difficult. Mesh modeling. Yeah, that's true. For the most part. And if it isn't difficult, it's still being developed to export well. Okay. So then we can just have a variable on the player. So I'm going to create it here. I'm going to say variable friend nearby equals false. I guess we want to say player nearby, not friend nearby, right? Because it's... No. Friend nearby. And then we'll set up, I guess... So he's creating... So GWiz had us create all these functions for rotating the camera, one for input, and they all derived from the physics process that was already on the player character. I guess I want to do that too. So I'm just going to do that because I don't know any better. Kids need you. Get away from that keyboard. Get the heck away from that keyboard. All right, so I'm going to add a new function, and I'm going to call it detect friends delta colon. We'll do pass for now. And then I want to reference it here, right? Detect friends delta. So that way it fires. Blender getting SDF modeling soon. Don't you worry. Or you can use WOMP. Yeah. Well, you know, that's interesting. Pixel Tuner from the Dreams community made a extension for, or a plugin for Blender that gives you dreams-like blending. It's not literal SDFs though, but you should check it out. It's called Dreamify. Pixel Tuner, probably on like his website or something. You can get it downloaded and installed. But I haven't tried it yet, but it seems kind of cool. Yeah, and then WOMP. I feel like WOMP has some weird export issues, but maybe I'm wrong. But that's cool. I hope Blender's getting SDF modeling. I hope so. It's too good. So, I don't know how to use raycasts whatsoever. Let's see if we can figure it out just by using the... so there's a node. See if we can figure it out by using the documentation. So there's a node and a method, but the method is a derivation of the node. So I guess I should create the node in the player. So I'm going to do add a child node, raycast. Do I want a 3D? Array in 3D space. Yes, we do want that one. We definitely want that one. Nice indeed. So I'm going to put the raycast in the player. And then I assume we can see it. I mean, it's all the way over there. Whoa. Wait, I'm going to delete it for a second. Wow, so the player, so Godot seems to be like drawing that orange box around the entire, like, you know, stuff contained within this player node dropdown or whatever. So if I, or tree, I guess. So if I add in raycast 3D and we click on player, oh, that's not so big. Okay, I see. When I moved the raycast way over here and I click on player, the orange box draws around that whole space. That's kind of cool. I hadn't noticed that. But I guess we don't want the raycast to be way over there. So the raycast is this thing. It doesn't, does it, oh, there it is. Oh, nice. So it's that blue line and it looks like it's pointing straight down. Cool. So let's rotate it so it's not. Can I hold control or something? There we go. So if I hold control and rotate around, it'll move at like grid points. So now we've got it rotated around, pointing the direction we want. It's a little short, so let me see if we have some options over here. I don't know that it needs to be longer than that, but maybe a little bit. We have target position. It says -1. What if I make that -5? Does that get longer? Oh, it does. Jesus. Okay. Let's say -2. Seems a little too long. -1.5. -1.6. I'm doing a lot of 0.6s today. I'm going to say 0.75. -1.75. So that's the length of that raycast. And we want it to be looking for something in particular. There is this collide with. Don't you want the ray point out of the center of the camera view area? I guess so. I hadn't thought about that, but that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, let's do that. In a way, I almost think it doesn't matter, at least not right now, but it might matter at some point. So yeah, let's do that. Am I gonna use Blender for characters and assets or just use Godot? Well, I don't know. I was thinking, my plan was to try using Blender. That was my plan. But if the modeling in Godot is sufficient, I think it would be nice to stay within. I think game engines. I think it's cool if game engines can keep you in the game engine without having to use other programs. But my assumption was I would need to use something like Blender. I'd be interested too in using something like Womp. I don't know, some external app of some such. That was my plan. But if Godot has decent modeling, I'd be willing to. It will matter if a friend piggybacks another friend. True, true. We want to make sure the one that we're looking at. True. Good point. Good point. Or if they're like, sitting up on top of a desk or something. Good point. Thank you for that suggestion. Let me make sure. So I haven't been updating my credits enough. I feel like I've missed a credit or two. But that was a very specific one that I definitely need to add on here. Thought T. Was it Cookin' or was it? No, that was M. Carpenter. Cookin's just been asking some questions, which is great. Which is great. Okay, I think we have everybody still. Unless somebody came through and said something, and I'm so sorry, I forgot. But I don't think so. I think we got everyone. Make meshes in Blender and import them in Godot. Okay. You're making a horror game. You will most likely use Blender for environment. Depends how you want to make it, really. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to experiment, with how it's going to look. I want to kind of experiment a little. But I'm guessing that Godot doesn't have the most mature modeling. That's just a guess. I could be wrong. I feel like I'm not wrong, though. Okay, so the raycast is coming out of the camera. And now in terms of defining what it's hitting, I have no idea. Collide with areas or bodies. Well, we do want bodies, so that makes sense. So somehow we need to fetch the information. So if I come over here to the node, we've got visibility changed, child entered tree, child exiting, child order ready, renamed, replacing, property list change, script change. I don't know what any of these is. I'm looking up a tutorial. I don't know what any of that means. Godot raycast 3D how use. Just can't keep it real simple here. Right, the documentation. Okay, we should use the doc. Let's try the documentation. This is for 4.1. A raycast ray. A raycast represents a ray from its origin to its target position that finds the closest collision object 3D along its path. Make the raycast a child of the camera. What? Mind blown. Why? I'm not asking you because I won't do it. But why? Raycast doesn't have signals, just functions for it. You need the get collider and is colliding functions. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Did not know that. Did not know that. That's news to me. Raycast 3D can ignore some objects by adding them to an exception list by making its detection reporting ignore area 3Ds or physic body 3Ds. So we already have physic body 3Ds set. Raycast 3D calculates intersection every physics frame, and it holds the result until the next physics frame. For an immediate raycast, or if you want to configure raycast 3D multiple times within the same physics frame, use force raycast update. Nice. That's cool, because that was something we were trying to figure out with the mouse hovering. We were trying to force the update of the mouse hover, and that wasn't working until Pierogigon gave us this amazing workaround. To sweep over a region of 3D space, you can approximate the region with multiple raycast 3Ds or shapecast 3D. There's some tutorials associated with it. Now you were saying get, right, get collider and is colliding here. So methods. Get collider ID. I see. And is colliding. So, okay. So that'll be a true or false. I feel like unless we can define friends as the only thing that it collides with. Right. So like maybe we can say, okay, if it collides with a wall, don't report that. Just ignore that. And then we could just use it as the Boolean is colliding or not. But maybe we want it to be, we want to get what it's colliding with and then determine, is that a friend? If so, then on the friend, put up the dialog box that's relevant to that friend. So the raycast follows where the camera is looking. Oh my gosh. Thank you, M. Carpenter. Oh my gosh. That would have sucked. That would have been so confusing. Thank you. So we have the player here. Let me zoom that in just a little bit. And get out the way. And change the size of that. So we have the player, and the camera is a child of the player. But the raycast won't move with the camera unless it is a child of the camera. Thank you. Thank you. I set an open source program to make materials in Godot for later. Ooh, thanks. Nice. That sounds fun. All right, cool. So now we have this raycast in the camera, pointing the direction we want. And in terms of the kind of things it'll look for, the only options we really have are if it's a body or an area. So in these settings, it doesn't look like we can do much else to clarify what it can bump against. Although maybe we can add like a, you know, let me see, like a description to it. Returns whether an object's intersecting with the raised vector, considering the vector length. Exception. Well, there's also this properties, right? Collide with areas, collide with bodies, true or false. Integer collision mask. Maybe we want to do a collision mask so that way we can say what it can see and what it can't see. The raised collision mask. Only objects in at least one collision layer enabled in the mask will be detected. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, cool. So we want to say set collision mask on the objects themselves, right? And then somehow we have to define on the raycast whether or not. Yeah, let me see this. One of the most powerful but frequently misunderstood collision features is the collision layer system. This system allows you to build up complex interactions between a variety of objects. The key concepts are layers and masks. Each collision object 2D, only 2D, has 32 different physics layers it can interact with. Asset problem? You can try using asset downloaded from other engines. That's interesting. Let's look at each of the properties in turn. Collision layer. This describes the layers that the objects appear in. By default, all bodies are on layer 1. Collision mask. This describes what layer the body will scan for collisions. If an object isn't in one of the mask layers, the body will ignore it. What? Wait, that's confusing. So if I say the friends are on layer 2, right? And if I say the mask, this describes what layers the body will scan for collisions. Now that's confusing. M. Carpenter says, you could make a container of friend nodes, then check if the raycast collision is in the friend container before talking to it. So that's like the area thing? Or is a container like a group? So the friend, by the way, is an instance scene. So we have one friend, basically, and then these friends are just instances of that first one. So if I wanted to do, I don't even know what a container is, but maybe I could just have this one friend be contained, and then these will automatically be contained. You can check what you detect with the raycast, with layers, or with groups in this way. Get collider is in group friends. It returns a Boolean. No, it's a node for making groups. Okay. So if I were to container, okay, so here's a container. Now it's saying that's in the control node group. Base class for all GUI containers. That seems wrong, right? If I do group, it's canvas group. You said that's a node. And you're saying I can use that like as a UI thing and that'd be okay? And so then here's the friend instance by itself. Right over here. And then you're also saying that I could check what we detect with the raycast, with layers, or with groups in this way. Yeah, I'm not sure what the container thing is. I'm not sure what a lot of things are. Collision. Oh, cool. Oh, look at this. So this is interesting. So here, when I click on the friend static body, 3D, we have this option. Oh, this is actually part of the collision object 3D. Maybe you're a bit too code-centric. Maybe. Maybe it's nice to be too code-centric. Me, I'm still learning. So on the collision object 3D, we have layer and mask, and we can set these. So if I say that this is on layer 2, I still don't get what a mask is. It sounds like I don't need it. But then if I look at this, it seems like I do need it if I want to set the raycast, the ray's collision mask, only objects in at least one collision layer. But see, then they're using layer and mask like interchangeably. Only objects in at least one collision layer enabled in the mask. What? I have the same exam of past week. Goodbye. Luck with your raycast. Thank you, Lead Name. Good luck with your exam. You got this. You got this. Take good care. Good luck. Okay, so this describes what layers the body will scan for collisions. If an object isn't in one of the mask layers, the body will ignore it. Dude, that does not make sense to me. So, I mean, does that mean I just need to just do them both? Mask is like a layer. If you look at the collision setup, you can set a layer for different objects. You can set a layer for different objects. Layers is the best method. Groups is the... Sometimes if someone just explains it and shows it, it can help. Okay, but when's this video from? It's in the properties of collision objects.
Beforehand. Raycast
Layer is where the object is. Mask is where the object is looking. Interesting. Interesting. Did it... it still is... Oh, this is 2 years old. I'm going to say... That. I'm going to do Godot layer mask collision raycast. Godot collision masks and layers, an idiot's guide. That's me, I'm an idiot. It's 43 seconds. It's 43 seconds. This is from the YouTube channel Brano. Let's go. 7 months old.
What can detect an object? Masks determine what the object can detect. Layers determine what can detect an object.
Layers determine what can detect an object. Okay.
Masks determine what the object can detect.
Masks determine what it can detect. Okay, that kind of makes sense. It like almost makes sense. I'm still confused.
I tend to forget
I need
which
examples.
is which occasionally, so I'll tell you how I differentiate.
Yeah, tell me.
Basically, I use the raycast as a reference point. The raycast is a node that shoots a small line and it will detect anything it touches. A raycast can only detect objects and cannot be detected itself. You can see that a raycast only has a mask to choose from. So working from that, if I need to detect something, I need something similar to a raycast, and raycasts only have masks. Therefore, if I need to detect something, I need a mask. And if I need to be detected, I need a layer.
Okay. So I don't need to worry about the layer at all. I can just ignore this. So forget that. It's just easy to blend in at first. Yeah. So I'm just going to set a mask to 2. And then this is for the friend. And then when I come to the raycast, I do like M. Carpenter's idea too, or the group idea, but I'm just going with this for now. So here on the raycast, we have collision mask. So we want to say 2, right? And then if we do that, can we just say Boolean true or false? So if I come to the player, I'm guessing we can just refer to these things very easily since it's a child of it, but I could be wrong. We want to say in the methods is colliding, right? So I could say is colliding. I have no idea. I feel like I need to be more specific here. Maybe I need to say, do I need to do like a $sign? Yes. Yes, camera 2D. Okay, gotcha. Select one mask like 2 for the raycast and put your friend's scene root static body node on that layer. Oh. Your friend scene root static body node on that layer. So I don't need to set the friend to mask 2. I set the friend to layer 2. For all the things that are like intuitive on Godot, I gotta say this ain't one of them. But maybe that's just me. So I would say that the layer is 2. And then the raycast is looking for mask 2? Welcome back, Ashkato. You set what layers a collision object is in on each collision object in its properties. Then you tell the raycast what layers you want it to interact with the mask. You don't need to set friend mask for raycast, yes. That's just needed for physics collision. Oh, so that way it can collide itself. If it collides with something, like as if it were a raycast, right? So it allows the friend to potentially be a raycast itself, even though it's not, obviously. But it would allow it to detect things on that mask or on that layer via the mask. Set the layer on a collision object and it'll make more sense. Okay, well, I think we did that. Over here, we have the friend layer set to 2. And then the raycast, we're saying the collision mask is 2. You belong to the layer, you collide with the mask. Okay. And they're related. Okay, and then somehow now, I need to, I need to get that information. I have no idea how to even type this. How do I even type this? We're gonna get that. We get another video here. Oh, this one's a short from a month ago? Let's go.
Instead of writing code to restrict what objects can collide together, use collision layers and masks. For any physics body or area node, the collision layer refers to which layers your scene belongs to, and the collision mask represents what it can collide with. For example, my player here is on layer 1,
That's
so
a
any
cute
object that
player.
has layer 1 active in its collision mask can collide with him. However, the collision mask only applies to scenes actively checking for collisions. If I were to turn off the world mask on my player, he'll fall through the scene even though the world has the player as a mask. I recommend setting the layer and mask appropriately for both scenes and they'll interact as expected. Also, rename the layers by right-clicking them in the inspector to make things easier. Lastly, if you ever need to change the layer or mask in code, you can update the collision layer and collision mask properties. Sum up the decimal value based on this chart here for every layer you want to include. For example, set the collision mask to 13 to enable layers 1, 3, and 4. This works because every layer combination yields a unique number, thanks to adding powers of 2. Now you can collide with style. Instead of writing code to restrict what objects can collide
That's
together,
nice. That
use
was a
collision
nice
layers and
little
masks.
short.
For any physics body or area node,
Subscribed. Coder Nunk. All right, give me that Raycast tutorial from GWiz, our
Hello,
friend
everyone.
GWiz, who's just been doing us so well today.
Hello everyone, in this tutorial I'll be showing you how to use the Raycast in Godot 4. To start, I'm going to add the Raycast to my player, so Raycast 2D. If you're using 3D, it'll work just the same. You can grab this little dot right here and drag it out. This will be the size. You can reset, you can even scale over here, so let's just do 200. Okay, you can see it right here. Make sure it's enabled. And exclude parent, what this does
Collide
is
with
it will
style.
ignore the collision it starts inside of. So, for instance, our player has a collision. Well, if you have the raycast inside of that, it will detect it. But if you press exclude parent, it will exclude the parent. Great. You can either add a script to it or to the player. For this tutorial, I'll be adding a script to it. Okay. And to check if it's colliding with something, all we need to do is if is colliding. And that's it.
Thank you.
Here we can print.
I'm still new, okay? I didn't realize that. If is colliding. Expected else after turning. So, okay. So I guess I want to say if then all this. And then how do I refer to that exactly? Dot? We want a dot. Okay. If camera 3D, Raycast 3D, is colliding, then we want to set friend nearby to true. Is that logic? Do we code? So then what I want is to come to the friend script. We don't need the friend nearby stuff here. We did set that up. Oh, okay, that's okay. Friend nearby false. So over here on the friend, not just friend nearby true, but we want to say $. Let's see. Player? Is that possible? Can I just refer to that? I just noticed it wasn't. Do I need to say like get tree or something? So like, how do I guess like, you know what I could try? I'm just gonna drag this in here. I'm just gonna drag it in and drop it. I don't have to think about it. Nice. Okay. So you have $, double quote, dot, dot, slash. So that's, I guess that's like referring to the tree. And then it's like bringing us down the line, down to the 3D thing. And then is that a dot situation? Nice. Friend nearby is equal to true. Did we do it? All right, let's see if it works. Something happened. Something happened. It crashed. Invalid get index. Friend nearby unbased Raycast 3D. Oh, it's not on Raycast 3D. It's on the player. My bad. Okay, I see. Okay. So we need to back this up to player. Try it again. Done! Done! Sweet, dude. Awesome. And then right now, the only way to close it is to click away, which we don't really want. Well, maybe. So come up here. No, wait. Are these the right people? I actually don't even know anymore. Let me try this again. I would think the size of your raycast would filter for close. I made it back before you left. Welcome back. It's so funny. You had 5 of my cats watching your every move. Hello, cats. Welcome back. Welcome back to the human, of course. Hold on. You have, honestly, that's like more valuable to me that there are cats who watch Hyper Game Dev than humans. That's an achievement that I'm very proud of. Cat Toy 3D, Hyper Game Dev Cat Toy 3D. Okay, so that works, I think. Let me just double check it. So this should be Big O over here. Nice. Sweet. We need to still get a close function. I feel like that's what you're saying, I'm Carpenter. I feel like that's true. If it's open and you press E, that can maybe just close it or something else. Come over here. Wait, that's not supposed to be a Big O. That's not supposed to be Big O. Lilith is on the left. Okay, so somehow it seems to have forgotten how to determine who is who. How did that happen? How did that happen? Because the dialogue, we don't really care about the input ray pickable thing anymore. We can actually get rid of all this. Well, maybe. We'll see. Probably, though. No, wait, why did it stop doing the right person? Because we should still be able to... Oh, we did get rid of the friend hover. We got rid of the friend hover. Maybe the friend hover was somehow... I don't know. I'm a little unsure. So if I come to the friend script... Oh, that's what we're on. Right. Friend name. Here. Function ready. Dialogue, friend name, set text, friend name. I'm a little confused. You should commit your changes with the description added raycast. Oh, thank you. You're going to come in one day and they'll be programming your game. That is the dream. That is the dream. What has been accomplished? It's hard to say. I think maybe what's been accomplished, certainly getting GitHub set up. And then now we can come in here and press the activate button when we're close to a character. And it'll bring up the dialogue. The problem is it's not showing the right character. And I don't really know why. Because this is supposed to execute. Is there a hitbox? So it's like a... Pretty much what we have is a raycast on the camera. Thank you to M. Carpenter for helping me realize we should do it that way. So this blue line, this thick blue line right here is our raycast. It comes off of the camera. And if that detects a friend based on a collision mask that we set on the raycast. So the raycast is on collision mask 2. And the friend is on... collision layer. Well, it's supposed to be on collision layer too. Why isn't it? Friend. Oh, this is interesting. Use get collider to determine which one. This is interesting. So, okay. So on the friend scene, right? The instance, the instance that isn't in the game, right? It's just by itself. I've set the collision layer to be 2. Now, if I come to the main scene and I click on the different friends in here, oh, no, it's there. Okay, we're fine. All right, I thought it wasn't showing. It is. Okay, I don't know why I thought it wasn't, but now it is. So here we have 2. So these are all set on layer 2. And since the mask on the raycast is set to 2, it's going to look for anything that's in this 2 layer. And if it sees that, then it's going to set a variable on the script. So we have variable friend nearby. It's going to set it to true if it's in collision, right? And then if this is true, over here on our friend script, it's going to check to see if activate is pressed and friend nearby is true. And if so, the dialog will become visible. Now, what isn't happening is it's not applying the unique friend name. So we have this, in ready function, we have this friend name, which is a variable that is exported to each friend. So this friend, their name is Jerome, and that's directly from this right up here. Right, so if I say friend name with a 4 instead of an A, right? Then it's supposed to update this. I thought it would. It used to. Yeah, we do have an error, but I guess we could do it the other way. So we could just say, I don't know why that's not changing. That's supposed to change. Curious that it isn't. Maybe because I have to do it. No, that doesn't make sense. If I say this is friend's name with an S, let's put an S at the end. And yes, that messes this up. So I have to say friend's name here for that to work right. Come over here to the main scene. There we go. I don't know why the 4 wasn't working, but now it is. So here, hopefully you can see. It might have just been I didn't switch right. But here we have friend's name, right? That was no S before. So this is directly connected to that. So I'm going to take off the S just to prove the point again. Still isn't updating. I guess it takes a second for it to do that. Do I got to hit save or like compile? Or maybe like the reference? Come over here. Does that do it? So that should say friend without the S at this point. I'm not sure what makes that update. I just kind of want to prove the point that they're connected. Just doesn't seem to update it right away. See if it's updated it yet. Wait, but now it's not even there. What the what? I'm all confused. Now I'm all confused. Okay. Expect the end of statement variable to identifier instead. Oh, I made some mistakes. Okay. Oh, let's update it here as well. Friend name. Oh, there it is. Oh, so I guess I do. So wait, if I do S here and I do S there, then does it update? There it goes. So I guess because I didn't update, so that now it's showing with the S. So I'm going to update it here, and then I'm updating it in the code further down. Friend. Wow, there it goes. So once it it stops reporting errors, then it updates it. So now you can see, hopefully, clearly, this @export is updating that property. Okay, so I can come over here, we can change this. So this is true on all of these cylinders in the scene. They all are different instances of that friend. And they all have different names. And what I want to happen is it to show a different name in the dialog box when we approach them and talk to them. I want that to have a different name. Right? And what's happening, and the only thing I changed, right? So before, it was checking for mouse hover and mouse click. And when we did that, it would show the right names if we clicked on that person. And so now I've set it up with a raycast. Let me get the zoom out of there. Set it up with a raycast. So if I come up here, and now we'll reset it to default. So now it just says friend. We gotta fix that, actually. Only check the collider when the talk key is pressed. Right, that's true. I think we've got that. I think. Maybe. Maybe I don't. Let me just update. So all these friend names got changed. So this, we're just saying this is Yves. This is Jacoby. And this one is Cat. Okay, so we've got 3 friends with 3 different names. So I'm gonna hit play. Come up here. It's Cat. That middle one is apparently Cat. But I don't think the middle one is Cat. We come over here to the one on the right. It says that's also Cat. So it's not actually updating each name uniquely. Only check the collider when the talk key is pressed. So that's like on the player script here. So if camera is colliding and input action just pressed activate. So you're saying if I say that, identifier activate is not declared in the current scope. Right, so we would have to... Oh, double quotes. There we go. Okay, so you're saying that because we say that you have to be pressing it and the colliding, then that will make it true? Did I understand that correctly? The raycast will give you the object you are looking at. Okay. I like the sound of that. Okay, that still says cat in the middle, which I feel like is wrong. On the right, also cat. So I don't think that made a difference. I should stream my game dev. Maybe someone could make me not have 30K inputs, 30,000 inputs. Yeah, man. Like, the only reason I started streaming my game dev was because I was using this tool on the PlayStation. It was like a PlayStation game that also lets you make games. And they had a little badge on your profile if you streamed on Twitch. I was like, I want that badge. So I streamed on Twitch, and like, that was it. I was like, dude, this is so much better than working by myself. Like, people will help. People will cheer me on. People will share their experiences, and we can just have this like great thing. And so, yeah, I'm hooked. I've just been, I won't do it any other way. I prefer to stream my game dev. You should try it. You know, a lot of people say, oh, you shouldn't stream game dev or make videos if you're not good, right? like, oh, if you're, it's embarrassing, nobody will like it. Like, whatever, dude. Like, I'm not here to show how good I am. I'm just here. Like, that's it. Always stream when trying to learn, always. And then the great thing about that is that I can, like, refer back to my own videos. Like, I now have this huge list of my own videos. So here's the Godot ones, right? Here's right now I can be like, what did we do that one day? What was that technique? I can come back in here and I can find it. It's like, and if didn't someone give me a tip? What was that tip? I can come in here and be like, oh, there was so and so's message. You know, it's like amazing. It's so much better. No, I honestly think it's a revelation, and it's a holy revelation. No, I do. I think it's like imagine if your favorite game developer, obviously this would have a problem with like, you know, intellectual property and trade secrets and stuff. But if your favorite developer streamed their entire game development process, everyone on the team, right? They could have their own stream for their work. Like, how cool would that be? How cool would that be? That's my dream. That's my dream. A full team that streams. It will give you what the Raycast hit. At Raycast, switch off the layer 1. Oh yeah. Thank you. I forgot about that. Are you saying that that's part of the problem? Will that fix it? So, I mean, I'm getting rid of this, but I don't know if I should. I'm getting rid of the Raycast and button, because I think maybe I misunderstood that. But you're also saying I need to come on the Raycast and switch off layer 1. So you mean mask 1? So turn off mask 1. But then also, I guess, on the friend, maybe I should turn off layer 1. I think you're getting whatever friend is on top of the stack in the Raycast collision. You can get node with get collider and fire off either a signal or call a function. I may have understood that. There may be a chance I understood that. It's not how I'd organize things, but don't want to take over your stream. You know, I appreciate that. You know, letting me like do the course that I'm going for. But like genuinely, I'm willing to at least consider alternative paths, especially if it's much, much better and it's gonna help me. But I appreciate that resistance, because, you know, sometimes I feel like it's hard if somebody's like, why aren't you doing my idea? It's like, I don't know, because I'm doing this idea. But if it's gonna save me a lot of time, I try to make those calculations and say, okay, let's switch to that option because that option at least will potentially save me some time. Close hover has a space in the middle of the word. Oh, that was from a while ago, right? Yeah, I fixed that. You need a variable in the friend script, not in the player script. Example, detected friend equals false. Okay. And set it true at Raycast. Get collider detected friend equals true. Okay, I'm gonna have to like really study what you guys are saying here. My box blueprint makes me feel like I know what I'm doing because it's so big. But then again, maybe it's so big because I don't know what I'm doing. That's totally possible. Overcoding, that's such a thing. You know what is good also? To strain yourself because you want to and you won't procrastinate. Train yourself. Yeah, dude, literally. Like if I didn't live stream this game development, it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. It gives me this opportunity to sit down and do it and have like the schedule. Like, okay, I have to be here to stream because that's when I said I'd stream. And I want to make sure I show up and I do it every day so I can build this YouTube channel. And yeah, it gives me the motivation to come here and work on games. 100%. As I get closer to retirement, my real goal in life is to help the next generation of coders learn. I love that. It makes me happy to know there is an odd continuance. I see that you do that. I see how you do that. You're excellent at it. You're living up to it. Switching to Raycast 1 just rids your game of useless checks, improving performance. Gotcha. That wasn't the problem. That's just an old comment. Okay, I understand now. Only do collisions on things you need. Fair. There's lots of ways to do things in these engines. I'm just trying to figure out the longest way possible to get it to work. Yeah, it's a good learning experience. You should really have your base friend as a separate scene. Then instance them in your main scene with different names. Mind blown. Okay, whoa. I need to process this. I need to process this. So right now, wow, my zoom is, it's too zoomed. It's too zoomed. So right now, this is my node tree. And I have friend 1, friend 2, and friend 3 all in here together. And what you're saying to do is to not have this main friend be one of them in the game. Have your base friend as a separate scene. Well, it kind of is a parent, right? These are the, well, the sort of. Wait, I'm a little confused. Because it almost seems like that I already have what you're saying. Where this is the base friend, and it's a separate scene, right? Which is also right here, open right over here. So this is our main scene. Here's this, I guess it's not a scene. I guess this isn't a scene. This is just a static body. So you're saying add a new scene, or like a new node 3D? Like that? And then have that. I actually don't understand. No, I don't understand. I don't think that's what you mean. That's definitely not what you mean. What do you mean? I'm very intrigued. I just don't quite understand. So then instance them in your main scene with different names. Kai says, to be fair, I'm impressed that you can even prepare all these thumbnails for a stream ahead, like in days. Yeah, I do that. That's, well, and so that's the other thing. I like game dev, but I also love YouTube, and I love live streaming, and I like setting up stuff for live streams. I like doing all of that, and I want. To me, it's about, you know, setting up two separate sort of like hobby / potential business opportunities. So like YouTube, game dev. You know, I'm really crappy at game dev. Or I have a long way to go. And I don't expect to make any money making games. Actually, I do already make a little money making games, but that's doing game jams, winning a game jam prize. That's not really like a job, you know? So, but I'd love to do that. I'd love to actually like make an indie game that I could sell, but I'm so far from that. But with YouTube, you know, I'm still far from making money doing YouTube, but we do bring $40 a month in from the Patreon. But it's kind of like these are these two separate things that I'm pursuing equally. And then, so for the YouTube channel, doing the thumbnails, I want to make sure that I'm sort of like doing YouTube streaming right. Because there isn't a lot of precedent for doing like a actual, like real profitable live YouTube streaming channel. You can find it with like news YouTube channels. There's a lot of precedent there, but obviously that's not what this is. So it's a little different. But yeah, getting the thumbnails prepared ahead of time, to me, that's part of the business side of it. Like making sure that the audience knows what to expect, when they can expect it, and all that kind of stuff. So it's, to me, it's part of the gig, is making sure I have all that prepared. And it is a lot of work. I do make all the thumbnails myself. There are a few good game dev channels. This is it. Most are boring. That's nice of you. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to, cause you have to be entertaining, and you have to also be someone who is like familiar with game dev and computers and all that stuff. So it's hard to find both. But like GWiz, who we've been looking at his videos today a lot, he streams sometimes. Not as often as I do, and not in the same way that I do. But he does stream, and I do recommend you can check him out. But Twitch is really where game dev live streaming exists right now, is on Twitch. And that's still kind of a recent thing. So actually, he has a couple. He actually doesn't have a lot of live streams, but he's done a couple times. You know, he tried to like put like a thing to it. Every $50, he restarts. Spoiler alert: he did not get $50. You know, and so it's just him like working on a game. You know, in Godot, hanging out. Just got him in the corner, which is pretty similar to what I do. And then, but Twitch on the software and development category, if you guys are looking for some good, if you like, here's the difference. I'm catering to a YouTube audience, which is super different than a Twitch audience. A Twitch audience is all about like hanging out, like straight up hanging out. Like people will do game development for hours and hours and hours, and they may say like a paragraph, you know, they're just there working. I mean, here we have somebody they got 179 viewers, 340 viewers. So this is the software and development category on Twitch. It's got, oh, here's Lana Lux. Lana Lux is amazing. She's awesome. I can totally recommend her. But, you know, again, it's more hanging out. For the YouTube, I try to keep it a lot tighter, and I try to keep it moving and keep talking. Because to me, that's just more YouTube than Twitch. Twitch is more about like being present with somebody and hanging out. YouTube is more like giving it a bunch of, you know, content. YouTube is more content. Twitch is more hanging out. That's kind of how I think about it. You like Lana Lux? Yeah, Lana Lux is great. She's so great. You got your friend code duplicated 3 times. Right. Right. That's true. So you're saying I wouldn't have to. I assumed I had to do that. I didn't know that there was a choice to do it otherwise. But Lana Lux, by the way, is like pretty much the most famous game dev streamer. Like she is incredibly successful as far as game dev broadcasting goes. But you do have to go to Twitch to do that. There's really nobody else doing this on YouTube like this other than me. Kai says there's Thomas Brush, but he's kind of does like fake live streams. They are real, but they're not the same. They're really popular. They're more popular than hers if you think about it. But it's hard to say. Anyway, I don't want to bore you guys with all that stuff because I do find it really interesting. I think it's due to they might not be game dev but tutorials. Right. Yeah, I've not found boring game dev channels as far as most of them trying to give the idea of their game, tell their story. Yeah, there's devlogs, right? Like devlogs are kind of like this whole format on YouTube where people will be like, you know, I started working on this game, here is the idea, kind of giving it in a nice bite-sized, right, portion. And lots of fancy editing and storytelling. It's kind of like a video essay, but an ad for a game at the same time. Harder to do in a live stream. This is an interactive stream. Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. True. Yeah. And this is what I bring from the Twitch world, is this whole like interactivity, which Twitch is all about that. The ones I saw were very drawn out, even if it was professional. Yeah. Oh, you know who else does it? The Stardiest guy. Who's the Stardiest guy? He does it. He doesn't do much interaction though. He's kind of hanging out. What's his name on YouTube? Did he change it? Paradox Interactive? That can't be him. That can't be him. No. Stardiest dev. You're gonna get there. I'm here. I'm here to try. I'm here to do my best. Is that him? Yeah, this is him. I think he changed his name. Coda Linesia. So he does live streams actually multiple times a day. He's got one 5 hours ago, 11 hours ago, 1 day ago, 2 days ago. And this guy is a very successful dev. Like, I mean, he's got games on Steam that are popular, right? And he does 4-hour, 3-hour, 5-hour streams. Less interactive though, right? So he's kind of hanging out. He's got a green screen as well. He's deep in the code. You should check him out. But he's not that interactive. He's like deep in the work. But definitely someone to check out. Coda, he must have changed his name recently. But there's the channel name if you guys are interested in checking him out. So he actually does stream very often. You're going to get there and you're going to know every engine. I hope I get to know every engine. That's kind of sad, to be fair. Not sure if you were watching someone who is trying to get money for the Kickstarter, Patreon, or someone who's not really much into YouTube or being open. It's possible, yeah. You need to understand some people might have a great idea, but not such a good caster like Lee's. Oh, that's nice of you. I do try to be a good entertainer. Like, that's important to me, is to do a good job at that. I don't think, I'm not sure that's what he's trying to prioritize, right? He has his own reasons for sharing it, but I want to also create an experience for you, the viewer, that is entertaining. There's a girl game dev streamer on Twitch who is very good and the content is fun, but this is very rare. Maybe you were talking about Lana? I don't know, to be fair, Lee's is a single woman YouTube streamer that I can manage to watch. Thank you. You do YouTube and Twitch at the same time until you hit 20,000 subs. Yeah, you can do both, kind of, if you don't accept Twitch's affiliate contract. So if you're not willing to accept money from Twitch, then you can stream on both. I used to do that, but I found that it was to the detriment of both platforms, because YouTube and Twitch are very different, So if I'm giving all my attention, if I'm in a Twitch stream, or if I'm treating the show like a Twitch stream, YouTube is like, what's going on here? If I'm treating a YouTube stream or a Twitch stream like a YouTube, I don't know, it's getting confusing. But do you know what I'm saying? Like, the audiences are different on each platform. And so trying to make a show that works on both platforms ends up being like not a great show on both platforms. But if I focus on just Twitch or just YouTube, I can make a show that appeals to that platform more specifically. Do you know what I'm saying? So I found that it wasn't that, and it was difficult to do two platforms at once as well. It's only popular when you get popular that Twitch doesn't let you do other stuff. Yeah, you got it. And I just like YouTube better. Vimlark makes me smile a lot. Wait, that's familiar. Wait, I know that name. Is that the, I'm subscribed to this person with notifications. I rung the bell. So apparently I'm willing to be notified on his videos. He looks very entertaining. He's got such good ideas on jams. I'm following so many. I'm subscribed to so many at this point. What's this stream considered? I thought of these as devlogs. Yeah, they kind of are. They're like live devlogs. I often call it learn-alongs. That's like something I came up with myself. Learn-alongs, like we're learning together. You put gamedev. Oops. Godot and GDscript, that's that person. But if you stream your game making, doesn't it make it spoil the game? Maybe. It depends. Yeah, right. Depends if it's indie or AAA. Streaming the creation could get you some buyers. Right, that's the other thing, right. It's all really transparent, like what's happening. And if that's appealing to somebody, then there you go. Twitch isn't paying squat anyway. No, it isn't. YouTube doesn't pay much either, but it's a little better. You do you. This seems to be working. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sounds familiar. I hope so with those buttons pushed. I'm also a fan of game dev YouTube. But there's so much out there. So it's to the extent where like I'm a little overwhelmed with all the content that I take in at this point. So I get everybody mixed up. Agree with what Kai said. I just understand complicated English. We made it to the end. All right. Thank you guys I'm sorry for going on so long about that. I know that wasn't the game dev, but you started talking about the other thing I'm passionate about, which is streaming. Now, we may have lost somebody at this point who could help us, but I do know we're dealing with some problems. Vim streams himself playing viewers' games once per week to give feedback and advice. I like that stream. Oh, that's cool. Right, and so sometimes they won't folks don't like put their, so like there is no live stream tab on his channel because he probably doesn't keep them up, right? He'll do the live stream and he won't actually like leave it up there, so he doesn't end up having a live thing. Oh, he does have Twitch. Oh, he's got Twitch. Oh, he's doing both. So he's doing Twitch separately and YouTube. That's nice. That's nice. Oh, cool. Playtesting your games. Dope. Oh, that's really awesome. So that's impressive. He's doing both. And look, he's got Twitch culture. He's got a totally different setup than his YouTube videos. That's impressive. See, I just don't like editing videos that much. So I don't make a lot of that. So like he's got these like really nice full-on videos edited. Wow. That's, whew. I wonder if he's got somebody helping him, because that is a lot of work to do a YouTube channel and a Twitch live stream. You've got to have help if you're doing all that. I have no idea people stream game dev until I started making my own game. I search one time and now I have dev videos everywhere on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube does, they do be recommending. But that's what I like about YouTube. On Twitch, there's like no discovery. Twitch won't do anything to help you get found, but YouTube will work to get you found, which is nice. Streams on Twitch and gets YouTube monies for the video views. I mean, it's honestly, it's genius. But it requires a lot of work. He's Construct 3 and some GDevelop. Oh, okay. That's awesome. That's probably why I followed him then, as a GDevelop. Not native, mishmash the words and sentences myself because of being too extroverted. I love your English. You do a good job. He's zero idea how to code. Really? That's awesome. I gotta watch him even more now. It's probably hard to get in flow while streaming. Well, I do my best. He makes hella fun small games. Nice. YouTube does give me what I want, even if I don't know it. Well done, YouTube. Idiot YouTube. All right. Where are we at on time? 5 hours. Yikes. We have done some long ones. One of your native languages. Your English is better than I can speak. I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, Kai, you're doing a great job. You're doing quite well. So I really did like the idea that M. Carpenter is talking about. It sounds, so M. Carpenter is saying the friend code is duplicated 3 times, which to me, I mean, I just thought that's the way I had to do it. Because how could I just don't even know how I could do that. That's just outside of what I understand. But here's what I will say. So let me save this. And I'm going to come to, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to use git. Add another scene. You can do that? What does that even mean? Add another scene. I just don't even know what that means. So like up here in the top left, new scene. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, a scene. Wait. Okay, add a new scene. Oh, 3D scene. Wait, what have I done? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So maybe I won't do the GitHub thing. Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to call this, I'm just going to call it Friends with an S. So it's named something different than this other one. Okay. So we'll save this as Friends. So I do have a friend scene, for whatever that's worth. But that was because I converted something to it. So let's just do this. Let's just make it a new one. Friends scene. Okay. I've done this. Thought watching on emoticons, they tend to erase whole sentences. What? If you put an @ name then type? That's crazy. I didn't know all that. I ran into that bug on YouTube before, but this is the first. Emoticons, like versus emojis. It's interesting. We're gonna have our own emojis on this channel. We're like less than 200 watch hours away from having channel memberships and all that good stuff, which is really exciting. So I create this as a separate scene, and then I can attach what, like a script to this, and then if I, yeah, it's really exciting. Now put a cylinder in the friend scene, and then drop that into your main scene. So I guess I don't want to attach a script to this. Maybe is what you're saying? I don't know. So if I put, when you say put a cylinder, do you mean actually just put this in here? Because I can't do that. Like if I copy this and I paste it in here, will that work? Uh-oh. Did I crash Godot? Yes, I did! This is the first time I've ever crashed Godot. Oops. Oops. Is the scene a blueprint? I don't know. Wow, there's a first for everything. Luckily, I just saved it, so it's fine. Think of it like an assembly for making friends. Okay. They lost where they put the code. You crashed it 1,000 times. I guess it was bound to happen. Eventually. I think this is the right project. Since we did it on Git, I'm just not sure if it's like in a different place now or something. But I did import it, so I feel like it should be the top. Okay, great. So we still have the friends scene that we created. The paste did not work. It did not like that paste. I kind of want to try it again. I mean, at this point, I know the result. But I just want to prove it. I just want to prove that that's what's going to happen again. Oh, yeah. Okay. Don't do that. Understood. Copy. Or don't copy. I got you. I got you. Okay. Loading up Godot. All right. So if I create a static body in here, I mean, we kind of would have to rebuild everything, but I'm curious to try it. It's a template for making friends in your main scene. You'll do all of your editing in the friend scene, and they will propagate into your main scene. Okay. Friend static body, I'm going to call it. I'm going to add a child node in here for mesh instance 3D. And then come to the 3D scene here. We're going to say the mesh instance is our cylinder. And then we're going to generate collision. There we go. Now put a cylinder in the friend scene and then drop it into your main scene. Okay, so here we're in the main scene. Here's our friend script down here. I'm going to drag it in. I'm going to put it in the main scene. Wait, did that work? Oh, no. Wait. How do I do that exactly? It just attached a script? I'm a little confused here, if I'm being honest. Because the main scene... Will this spawn different friends or the parent friend? I think it's supposed to be spawning different friends, is the idea. But overall, I'm a little confused. It's hard. It's hard to explain when somebody has like a new idea like this. And you say taking over the stream, but like, you know, I think often the calculation is, is it worth expecting that somebody's going to actually be able to get me to understand it? You know, what they're trying to explain. You're rusty with Godot, but you can instance a sub scene in the main scene. Oh, I see what you're saying. So like right click on this, instantiate child scene. I see. You just had to say it that way. And that made it click. All right, cool. Open it. There we go. Friends. Okay, got it. So there's the friends instance. You're rusty with Godot and you're out here like blowing my mind. That's impressive. Okay, so now we have that. Now, if I want to make multiple friends, how would I do the different instances? You know? Because I guess I'm still a little confused. So if I attach a script on here, so here's the friend script. It's attached to that. So then we can see what we should be able to see. I'm surprised that this doesn't have a script attached to it. And so if I wanted to, like, how would I then add the multiple different friends, you know? Instance it again. Put an exported name variable, and you can set the name in the main scene instance. Instance it again. And you can set the name in the main scene instance. Right, so here would be friend 1. I'm interested and confused because I see that this is different. I'm just gonna even make it a little different. This is different. Because the way that I had it before, you can see it's showing, first of all, we've got the connections. Let me pull this up. We got the little connections icon. But then we also have the script here multiple times. But for this one, it's not actually showing up on there. But if I click on the instance, the script is right here. And if I click on this instance, the script is also right there. You make the name an exported variable in the subscene. Oh, so I only do the exported variable on, so like not on the main, but it'll be on, I mean, I just don't, I guess, I'm trying to figure out what's the difference. So here we have this friends here, right? What's the difference between friend 1 or it might be more easy to explain if I say instantiate another child scene, friends, and we say this one is friend 2. And I move this up. So what's the difference right now between friend 2 that we've made here and friend 2 that we've made here? I mean, obviously I see there's a difference because the script, like you mentioned, is duplicated 3 times. And here, but really, I mean, if I check this, it's still the same thing that has this icon on it. I like kind of get it. I kind of don't understand. You already got code that is running based off of this. Add the exported variable name to the sub object. So the 1s and the 2. So you're saying add a new script to this. So this would be friend, does that make sense to you? So if I say friend 1, no, the subscene. What does that mean? What does subscene mean in this context? Like, am I doing something? So you mean here, right? So you mean right over here, right? Okay, I think I understand. So this script that we already have over here, and this one, I add the @export. Let me just get, as I don't remember, I think we just said var equals. Let me just borrow what we did before. Still kind of learning these things. Okay, equals friend. Okay, gotcha. Friend name, we'll just, so it's a little different. Friend's name equals, or do we have to do an equals? Okay. We don't want a friend here, or an equals here. Friend name equals friend 1. But see, okay, right. So the friends on the top page is like a folder. Sorry for the zoom being there. Sorry, guys. Yeah, kind of. I'm still trying to understand what the difference is between these. On the existing ones, when I look at these, we have a property up here where I can rename what they're supposed to be. Now each instance in the main scene can have a different name set. Right. See, I'm not seeing that happen. Yeah, but that's kind of, the thing is we kind of already have that. So that's not popping up here, right? I mean, this variable export isn't showing up. It's the only place that that's showing up is when I go to the separate scene, right? The open tab of just that scene where the script icon is. Here we see friend's name, friend, right? But if I come back to the main scene and I look at these, there's nothing up here. It's not actually showing up as anything. Right? Which, but with the existing thing that I had already done, where you were saying that there was 3 duplicates of the same thing, but on this it does work, and they all have different names. So I feel like there's a confusion here. Maybe save or create a new one. Okay, let's create a new one. Instantiate child scene. Okay. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Weird. Things blew up? Oh no. Okay, Ash Kettle. I hope everything goes okay. Good luck. Sending you good healing vibes. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out today, Ash Kettle. Is there an instance editable option for those variables like in UE? Probably, yeah. I would think with like public variables, maybe. If there is an option, I don't know off the top of my head how to do it, but I think there is something like that. Maybe. Okay, so now that I created a new one, so I'm going to delete this friend 1 and this friend 2, because these aren't doing anything. So we get rid of those. And then we say this is friend 1. Instantiate child scene. Friends. I mean, this does seem better. Friend 2. I do like the way this does feel better. I don't know how this is going to fix the problem, but this does seem nicer. So here we have 3 friends. They all, so here we kind of come back to that same thing, right? Where there's 3 duplicates of the same script. And so I think the idea with this was, and I remember from the last time when we set this up a couple weeks ago, was that this just added something extra that didn't seem to need to exist. But maybe it does, and maybe we're running into a problem where this does need to exist. But it seemed like the scene lived more, you know, in the file explorer. So down here, there's the friend script, and then we could have the multiple instances of the friend here. Now here we've created a new script, and there just happens to be a reference to it. Move your friend code into the subscene. Oh, you're saying what we were already doing over here? Just copy all of this? Come on to this. So, I mean, I would then paste all this. Everything's the same. And so now then this has a script. Well, then this looks just the same. So to me, now it doesn't look any different. So now we have a script icon here. And it's the same script across all of these. Now we have 4. We only had 3 copies of it before. Now we have 4 copies of it. So my thought, and I could be wrong, but you only have 1 code base. Okay, so I think M. Carpenter, I appreciate all your help, but I do want to say something, and I hope this isn't too toward. But I think what we just did was kind of pointless. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I mean, for a learning purpose, it's not pointless. But for the project, I think we just did the same thing. Because these are all the same. These are all the same. Right? This is exactly the same thing. So these scripts are the same script, and they all update based on each other. So if I come in here and I add, this is the same. Let me get this out of here. So I'm adding a comment at the top. This is the same, right? Right up here at the top. And here I am on this existing one that I had before we started this, right? So this is where I added it to this one. Now if I come to this one and we look at the script, it's the same one. This is the same. Same thing with this one. These are all the same script. Now if I come to the one that you just had us create, right? That's not there. Because these are all the same in their own way. Does that make sense? So I think, and when I say pointless, again, very interesting, very useful to like go over this and like realize this. But the only difference between these 4 and these 3 is, oh, like, thank you. I missed that. Thank you, Stormrun. I closed the eye on that. Thank you. Oops. The only difference is that we're remaking it. And then this has, you know, the scene icon, whereas this one has the static body icon. Right? So I think it's the same thing. It's just arranged differently. So on here, you don't see the parent. And I had made that choice intentionally because the parent exists down here in the file folder. So to me, it seemed redundant to have a parent up here that isn't really doing anything, that doesn't have anything unique about it, when all of these are just instances anyway that don't require this to exist. Sort of, but as your project grows, you'll want to use this structure. Your players should really be in a subscene as well. want your advice to make sense to me. I want it to make sense to me, but it doesn't. It doesn't. Because they are subscenes. I mean, the player, I haven't made a scene of yet. So I think what you're saying, and if it is what you're saying, couldn't I just create a new... Is what you're saying that I should have the parent of the scene be a node 3D? Because this is a subscene. It is a subscene. Like, it is. Like, am I confused or are you confused? I don't know. One of us is confused. And I'm of the opinion it might be you. That's all. So to me, this isn't the problem. But like, I hear you with the as the project grows and stuff, but I'm confused. I think we've just done the same thing. The only difference is mine had a static body as the root and yours has a node 3D. Right? So I could take all of these out of here. So imagine this, okay? Imagine this. So I'm going to delete this, all right? I'm going to delete this node friends, okay? Now look. It's starting to run out. I gotta adjust my screen size again. My zoom. Okay, so imagine this. This is exactly the same, is just exactly the same. These three at the bottom are the same as these three. These are the ones that I already had. These are the ones that you had me make. They're the same. The only difference, yes, some have a square and some have a circle. So that's because the root of the scene, or the parent of the scene, is a static body, which is the square. The wireless symbol, I'm less sure of. That's, oh, I'll tell you why. That's because of these, I believe that's because of these signals, right? So that's because I've integrated these into the script using signals. And so they have those icons. So basically, the ones that we just created, haven't actually been implemented into all the code in the game yet. And once we do that, if I were to do that, then they would have these symbols. This is a circle because it is a 3D node, a node 3D. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that there is no need to redo all of this, because I think M. Carpenter, what we've done is already this. They are nearly the same, but as you start interacting with them, you'll find you end up creating hacks to differentiate between friends. Perhaps, but I don't think that... But why would this way do that versus this way? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it shouldn't be any different. But I don't think it is. I don't think it is extra work. I don't think that's true. Because to me, these are the same. If someone can confirm now or in the future, if you're watching this after the live stream, I definitely appreciate it. Because as far as I can see, these are exactly the same. Other than I haven't fully integrated these ones into the game yet. But to me, these are the same thing. And if there's hacks that have to be done to make this work, then those same hacks have to be done to make this work. I can't possibly, right at the moment, see, and I'm happy to be wrong, but I just don't think there's anything easier about this than this. That's all. Some coding structure is really hard to find and explain, but one day when you're well versed on it, you'll understand its use. Yeah. I don't know that M. Carpenter understands. I'm just saying, and I don't mean that like to be like a dig. I just like, I'm not convinced that there's any difference between using these three versus these three. To me, they're exactly the same. That's all. I'm not sure in this situation, but it's cool learning how this stuff works. Yeah. After you get further in, you can always go back. That's true. So here's what I'm thinking, y'all. All right. So first of all, I'm going to get rid of all this because I don't think this makes any sense to add since we already have it. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete the scene that we created as well. Okay, I don't want it to exist. Did I delete the right thing? I actually don't know if I deleted the right thing. I'm just gonna not save right now. We didn't do, I don't think we did anything here that we're gonna be at risk of losing. You're using the node name to identify friends. This will get complicated. No, I'm not using the node name to, that's incorrect. That's not true. I don't understand. That's not true. Your problem was that multiple characters are being detected, right? Yeah, but... Okay. I'm going to show you guys why that's not the problem. Missing the main scene... God damn it. Okay. Excuse me! I deleted something I didn't mean to delete. And, oh, crap. Okay, well, you know... Okay, we just might have to redo a few things here. Yeah, I know, I can. No, I can. I wish I had committed... Someone back there was like, I should commit the raycast, and I didn't. And believe me, I wish I had. Deeply. Okay, so we want to... What do I want to say? I want to say... How do I even do that? Revert changes? Control Z? I can't Control Z that, unfortunately. All right. Revert failed. I am a little concerned. I'm gonna keep it real. Hi, Cheetos Plays. I'm frustrated. I'm angry. Okay, so... What are you talking about, Godot? I deleted something? I thought I knew what I was deleting, but now I'm not so sure. Because there is no more main scene. The main scene is gone, and I don't know why. Okay, the game is still here, and it still works. Okay, but where is... Why isn't it open? Missing file, main scene, or one of its dependencies. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What does that mean? Missing file, main scene, or one of its dependencies. Try to check it with right click and check the dependencies. Edit dependencies. And then what? It's just, I see, yeah, it seems good. It seems good, but the main scene isn't appearing anymore. Up here. And I can't actually open it to look at it. which is very irritating. Okay, I'm gonna try importing the project again. We do have this old backup, but that's a little earlier. Output window, enable red warning texts, and you'll get more information. Google it. You said enable it somehow? At output window, enable red warning texts. What does that mean? Red circle with an X. Right. But, okay. Okay, thank you. I see. Okay, let me get this zoom in here. Things are messed up. Things are messed up. I'm grumpy. I am very grumpy about this. Attempt to open script resulted in error, file not found. Okay, that's fine. We don't care about that. Friends, yeah, I don't care about that one. Just get rid of it. Like, I don't care about it. Just remove it. Right? But what does that have to do with anything? Failed loading resource. Make sure resources have been imported by opening the project editor at least once. Okay. This is very frustrating. You delete it without Godot. With Git, you need to manually fix scene file. Okay. How do I do that? Okay, let me try re-importing it. I look at the project folder to see what's there. It looks like it's still in there. Okay, hopefully this will... No, it doesn't. Oh, it's so irritating. I need to delete the reference from it. For the deleted files. I don't understand. I'm just gonna go back with a simple text editor. So you're saying open this up in the browser, the file browser. Edit this. Come find the friends. Here. And what, just delete this entire line? Are we ruining everything? Resolving the bug that's present in the dependent on scene or by finding a different scene. These things don't mean anything to me. Delete the friend GD line. But it's the one that I removed was friends, not friend. And with that, ULD lines. Dude, this is irritating. So there is no friend.gd. But there is the friends.tscn, which is the one that I meant to remove. This is what I intended to remove. I've never watched Friends. I've seen funny clips, though. It's a little bit complicated. Awesome. Great. Okay, so I don't really know what to do at this point. I mean, I don't want to just delete that. I mean, I guess I could just copy it as it is. I don't see why this would fix anything, but I'm willing to try it. Yeah, that doesn't work. Godot doesn't like if you move a file without Godot. I didn't. I did it within Godot. All right, so Just don't save if that's possible. Yeah, I kind of did. So okay, so let me just load this up as the current version, right? So we reverted this a long time ago. So how do I just go back to this version, right? Like, let me just go back to this version. Please commit your changes or stash them before you merge. What are you talking about? So I need to commit the changes, the current changes? Okay, let's do that. That may be my problem. Okay, so I'm gonna do changes. We've done here's all the changes we've done. What's up, Cheetos Place? So we've got all these changes done here. And I wanna say, added raycast and broke everything. Broke main scene. All right, we're just gonna say that. Commit that, come to the history. Now I'm gonna right click this and I'm gonna say revert changes. Okay, now I'm gonna open up Godot and we should go back. Yeah, the notes are nice. Open this up. If it's not gonna ask for a reload, it should do it by default. And we should go to before we started doing any of that. And I should have a main scene. Oh my god. Okay, we do. Ugh. Thank you. Okay. So this is before we added the raycast. So all the raycast stuff is dead now. But this is good. Okay, so I'm less frustrated. I'm still a little frustrated. But I'm much less frustrated. The raycast stuff, easy to redo. Git to the rescue. Yeah, I just kind of didn't understand how to use Git. I did, but I didn't. Now I understand. I needed to do the commit so I could revert it. Okay. Whew. No, it's okay, Thati. It's quite all right. All right. Very big relief. Okay, so this is the way that it works before. Now, M. Carpenter. So, I want to make sure we understand. So this is the way it was, and this is what you were saying. This is what you were saying. I'm glad it exists too. This is what you were saying is going to cause like problems down the line. What we did all that diversion for, right? These three things, right? You were saying these are duplicates that I don't need. Even though I'm saying that what you had me do is the exact same thing. So right now, we have different names for each character. So I'm going to zoom in over here. We're going to look at the inspector. So we have the exported variable. We have Jerome is friend 1, or the person in the middle. On the left, we have Lilith. Okay, so this is the other friend, friend 2. And then we have friend 3 on the right, and that's Big O. So it's 3 different character names, and they're going to pop up in the dialog box. Now this is while we still had... Do we still have the hover logic here? I might have deleted the hover logic. Actually. Oh no, we still have it. Okay, good. So I'm going to hit play. So when I click on this person on the right, the name is Big O. Right? I'm going to click on the person in the middle. The name is Jerome. Now I'm going to click on the person on the left, and it's Lilith. So here, with the existing setup, right, it already knows the difference between these 3 characters. So that isn't something that isn't working. That's not something that we're having any issues with. It works totally correctly. No issues. So the only change that I'm under the impression that I made was that we added the raycast in and removed the hovering stuff. And when I did that, it saw all the characters as the same. So I don't know what happened there, but I don't think that the problem is the way that that was all organized. Because in theory, I would think it should be the same. The only difference is we're changing the method. So instead of it being about hovering and clicking, the method becomes about walking up to them and pressing the E key. So it should be the same thing as clicking on them. It's just instead of clicking on them, we're using the raycast to talk to them. Now, what do you do if you want to add a head to a friend? Although I'm not sure, I would imagine that I don't really see how what you, I mean, I hear your question, but what I don't understand is how what you were telling us to do is any different. It wouldn't be any easier or harder. So I don't know. Like, I just don't know. I literally wouldn't even know how to do that one way or the other. If I were to guess, which I have no idea, perhaps I could add a child to this, right? So we could say this is head 1. And then I could come over here, add a child, and this one could be head 2. That would be my guess. But I don't really know. So we have these separate things, and they can have the separate children. But I don't know if that's how it actually works. I would assume that it works that way, but that's beyond really what I know how to do anyway. And I mean, looking at it, it looks like it's working quite well. So if I were to come in here and say this, we'll say this person has a sphere head. And we'll say this person has a cube head. Now they have different heads. And they're still that same thing. So that's one way I would try to do it. Was the stuff you did earlier, so you only had one friend on the first page? That way you didn't have 20 friends crowding up your workspace? It's okay, I'm Carpenter. I just like... What I want, what I feel is a little gaslit, not on purpose, but like what I'm trying to do is I don't like the derail is fine. I'm okay with the derail. I just want there to be an understanding that what we were doing before that what we're doing here isn't any different than what you were having us set up. Because to me, they're exactly the same, besides differences that don't make anything easier. And I just want to hear that that's true. Like, I'm pretty confident that's true, but I don't know if anybody else can confirm that that's true. The problem was you set it a variable in the player script to true, not in the friend script. Yeah, so that is what I think we actually needed to fix. I do think that is what we needed to fix. I agree. I mean, I haven't tried it yet, but I assume that will help. Is a friend a single mesh? Like you could upload a model in place of it? Yes. So this is the friend scene. There's an instance of the friend. How do I explain this? And this is like kind of just like Godot stuff. Like this is how Godot works, right? So if we create, like here's a friend, all right? There's a friend. I could make another friend in a totally separate mesh that isn't the same thing and isn't an instance or anything like that. And that's this one. This is just some other stuff, completely separate, not the same. Everything is different. Nothing is the same. Now, what I've done is, and what M. Carpenter was having us do, is I turned this into a scene, or an instance, an instantiated scene. Okay. Let's not make it green. It's hard to read. Instantiated scene. Okay. And then what I can do with that is I can make multiple versions of this instantiated scene. And these are the multiple friends. So these are the 3 friends. Totally different from if we were to create something separate. It has the same cylinder. It has the same code. And if I change, let's say I add a line of code into any of these, literally any of these three, if I add a line of code into here, then that exact change is going to happen in these other ones. So they're all going to have the same update. Whereas if I were to add a different line of code into this one, that's only going to happen in that one. Now, what I can also do is I can add children to these instances, right? So let's say we've added a child onto this one, okay? And if I add a line of code into there, let's say it looks like a circle, that's only going to be on this one. This one doesn't have a child, doesn't have a circle, doesn't have a child, doesn't have a circle. So if I make a child, I can make a separate child onto this one, and I could give it a totally different line of code. Let's say it's an X, whatever. And that's going to be unique. So we could say, just like with the heads that I set up there, these would be different. But then if I wanted to add, let's say, you know, an export variable, right? So that export variable thing. So if we say at export, this at export line of code is going to be present in all of these instances. So I'll put this in here like that. Put this in here like that. So they all have the at export. And because they all have the at export, they get something sort of special. They get this little box, and they all get the same little box. We'll just do it this way. But the difference is, so by adding the export, they all get the same little box. But the difference is I can now add name1 into here, and that will be unique. I can add name2 into here, and that will be unique. I can add name3 into here, and that will be unique. And what makes this better than doing it this way is I can now call these in the script as variables, these little boxes. And I can update those variables in the script. So does that make some sense? Does that clarify it a little bit? I like in programming, you separate code into functions. You are making one huge main scene. But I'm not. But that's not true. Because this is a separate scene. I wish I could convince you of that. This is a separate scene. Look, friend right here, right? So friend has dialogue in it, right? This is where that dialogue box that pops up when you talk to a friend, this is where all that is, okay? So if I hit play, this is its own scene. Oh, not here. Here we go. So this is its own scene, right? There's nothing, it's blank in here, okay? There's nothing in here. Now I'm going to make it visible so you can see it. This is the dialogue box, right? So if I play just this scene, you can see it has just the dialogue box with all that code and logic in it. This is a separate scene. This is not all in one main scene. This is a separate scene, okay? It's a separate scene. Separate scene. And that separate scene is what these friends are. They're instances of that separate scene. Does that make sense? At least just confirm to me that that makes sense to you. So we have this scene up here, which is the friend scene that has the dialogue in it, right? And this is where I was giving this example over here, right? The instantiated scene, the at export, the line of code, that is what that is, the dialogue box is across all three of them, right? That's what this is. It's a separate scene. I'm gonna hide this. We come to the main scene. We have 3 instances of that scene. So it's the same scene, but it's 3 instances of it. And they each have that export variable right up here. And as such, it means we can name them differently. So this one's name is Lilith. This one's name is Jerome. This one's name is Big O. Right? Please tell me you understand that those are a different scene within the main scene. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. Would you want the export variable name to be friend for each though? No. So this is just setting the default. So the one that's here, this is the default name. So let's say I create a new version of that scene. So I'm going to click on my main scene. I'm going to do instantiate child scene. And I'm going to choose the friend scene because we have separate scenes. We actually have another scene inside of the friend called dialogue. We have a whole separate one even. So if I create a new one of this, you'll see that it's friend right here. Right? That's the default name, and that's what we chose here. So if I say new default is the string. Let's get rid of that thing we just created. Put it in the garbage. And we're going to instantiate a new child scene for friend. When that one's created, now new default is the name. I can change this to be Joseph or something. And now that's the name of it. All right. And then, like I said, we also have another scene. This is the dialogue scene. So within the friend scene, right, we have a whole nother scene, and that's the dialogue. All right, right there. And this has more breakdowns that we can instance for each friend. All right? Your brain is refusing to understand this? Well, I don't know how to help you there. I'm probably not going to learn Godot ever. Okay. I think it's pretty easy to understand. I mean, yeah, to me, I mean, it's different, right? It's not like Unity. It's not like the other engines. It's a unique way of doing things, and I think it's a great way of doing things. So I think it's, I don't know where M. Carpenter went. I wish M. Carpenter, what's harder about using a subscene? All right, M. Carpenter, I'm literally done with you. You are like willfully not listening to me, and it's a little frustrating. So I'm ignoring that question because no, I'm not saying that it's harder to use a subscene. There is a subscene. Unless a subscene is something other than what I think it is. But based on what you had us go through, you're talking about something that already exists. So I don't know what to say, M. Carpenter. I mean, that's your problem, not mine. Like, you can... people have explained a lot of complicated things in multiple sets of 200 characters or less. But I'm going to say this, and if I'm wrong, that's great. But I just have to tell you, okay, and I have to state this. We're already doing what you're telling me to do. It's already there. All right? And if I'm wrong, please, somebody else correct me. But we're already doing what you're telling me to do. And I don't really understand how you don't see that. All right. Psycho says, UE is impossible to me. I'll give it a try when I see a UE only jam. A UE only jam? UE is different. Yeah, they're different. What's up, Marie Grassmeyer? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. You will learn, just try it. After some using it, it will make sense to my experience coming from Unity. Yeah. I don't know. Like, me, I don't know. Maybe, like, to me, I don't really feel this limitation for each engine. To me, they're all just programs. All right. Like, we learn MS Paint. We learn our banking app on our phone. We learn the YouTube website. We learn our email in Gmail. You know, we learn all these different interfaces and programs. And game engines are just another program. And they just work differently from each other sometimes. And then sometimes they're similar. And it's the only one you've used, right? And so to me personally, I like to learn as many as possible because I just think they're all cool and interesting and they do it differently. And maybe I'm not giving enough credit to the idea that it's like difficult to learn multiple engines. I don't think it's that difficult myself. I feel I learn every day. I don't know where the brain capacity comes from. Maybe I'm deleting stuff. Maybe. You can easily implement it what you wanted with Raycast. Actually, it was good until the is colliding function. Okay, thank you, Thought T, for getting me back on track so we can finish that. Albeska says, I think that right now the main scene is small enough. When there will be more elements, it will make sense to have a subscene that's the parent of all the friends to avoid clutter. Okay, so I'm so grateful, and M. Carpenter, you know, I want you to know that, like, I'm totally willing to accept that you're describing something different than what I'm doing. I just, like, I'm glad to hear somebody else just, like, confirm that M. Carpenter is talking about something different than what I'm doing. I think that right now the main scene is small enough. When there are more elements, it'll make sense to have a sub-scene that's the parent of all the friends. I just don't understand, because isn't there already a sub-scene? I just don't understand. I don't understand how it's different. Like, are you just saying because... And you know, here, let me go back. I kind of avoided this for a while, but I guess I shouldn't have. Let me go back to this stream where we first set it up this way. And I remember we had the same conversation. They meant a node just to be a container of friend nodes. Okay. That makes sense. Imagine you have 20 friends. You would have 20 items in the main scene hierarchy. Okay. This makes sense to me. If that's what M. Carpenter is saying, M. Carpenter, I apologize. I apologize because that makes a lot more sense to me. That makes a lot more sense to me. So, but couldn't I just do that? Like, can't I just create... I mean, to me, isn't it at that point just folders, right? Isn't that just folders at some point, right? Like, I could just create a node 3D, or I could even instantiate a child scene. I mean, I don't know, what's the point of it being a friend scene? Like, what's the difference between doing it that way than creating a new node 3D? Putting that in the main scene, taking the friends and dropping them in there as children. Like, why not just do that then? Right? And so now they're contained. It goes much deeper than a container. It'll affect how you set up your messages and communications between objects. So does this achieve the same thing? That's what you would do. So it's possible I was right that I didn't need to recreate it all, as M. Carpenter was outlining. But what M. Carpenter was getting at, that Albeska is getting at, is that it's helpful to nest the friends in a top container, and then that's it. Period. Right? So then this could just be all friends. And then we've now done it. I mean, I do think organization is nice. I like organization. I'm down with that. I would love this. I'm shoot. Let's just do it. Let's just leave it like this, right? But what I don't understand is why does all friends need to be an instant scene in and of itself, right? Like, to me, this can just be a blank old thing. But to make this another friend feels strange to me. Don't need all friends? Okay. All right. Well, then I really definitely don't understand what you're talking about. I understand what Albeska's talking about. I don't understand what you're talking about. All right. It's okay. I have several things I would do differently now, but it does work. Yeah. As you meant earlier, the folders thing. Yeah, that is what you meant earlier. No, I like that. I was thinking back to that. Yeah. No, I think that it's nice for an organizational perspective. But ultimately, I'm very convinced that M. Carpenter was just having us set up the exact same thing. Anyway, all right. Let's save it. Let's commit it. Let's commit it. Basically, haven't done anything. But I want to get in the habit of it. So I'm going to do that. We're going to say this is added friends folder. Reversion to pre-raycast version. Lost to time. That now includes an all friends node 3D that contains everything. It contains all the friend instanced scenes. Commit to main. All right. At least we can always come back to this point, which isn't that different than before, but that's okay. Just continue how you like. As you learn, you'll see the use of using subscenes. Okay, let me just look this up because I feel like I am using subscenes. Like I want to know. I want to understand what you mean by subscenes. Because apparently it doesn't mean what I think it means. Oh, it's got maintenance. That's why it wasn't popping up before. I often have the case where I instantiate child scenes of little control widgets in the editor. I'm looking for most convenient way of defining and handling these child scenes. Design the node tree of the widget in the editor. Attach a tool script to the widget's root node. The script exposes relevant layouts, blah, 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 blah. Question, is this a recommended Godot-ish design pattern or should I go otherwise? Still a nuisance to write all those setter functions. I don't know if this is relevant. There's no answer. That didn't go anywhere. Adding a child node from a subscene. Can somebody explain? Do we know what a subscene is? What is a subscene? Like, I can't even find. Subscene, double quotes. Like, is this a thing? I'm working on a level editor in my game. I have created a user interface that I reuse and saved as a scene. Subscenes like Inception movie. Because then it could have its own script that would contain all the logic to manage the friends, so that the main scene script is shorter and easier to maintain. And so why couldn't I just attach a script onto here and that have some of the logic? I'm confused. I'm confused. I just am. I just am confused. I think it will break your relative references. Everything in Godot is a node. Yes. Right. True. As far as I can tell, that's a matter of personal preference. I gotta say, I'm still real confused. If anyone can provide now or in the comment section after this video, can explain what a subscene is, I'll be appreciative of that. Because if I add a subscene via the instant, because we have these. We are using subscenes. That's what this is. This is a subscene. Right here. This is another subscene. Right? If that's just instanced children, then we already have those. So that's, as far as I know right now, that's the case. Okay, raycast. Let's get back into that. Holy moly. Sorry for that huge... I wouldn't call it a derailment. I would call it a detour. A frustrating detour. Okay. So for the raycast, let's add that back in. Organizing codes can be different per individual. Yes. I still don't understand what the point that is being made is. But I agree with that. Okay. I want to understand. So we want to create a raycast, and thanks to some advice we got from M. Carpenter earlier, we want to make sure we add that as a child of the camera. So I'm going to add a raycast 3D on here. We want it to look for the collision mask 2. We want it to collide with bodies. And this raycast, I think I said, what did I say, 1.6 in the length or something like that? Negative 1.6 or maybe it was 7.5, something like that. So then there's the raycast somewhere. Oh, it's pointing down. So I'm going to hold control. I'm going to rotate it. There it is. Let's get so you can see easier. So there's the raycast, this little like blue spear poking out of here, right there. That's the raycast. And now let me go back to what Thought T was saying, because Thought T seemed to understand what her problem was. Where was it? Somewhere in here. Thought T says... Okay, here. The problem was you set a variable in the player script to true and not in the friend script. Okay. So you're saying that on the friends script, and I mean, you know, if this brings us back to the original the recent discussion, like, I mean, could I put this in all friends as opposed to each individual script? I mean, to me, I don't really understand the difference since these are all the same script that are on the same one. So to me, that is a parent script. Don't really understand why those are different. But on here, so I would be needing to set a variable across nodes. So if I say this is variable friend nearby, we started out as false, put the variable on there. Right, gotcha, because friend hover will be the unique variable in your friend object. Huge scene, I guess. Right. Okay, so that makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. Right, because this needs to be unique for each friend. I see. Okay, that makes sense to me. So we definitely don't want it on this. Okay, so then we want to say on the raycast, or maybe not necessarily. I guess we could do it all on the friend, right? We could just put it all on here. So we could say, um, so I guess I don't need, if I say function, we call this friend detection. And I guess I want this to be, I don't really know. And this, I have no idea. I'm ignorant. I'm a noob. I have no idea what the best way to do this is. Do I want this to be in process? Do I not? I have no idea. So I'm going to do it that way because I don't really know what the right thing to do is. But if I do friend detection delta here, that would call it. And that would allow this to work, right? But then I see that these don't have that. I don't know. I don't know whether I should be on delta time for the raycast or not. No idea, but I'm going to do it. And then we can say if commit. Thank you. Yes. Right. Okay. Commit now. Mouse entered. Don't need. Yes. Right. Yeah, I kind of don't need. Technically, I don't need this. I'm going to leave it now just so we can compare side by side. But right, technically, I don't need it. Okay, so let's commit it right now. You wrote an example a little bit above. Okay, yeah, let me go back to up there. I think I did see that. I believe I saw that. Oh wait, maybe I didn't. You can easily implement what you wanted with the raycast. Actually, it was good until the is colliding function. Then it went somewhere very far. Maybe you could just copy it again or paste it again. So I want to say if, oh, we're committing. We're committing. Let's do this. Let's do this. Thanks, Thati. So I'm going to say over here in GitHub, added raycast. I don't really know what more description to say about that. Began process of detecting friends that dot is colliding. Oh, I need to set the friends up correctly with the right layer. If that's colliding, then we want to set the variable friend nearby to true. Right? And so let's just quickly go over to the friends and make sure they're on layer 2. So there's the first friend, second friend, third friend. They're all on layer 2. Save it. The return object of getCollider will be your friend object. The return object of getCollider will be your friend object, the detected object. I don't quite understand. GetCollider will be your friend object. I don't understand. I don't understand. Added more collision or raycast setup continued. Added collision detection variable update and set layers on friends. And then I will say friend nearby don't need. Oh, I don't even need that? Whoa. Blow my mind a little there. Wait, but is that better? Raycast get collider friend hover equals true. Oh. Really? So then I don't need the if either. I just say for this function is colliding, not even is colliding. Don't even do is colliding. Inside of the function. So still here, but not up here. Not where the delta is. Or is it where the delta is? So function is colliding, not is colliding, but get. Oh, maybe, okay. Get collider dot friend nearby. I guess you're saying even forget the nearby thing. Just like do hover. Then I don't have to add it. It is the friend script. Is that... Okay, so this is supposed to be somewhere else. Don't put raycast script to the friend script. What? Okay. When the player presses hello button, you run get collider on the raycast. It will return the friend object if one present. So just throw this away and don't use hover using the raycast. Yeah. Yeah, I was that's kind of what I figured. So wait, so just don't keep this, don't even update the variable. I'm a little confused. Truth be told. So you're saying add a script to the raycast. Okay. I'm going to rename it. I'm going to say friend or whatever. We'll keep it as raycast 3D. I guess I was just... So if I attach a script to it, I'm going to name the script raycast friend detect. In the say hello function, do we have a say hello function? Is that a function that we have? I don't think we have a say hello function. So don't add a new function here. Create a new script to the raycast. That's the simplest way. What runs when you say hello? Oh, that is, so we have the function process here. If input action is just release mouse. So this is if you hover over a friend, right? And if it detects that you're hovering over a friend and you press the mouse button, then the dialog box becomes visible. That's right here. No right two ways. That's true. Right. So it sounds like you guys are doing two different ways. And I'm just like, which way? And then I have my own way. If you created the new script, create a process function if it doesn't exist. Psycho says, if your friend script has a reference to the dialog panel, it does. You can just add raycast get collider visible equals true to the player, not the raycast. Okay, so let's go to the raycast script. It sounds like Psycho and Thought T are kind of on the same page here. So we say we're going to do raycast get, so we can probably just say that here, right? In the process of the raycast, put this code. So we want to get collider. I think I know what you're going to say. Visible equals true. friend hover equals true. Right. But, and then this, okay, we can do friend hover. Like, that's kind of okay. So if I drag this in here, I mean, and I want it to be referencing the script that's on all the friends, right? Maybe this is something M. Carpenter was getting at a long time ago. I want it to talk to the script. So we have a script on all of these. So I guess it will just update it. So I guess that's fine. Why do anything with hover using raycast? So it's just kind of the name. It's just then we don't have to change the name, right? So imagine this, right? Like, let's just come to the friend, and instead of doing hover, because I just kind of want to keep the hover for now and not delete it, but we could just rename it, right? So if I get rid of the var friend nearby, right? I'm just going to rename hover to nearby. So there's no more hover. And I'm going to rename what was hover to nearby. Okay. And then on this script, the reference was the return object of getCollider function, not was, will be. The reference will be the return object of getCollider function. So here we want to say if getCollider friend nearby. So are we setting it or are we checking it? Because don't we want it to be double equals if we're checking if it's true? Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I see. Sorry, I see now. If is colliding. If it is colliding. Got you. I see. If it is colliding, get collider friend hover equals true. Okay. And then what we want to do is not say friend hover. We want to say friend nearby. That's okay. Now, do I need to define the friend reference, or will it just find it? It sounds like you're saying it'll just find it. It's done. So it'll just, so what it'll do is it will look for this on whatever object it's colliding with. And then it'll update it. That's cool. Now let me make sure I have, so what I don't have set up yet is the activate button. So right now, oh, that's awesome. Oh, that is awesome. Okay, cool. So if input is action, just release mouse. So right now we have that. I would like to say, I mean, I'll just say activate. So we're going to kind of remove the mouse thing for now. So that's kind of gone here. And let me just make sure I've created that in the input map. It doesn't look like there is activate. So let's make it. Activate. Add it. And then I'm going to say E key. And on the joypad, I'm going to make it this button here. All right. We have an error. Oh, friend hover. So we want this to be nearby. Not that we really need this anymore, but we might. All right, put that there. Is this an old error? I think this is an old error here. I'm not really sure. Mouse enter doesn't need. Technically, we don't. But maybe we do. So I'll tell you why in a second. The getCollider is the object that you detect at the raycast, your friend instance. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can run it. Nice. That says Jerome. Excellent. Nice. Let's go. It works. I think. Wait, it doesn't. Oh no, wait, it doesn't work. Hold on, hold on. It kind of works. So Okay. So I'm pressing the E key out here. Nothing is happening. I'm going to approach the center character. I'm going to press E. Jerome is the center character, so that's correct. I'm going to come to the left one. Lilith. Okay, looks good. I'm going to come to the right one. Big O. Good. Now, if I release the mouse and I click out here, that's supposed to close it, right? Originally, that closed it. And now when I press E, it cycles through all three of them. So the thing is I still want it to close it. Like, what the heck is happening here? Because what I'm going to ultimately want is that when there's a name up here, I want the looking to stop, but the mouse to be there. And then you can come in here and you can click on things. And then you can exit, for example, by clicking outside of this and then go talk to somebody else. Now, if I come to this person whose name should be Lilith and I press E, it's Big O. And then it like cycles through? Wait. It's like keeping up the last one in a weird way. So Big O is going to be, or Jerome is first. I click out here, it goes down. Okay, come out here. Lilith. Okay, that's actually working correctly again. Big O. Lilith. And then it shows Lilith. You see some weird stuff happening. Oh, let me see what you guys are saying about it. You need to just replace mouse click action with E key action. Yeah, maybe there's a place where I need to do that. You're setting hover to true, but not unsetting it, maybe? Right, maybe. That could be. The raycast collision has the same function of the mouse entered, but right now there's no mouse exited. That makes sense. Really, the hover stopped making sense when you added the raycast. Yeah, that's true. You need to set to false. Okay, yeah, you're right. You need to set false your friend hover variable when you close the panel. That's it. Yeah, and close the panels on the instances because you have panels on every instance. Gotcha. Pierogigon has joined us. Welcome. Yes, I'm still here. 6.5 hours on. But you know, if it meant you would come through, it's worth it. Yeah, dude, Albeska does write well. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get rid of all of the mouse stuff. We're just gonna put it in the garbage. Just throw it away into the trash. All right, let me just do a commit. I'm gonna save it. We're gonna pop up Git. And Rogi, you help make this mouse stuff possible, but all the mouse stuff is going in the trash here. Oh, Freaker, I realized you were here earlier, but I was so in the heat of a debate that I forgot to say hello. Hello, Freaker. Welcome. Good to see you. Okay. English is not your first language. Dang. That's impressive. That's very impressive. Thanks, Freaker. Okay, so let's say raycast implementation continued, and then we'll say added script to raycast. Box appears, but mouse stuff is getting in the way. All right, commit it. Oh yeah, we got GitHub. Oh yeah, we got GitHub. We're learning the value of it in real time and making sure it's actually used. Yeah, it's great. It's a wonderful thing. I'm so glad we set it up. Thank you, Rogi, for suggesting I do it this week. Okay. It is so nice. It is so nice. Okay. So we're going to get rid of all the mouse stuff here. Here we have, now this is for it closing. Now this is if you click outside of it, it makes the dialog box go away. So this is all, I feel like we just get rid of all this. Honestly, I say we just throw all this away in the garbage. Like, so right now the only thing that happens is they open, and there is no way for it to close. We don't need the input rate pickable stuff. So the dialog is visible. We don't need the dialog hover. You know, if we want to close the dialog box, right, we have to have something to press. So we could just have it be like, I do want it to be like potentially consequential. So I guess we could do like a circle. We could do like a Q button. Maybe like we'll do Q on the keyboard or something, and we'll say that closes it. So we won't have the mouse clicking outside anymore. We'll get rid of the mouse clicking thing. I thought I wanted to keep it, but now that I think about it, forget it. So save this. And I'm going to say, we're going to add a new thing in here. I'm going to say if input is action pressed, or just, oh, we have just released. We don't need that anymore. We'll do just pressed. That was all mouse stuff. Is action just pressed? And it doesn't actually matter. We actually don't need any of that. And the button that we want is going to be, I guess, deactivate. Is deactivate. I still got to create it. I guess we could say, can this be, I guess we could make this a thing too. And dialog visible true? I don't know if this can be a condition, but we'll try it. And dialog visible set to true. Assignment is not allowed inside an expression. Okay, so I guess, oh, double equals, double equals. Got it. And then we'll say dialog visible false, and convo state goes to 0. And then I just need to create the deactivate. Deactivate, add Q, and we'll add this button here on the joypad. Save it, and let's see if it works. So I'm going to come over here, open it, Q closes it. Nice. Oh. So I can still open even though I'm not in the raycast view anymore. It does do the last one. So there's Big O. If I close this, I walk over here. It's still, at least it opens the last one. So we need to do something here that unsets, oh, the nearby. Thank you. I forgot about that. So we have to unset nearby. So we want to say, I guess that would be on the raycast script, right? So if colliding, else, right? Can I do that? Will that work? And then just do the same thing, friend nearby false. Does that work? I feel like this is like a little wrong. It's like almost right, but maybe a little wrong. Okay, it's definitely a little wrong. Friend nearby on base null instance with value type Boolean. That won't work. I know it seems like it won't. That seems very true. But you kind of see what I'm trying to do here, right? Like, I'm sure what I'm trying to do works in some way. I just don't know how to make it work. So I mean, I could probably just do is colliding is set to false. Then just do this whole line, which feels like there's a better way to do it. But maybe it'll still work. Nope. Friend nearby on base null instance with value type bool. What am I doing wrong? You probably want to set the dialogue visible to false if no collider. Oh, that's true too. Oh yeah, I would also want that. That's true. That also sounds nice. You used Git to work on your project on a new laptop, but you randomly bought it so you'd have one for work. So cool to work on a project that was on your home computer. Push a version, go home and continue. Nice. Oh, it's like automatic cloud storage. By the way, in the editor settings, there's an option for the text code auto wraps. Oh, yeah, I would like that. Yeah, I would like that a lot. I would like that deeply. Where is that? I don't know where that is, but I want it. I want it badly. I believe you that it exists. But I don't know where it is. So we can maybe look into that. You can also change Godot colors to whatever you want. Yeah, I do like that. Storm says, you're still going? Yeah, I am still going. I've had to leave 3 times today. A new video when I get back. I'm devoted. Okay. Yep, thanks, Frogie. So I'm definitely doing this wrong. So what I want is to... So we have this setting it to true, but I want to set it to false. Oh, Albeska says, I think you can just reset friend nearby to false at every frame at the end of the process function. If the raycast is still colliding, it will set it again to true. You can just reset friend nearby to false every frame. Oh, I see what you're saying. So it'll just like, right, it'll stay true because it'll keep updating it as true. I don't really, anyway, I kind of understand why what I did here didn't work. I feel like it's because I'm misunderstanding the get collider thing. I wish I understood that a little better. But I'll do what I'm told. Like with the event tick in UE. Yeah, like the event tick. Yeah, right. Totally. So I guess I would define that on the friend. That's what I think, but I could be wrong. So if I say here, raycast checker, I don't know. Raycast checker. I guess I'd want that on delta time, right? Function raycast checker. And then get collider is null when the raycast doesn't detect anything. Oh. So it's null, not false. I see. So I have to say, I wonder if that means I could reference null, but probably not. Thank you. That's really helpful, Albeska. Roogie says, editor, general tab. Okay. Project settings. Dude, that's going to change. Honestly, Rogi, this is going to change my life. Like, I'm going to have to, like, reorient myself so severely. Editor general tab. Wait. Oh, I see. Up here. Gotcha. Oh, we got different settings. I see. That's why. So I could probably now just search for wrap. Appearance, word wrap. Auto wrap mode. Word smart. Appearance set word wrap to boundary. There we go. Let's go. Null reference got its own error code. Yeah, it sure did. It sure did. All right, now we're wrapping. Oh, dude. I don't know if I like this. This is such a trip. I see. You look at the gaps between the line numbers to determine it. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I like it. Maybe I'll get used to it. It's weird. The settings change how you view the editor. Yeah, so now instead of the line of code going off screen, it wraps and it puts a gap here, which is like really messing with my head. I'm like, what's this line doing here? I didn't put that there. But it's not a line because you can see it doesn't have this number. Dude, I don't know if I like it. It's so messy. I don't like it. I'm changing it. I might change my mind. I need some time to get used to it. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for that. Let it be cut off. It's very disorienting. I realized a math equation, so my lines go on to 3 lines. I don't know if I can handle it. So for me, it's worth it. Right, because there's just a lot of scrolling. Ugh, I don't know. I'm not ready for it. Okay. So over here with this raycast checker, I'm going to say that, yes. Oh, and then by the way, yes, Delta Storm Run, I believe, yes, I'm sure. That is every frame. I see, I kind of like it. Just got to look at your numbers. You kind of like it? Do I need to give it another chance? I'm so thrown off by it. I'll try to get used to it. I'll give it a good try. Okay. So, for the raycast checker, I want to say make the variable friend nearby equal to false. Just like false it up all day long. And if it is my preference. I know. But like, I'm still just kind of like, I don't know. I'm willing, so my preference is also to be influenced by your preference. I like being open to the possibility. It helped convince me. Okay, so here we are. We get close. It shows up. Okay, I just did it wrong because it's not actually doing it every frame. So I think I did something wrong. The blue arrow is, honestly, I don't know. I actually have no idea. I don't know what that is. I guess for functions, it looks like it's on functions. And then it'll give me, when I click on it, it takes me to the documentation. I think you typed var in the raycast checker function. That declared a new variable, so it won't work. Oh, I'm still getting used to that. I see. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I see. Yeah, I'm still learning there. Okay. I gotcha. That's something I'm still getting used to. Okay. So we don't need to declare that it's a variable. It knows it's a variable because we already set it up. You need to get, apparently, I don't even need to do that. I think I can just type this and it'll remember that we set this up here. Getting used to that. But see, I'm used to something like Unreal or something where you have to say, okay, get the variable, set the variable, right? But here, you don't have to say that. You are technically doing that, but you don't have to, say get first. Okay. Here we go. Get close. It shows up. Oh, it worked! Nice. So I'm nearby. I press it. I'm going to come over here. Press Q. Now it doesn't pop up. Now I kind of would have thought that would have solved the problem of when we move away from here, right? Because I would think if it's running all the time, that it should disappear if I walk too far away. Raycast is a little long. I don't think it is. So if I'm all the way over here, The input map really do be getting in the way of the chat. Let me just adjust that just a little bit. So if I'm all the way over here and I press E, right? It's not happening. It's only when I get, so if I'm up here, it's not showing up yet. So that's the actual length of it. Is like right there. So that's how close it is. I'm kind of surprised that it isn't disappearing when I walk away. Because if it's setting it to false every time it isn't, or just if it's just constantly setting it to false, shouldn't it go false when I walk over here? Right? Yeah. You don't use local variables very much, but sometimes they just make sense to you. Let me go back. Do I know about the difference between local and script-wide variables? I don't know if I do, Rogie. I don't know if I do. I may, if I do, I forgot. Carpenter says, I really should spend a bit of time looking at a starter object-oriented programming tutorial. A lot of this would make more sense. A lot of what? So object-oriented programming, as I understand it, just means like parent-child inheritance and relationships. That's obviously leaving out a lot of stuff, but that's kind of the gist of it. But I hear you. When you define a variable in a function like that, it only exists in that function to help the function run. Right. Oh, so then, well, I will say this, Rogie. In the tutorial we did earlier to do the first person character, so there is a, I don't know if this is what you mean. I guess this is a parameter, so that's different. But let me get the input out of here. There was this. Oh God, it's all different because it's wrapped. I hate it. No, it's okay. I can get used to it. So in here, right, we have this sensitivity Y mod and this sensitivity X mod, right? This isn't a local variable, is it? Or is this, I think someone said it was like a function parameter. And then in here, I was referencing this sensitivity mod further down, like down here, right? So then using it for an equation to determine the movement when you're looking around. Would that be considered a local variable? Or is that something a little different? Input variable is local. The sensitivity mods are not. Oh. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the wrapping text. Oh my God. I think I just have to, I think this is what I like about visual scripting is like I create an imprint in my brain of what something looks like. I don't look at it and necessarily reinterpret it every time. So like, which is interesting. I think someone was talking about that rubber duck programming thing where you like read a line of code out loud every time, so that way you like are actually like interpreting what it is. I feel like I don't do a lot of that. I just like, so now that I see it wrapped, I'm like, what the heck is that? That doesn't look like I remember it looking. It used to be this long, but now it's all different. It's kind of interesting. So I guess I should read it out loud if I understand it. In that same function, you had a local variable called input. Totally. Oh, here. Oh, I see what you're saying. So, okay. So that was okay. So the local variable is when I create a variable inside of a function or underneath a function. Whereas if I put it at the top here, then it's a global variable. And it can be read. So if it's local, does that mean it couldn't be read by another node outside of that one? Is that true? If you make it inside the function, it only works inside that function. Okay. Cool. Gotcha. And then you said something else. When you find a variable in a function like that, it only exists in the function to help the function run. Better for performance and reusing names. Gotcha. I don't use local variables very much, but sometimes they just make sense. Right. All right. Welcome, Gecko. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello. Stormrun says, I need to understand the two better. I use the variables tab in UE, but notice the local variables at the bottom. I'm trying to map this to UE in my brain more. Because UE has like public variables, which are like a little different. It was the disappear that got you. Oh, I see. Yeah. At work, Freaker says, people would get mad when I made variables global. Really? I guess if you, I mean, I guess it makes sense if you need them to be global, but if not, why? Godot is basically object-oriented programming graphics. Right. So you mean like the GUI is object-oriented programming? Is that what you mean? Gecko says, object-oriented programming is the reason for the status quo in programming. Inherited variables kind of need to be locally defined, while global variables are typically not used for child objects. Okay. It can't even work in the same script outside of that function. Right. Right. So if you want to use it in different places in the script, it makes sense here. But if it turns out you're only using it in one function ever, then it doesn't, it's maybe unperformant to have global variables in that script. So maybe that's a good thing to keep an eye out for. I mean, that's not what this is, but you know what I mean. Here, there's the variables. It might be good to not use those if you can avoid it. So in UE, when I made my variables, they should have been local variables. I think so, and I could be wrong, but I think they are by default. I think UE has them be local by default. And then there's a little eyeball next to variables you create in blueprints. And if it's usually closed, and if you open it, then it becomes a public variable that can be seen elsewhere. But I could be misunderstanding a little bit. I don't know if it like is a one-to-one thing in UE. So I think for the most part, Stormrun, if you're just creating variables, they're local to that blueprint automatically. And you have to actually take an extra step to make it be seen elsewhere. And even then, it's kind of hard to get it to be seen elsewhere. Because then you can also do casting, right? So you can cast to a blueprint in Unreal Engine and then pull a local variable that's on that blueprint out, which then it's kind of like, is it really local? So it's just kind of different. Albeska says, you must be careful with the names because as you saw, you can shadow a global variable with a local one with the same name. What does shadow mean? Right, be careful with the names. I mean, I can see how that makes sense. Like, if you have the same name of a global variable and a local variable, that could get confusing and that could mess things up. Gecko says, it's considered bad practice and a potential security vulnerability for variables to be global if they don't need to be. One of the things they try to ingrain in traditional comp science education. That's fascinating. That's really interesting. I didn't know that. A security issue. So like what? Like so like a hacker or something or somebody trying to exploit the code could like reference or update a variable that they're not supposed to be able to. That's fascinating. For example, sometimes if I'm going to reuse something a lot in a function, I'll name it as a local variable instead of typing it a million times. Wait, why would that be easier? Wouldn't you... If I'm going to reuse something a lot in a function, you'll name it as a local variable instead of typing it a million times. Why would you have to type it any differently if it was local versus global? Because isn't that what we just did over here on this script? Where we did the friend nearby equals false? Because all I did was type friend nearby equals false. And that's referencing a global variable. But you're saying with a local, somehow you don't have to type this as much? I'm a little confused by that. Gecko says, in reality, it depends on what type of application you are developing. Games and pacemakers don't need the same standards or best practices. Yeah, right. Right. That's a security risk. Oh, dear God. Yes, no, that's Jesus. My gosh, I would hope a pacemaker is made very secure. Holy crap. Because you have to cast that blueprint to call that variable. Yeah. Which feels like that is like making it global in a weird way. I don't know. What a lot of unrelated programming concepts mixed together. Where? Wait, what do you mean? What are a lot of unrelated programming concepts mixed together? Where is that happening? Okay. So something I'm still kind of curious about is how to get it so if we move away, the message disappears. Because I'm surprised that it is setting it to false as long as I close it. But like, why wouldn't it set it to false anyway? Is it because I'm putting it in this function? So like if I were to say, what if I didn't say delta at all and I just dropped the function in that way? Would that then work? No. And actually now it doesn't. So that definitely doesn't work. That's much worse. A little confused by that. I mean, if I come back to the raycast, right? We have, if it's colliding, sets it to true. Otherwise, it's null. But this is supposed to be setting to false every frame, right? So I guess what I would want to say is if it isn't colliding, I still want to say if it isn't colliding, set it to false. And if get collider has to be null, then can we, I mean, I still don't know, I have no idea if, let me actually go back to the player thing. So on the player thing, there was an if else here. Oh gosh, these lines thing is going to be the death of me. If cat mouse. Why are these spaced out? I don't know if I can handle this. I gotta set it back. I gotta set it back to none. This is stressing me out. Okay, if cat mouse. Input set mouse mode captured. Else. So yeah, so that should be true or false. Cat mouse equals true. If it doesn't equal true, then do this other thing. Like that should be different, right? If we come over here, or that should be similar. So I should be able to say else, but instead of setting friend nearby this way, I could maybe come like this and say friend nearby equals false. I'm just not sure if I'll be referencing that script correctly. Oh, we have an issue over here I gotta look at. I mean, that definitely didn't work. It's not working. So then I have to wonder, if I come back to the friend script and I get rid of this whole thing we just added, will it still work? It does. So that does work. But what it doesn't do is unset it if the collision ends, which I don't really understand. The only way that could make sense to me, I mean, I could be just misunderstanding a lot of things. I like the thing that we added that was suggested by, I think, Albeska or somebody with the function, but this seems to work, and it works well. Well, let me just make sure it works for each friend before I decide that that is good. Oh, it doesn't work for each friend. Wow, we're only referencing that one script. Oh. Now this could be perhaps something M. Carpenter was talking about earlier, maybe. Because now I'm not referencing every friend, which I don't really understand. Like, can I drag the friend script in here like this? Oh, I can, but that doesn't work. Can I make that like that? Does that work? Does that work? It doesn't. Yeah, I figured you were. But see, that I still don't know that, like, there's an explanation to that, right? Like, what you were showing me earlier didn't seem to be any different. I just don't understand how to make it work. Because you were saying make it like a child. I mean, because we could do that, right? Like, I could just not have this friend in the scene, right? And have these be children of it. But that's not going to fix it. Because to me, that's what you were saying earlier. I don't know. I think, like you're saying, it was hard for you to explain it in the chat. I think that's got to be it. So, okay, so that's not the way to go. Understood. I still wish I knew how to set that. You know what we could also do? This would maybe be easier, even though it is a workaround. We could just say you can't move when you open a dialog box, right? Then we don't have to worry about whether or not the raycast isn't detecting it anymore. Even though I think that would be nice if you could set that up. I should probably push a commit, or not push a commit, but make a commit. So there, that works. It just doesn't go away. If a variable is local to a function, Gecko says, it will be destroyed at the end of the function call. If a variable is local to an inherited object, it will be duplicated across all objects without unique names. Okay. M. Carpenter says it's not really a security issue, more of a spaghetti code issue. Every global variable is a temptation to create dependencies in the code, as well as hard to find bugs. Interesting. Rogi says, I mean, like, local variables are easier to use as convenience variables. Like, if I want to refer to the midpoint between 2 points, instead of typing a plus b divided by 2 a lot, I can name, oh, I see. Variable middle equals a plus b divided by 2. Got you. That makes sense to me. Set it to false in the friend script. This might have been an old thing. No, I don't understand. Wait, do I understand? Oh, I think I understand. Oh, I feel silly. Okay, now I see. So we want to say, okay. I mean, I guess, oh, so I guess I could make a separate function. Wow. Albeska, you're so good at explaining things. And it's so short. Oh my God. Okay. All right. So what I want to say is, let's do dialogue exiter. And we say function dialogue exiter delta if I did something wrong here. What did I do wrong here? Oh, nothing. If friend nearby equals false, I would just expected it to work without telling it to make it work. That's hilarious. Why you not do this thing I didn't tell you to do? Visible equals false. Wow. Okay. All right. So, let me spell it right. Friend nearby equals, oh, we gotta not set it. Double equals. That's gonna take me a long time to learn, y'all. Okay, so now, if I get up here, uh-oh. Okay, wait, it's actually, now it's not setting it all. Now it's not setting it in the first place. Okay, oops. Okay, I did something wrong there. If friend nearby is equal to false, set dialog visible to false. If friend nearby is equal to false, but I guess maybe because I'm making it, maybe I don't want this to be part of this function. You should call raycast checker after dialog exiter. Okay, I believe you. Let me just wrap my head around that, because that sounds like it makes a lot of sense. So, function raycast checker is setting friend nearby to false constantly. Therefore, of course, it's never going to make this visible. Gotcha. Okay, that's really helpful. Yeah, it's like, oh my gosh. It's awesome. Man, thank you all so much. All right, so now let's try it. Let's see what happens. See what happens. Uh-oh. Oh, we're just looking at the sky. I was like, are we frozen? Nope, we were just looking at the sky. Okay. Come up here. It opens. Walk away. It goes away. Let's go. Try it with the joypad just for fun. Yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then we can close it. Yes, it works great. Dude, it works awesome. Wow. Dude, this is fantastic. No problems. Yay! Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. I thought you were super zoomed into the dialogue window. It could have been that too. Yeah! Wow! Ooh. Yeah. Are you able to move your character while the dialogue is open? So yes, and which I kind of prefer that better. Right? So if we get up here, so you can see with the input, I can move, but as soon as I go outside of the raycast, right, then the detection goes away. Oh, yes! Yes, M. Carpenter. Very wise call. Time for a celebration commit. Dude, anytime, yes, that is very true. If there's ever a celebratory moment, it's commit time. All right, so we're gonna say, raycast dialogue trigger setup and description. Player can approach the enemy. Can approach friends and press E slash or can press activate to chat. Walking away closes the dialog box. Walking away closes the dialog box. Pressing deactivate closes the dialog box. Yes, that's it. Is that really? It feels like we did so much. Player can approach friends and press activate to chat. Walking away, close the dialog box. Pressing deactivate, close the dialog box. I mean, I guess I could be more specific about like what we did. You know, like scripts updated on the raycast and the friends. Like, I don't think I actually did any updates. On the player script. Oh, this is... Wait. Oh, the player script is moving. Yeah, okay. Nope. I don't even know if we did much. We actually didn't do much of anything on the friend script. I think this might be the same from the last update. I think I, like, considered making changes here, but didn't actually. Alright, sweet. Commit it. Done! Oh, that's a good question, Stormrun. Yeah, I wonder that too. Do the saves take up a lot of space? I hope not. Albaska says it's past midnight, so I think I'll go to bed after this outstanding success. It is an outstanding success! Thank you so much for your help, Albaska. Sleep well. I'll see you next time if you're ever back in here. Thank you again. Take good care. Much appreciation. I'm sorry for saying like that. If you ever come back. I don't know. It was just like finishing my sentence. Anyway. Yeah, Daryl, we got some stuff working. GG all around. GG all around. Man, I mean, at this point, I guess we're done. Like, I might as well start the theme music. Like, this is pretty much what I would have wanted. This is all I could have hoped for this stream. I mean, it's great. It's great. I don't know what else to say other than I'm going to play the theme outro music. Otherwise, I'm going to be here all night because I'm having too much fun. Shoot. Music helps me quit. Definitely normalize celebration commits, right? Now let's make a walkthrough video from it. I mean, look, like, if I had the capacity, right? If I had an editor, I'm looking for an editor. I'm looking for someone who's experienced editing YouTube videos. So if you're someone who can demonstrate that you have edited YouTube videos and you've had some form of success of that, I am extremely interested in working with you. There's compensation available as well. And of course, that's thanks to the patrons. I'm not quite ready to wrap up all the way. We got to get through the chat, but the patrons help make that possible just a little bit, just a little bit. And yeah, so I am interested in taking live streams and editing them into something or working together on making videos. I can edit things myself. I just don't have time. I just don't have time to do it. Yeah, Albaska's been awesome. I don't think so, especially not for a small file size. Right. Oh, the size. Yeah, right? I mean, I'm not sure, but it makes sense that it would be small. But it's a good question. It says you got a GitHub update that's going to install by itself at the top. Oh, thank you. It'll be installed at the next launch. Thank you. I'm not sure how efficient Git is with saves, though. M. Carpenter says, what I think is funny is that now selecting the button in the dialog is going to make an easier way to do all of this. Now selecting the button in the dialogue is going to make an easier way to do all this. I guess we didn't quite finish everything. There is one extra thing that I want to do, which is when we start talking. So that was part of the tasks that I set up. So we got proximity talking action. That's enough. That's a great success. But for next week, I'm gonna want to work on when we're here. I want the looking to go away. And I guess the mouse to appear, but then it's like, what about the joypad, right? Because what do we have, a cursor appear on screen and you can move it? So that might actually be nice if there's a mouse, it appears. And if not, then you can also use like the D-pad to choose the different options. So there's some things to think about. That's definitely a good next week activity, is the mouse, or rather, the dialog box controls. Is kind of what we want to do next week. And by the way, if you're watching this live, don't forget to hyper smash that thumbs up button before you leave. Thumb it up before you leave. Thank you if you can do that. Appreciate it, y'all. Godot project is really small without assets. Love that. Ship it. Let's ship it. Let's go all the way. Push that. Bam. Pushed. Done been pushed. And it's public. I'll make sure there's a link in the description so you guys can actually go check out the code for this if you want to. Thanks, Stormrun. Thanks for helping make it a good stream. Thank you, M. Carpenter. Thank you for your help, and thank you for bearing with me when I wasn't quite sure what you meant earlier. And I'm still a little confused, but I understand it's hard to explain. And yeah, appreciate it. And yeah, thank you for imparting your wisdom as you could. Good night to you as well. Thoughts, he says, maybe there could be a montage of these streams as well. That would be nice. That would be nice. Something I want to do, and that I might have capacity to edit myself, is like a devlog. So like in the future, right, as this game progresses, promote the game by taking chunks out of these live streams and then editing it together as like a story. Good night, Freaker. Speaking of Freaker, Pierogigon and wonderful, awesome, helpful people and money that may be able to go to editors at some point. Thank you to the patrons for supporting the stream in the way you do. HyperGameDev on Patreon is patreon.com/hypergamedev. Actually, you don't even have to pay money to support on Patreon. You really don't. There's a free tier that you can join. Just head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev. There will be a join for free button. And by doing that, you will get an email in your inbox that you can only get if you sign up on Patreon, and it comes with a secret live stream. There's a secret live stream there. You may not know this, but I stream a whole extra live stream that you can only get if you're subbed on Patreon. So go check that out. It's totally free. Thank you if you're able to do that. I appreciate it. It's helpful to be able to stay in touch via email. So thank you for that. Other than that, I'm going to be streaming the Game Jam tomorrow. I do that every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. It's a 1-hour game jam. It's pretty intense. It's pretty wild. I'm going to be using GDevelop. You can use any engine you want. And for this, for finishing up the dialog box behaviors, I'll be doing that next week on Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern. So y'all, if you're watching this after the live stream, number one, make sure you're subscribed. There's a subscribe button right down there in the corner. You click on that, you'll be subscribed to the video, to the whole channel. So make sure you do that. Thank you if you haven't, and you do. If you didn't, no thank you. And if you're watching this after the live stream, you can click in the bottom left to watch the previous episode in this series. And if you click in the bottom right, you can watch the next episode in this live stream series. Thank you all so much. Take good care. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Bottom left for the last episode, bottom right for the next episode. See y'all later. Much love. Y'all are amazing. Maybe I'll go to sleep now too, Thought T says. Yeah, maybe. It might be good to get some sleep. All right, see you later, everybody.